Dragons in the skies, fire from the boughs, wisdom flowing fast, ancient temples bow, mountains echo tales, ancestors crying loud, heroes of the past, legends worn proud. On golden silk roads, history unfolds, mystics in the night, secrets they hold, great walls shadow long, warriors in rows, in the courtyard's light, a lotus flower grows. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, saviors bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design. Phoenix rise anew, feathers burning blue, forest whisper soft, mind open and true. Scrolls of hidden art, sages they confide, seeking of the jade, time won't divide. Battles lost and won, emperors do reign, people marching on, dreams still remain. Peasant to the king, stories intertwined, every single soul walking a fine line. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, saviors bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. Welcome back. I hope you guys are having an amazing day so far. We're halfway through the week. We're halfway through. So, yes, welcome back, welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the big question that was avoided the other day. It's, is God inside or outside time and space? Seemed to confuse a few people. So I thought it would be a nice little chance to do a little talk about it. Obviously, get your opinions too, if you have any opinions. If not, I'll just do my spiel and we'll leave it as that. But yeah, welcome back, welcome back. It is a Wednesday, so hope you guys are having a good week so far, whatever you've been doing. I have been a little bit lazy recently, I'm not gonna lie. There's a few things I've been doing behind the scenes, but like working in regards to this. But I needed a bit of me time. I think I needed a bit of me time, just clearing the head, which I think is handy once in a while. Very handy. So yes, is God inside or outside time and space? So the other day, we had a conversation with a gentleman who seemed to think God was inside time and space. And I don't want to say he's wrong, but he's wrong. The way I try to explain it to him is the way that the Christians understand it, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So I try to explain to him that the Father would be outside of time, while the Son would be inside time, and then the Holy Spirit can go through the two, you know? It could go outside time and back into time as needed by God, you know, the grace of God. That's essentially what it would be. But I know that a lot of people have different ideas. I know that the Muslims don't believe that God is inside time and space at all, that he's completely separate from his creation. He's separate from his creation. I think that the Hindus also believe that he's outside of time and space, like the Brahma, the ultimate consciousness, God consciousness, is outside of time and space. And the Jews, I'm not sure what the Jews believe. I think they might believe outside time and space too. But I think the balance of the two, of like, this is where I think the Christians got it a little bit right, when they kind of understood the Trinity with the three aspects of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I think that they've got that little bit right, but they shouldn't be worshipping Jesus as a God, as an emissary of God, as a messenger of God, as a Lord of God, because he is known as the Lord of Lords. So he would be like the guy who's been sent down to kind of lead the people if they haven't found God. yeah, so I kind of like their perspective, but I don't like the fact that they worship Jesus. I don't think that they should be worshipping a man. I think that all worship should be reserved for the immortal, formless one above all. But people do what they do due to culture, due to brainwashing, due to all that lovely stuffs. Uh, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully, they can dig a little deeper, find the truth, because the truth is there. The truth is there. It's just you got to find it. You got to find it. You got to be looking for the truth. I've said this before. Rather than looking for comfortable lies or things that you want to kind of believe because they make you feel good, sometimes you got to look at the hard truth. I'm constantly trying to look at the hard truth. I am constantly trying to look at the hard truth. Um, I am constantly questioning myself, making sure that I understand what I understand. One of the reasons I do these streams was the idea of getting people to challenge me so I can look deeper within myself. Not that I got many challenges. I got a lot of abuse, but not a lot of challenges. So I think challenging yourself and what you believe is really important because you want to know why you believe what you believe. You know, it's all well and good just going, yeah, I believe it, but why? Why? Because I think I was watching this Dawa channel today actually. This guy was convinced to become a Muslim, and all his friends were becoming Muslim, and it just seemed like it was one of those things that he just went along with peer pressure. You know, his friends went there; they were all like, "Yeah, let's do this, let's convert or something." And then this kid's standing there talking to the guy. The guy's not giving him any kind of connection with God. He's just literally laying down the laws of Islam. He's just saying that in Islam we believe this, we believe this. Do you believe this? Okay, there you go. You're already a Muslim. Look, you're already. They love doing this. They love doing this little BS. Like, oh, look, you're already a Muslim. You might as well just say the words. You know, join the brotherhood. And he did. He kept mentioning the brotherhood, and I was just like, oh, mate. That's no good. That's no good. I don't think God wants you to recruit minds. I think He wants you to recruit hearts. And how do you recruit hearts? You talk to the heart. You don't talk to the mind. You talk to the heart. You tell the person. If I was to do dawah, let's see, how would I do it? Just so I could give some kind of comparison, because obviously I am criticizing what they're doing at the moment. But what I would do if I was doing dawah, if I was trying to convince someone, or not even convince, trying to lead someone's heart to God, I would talk to them about life. I'd ask them, how's your day been so far? You know, what do you appreciate in life? What's good in your life at the moment? And if they go, oh yeah, you know, not much. I've got a job, but that's it, or whatever. Then I try and remind them of all the amazing things that life has to offer. Life has given us so much. It's given us beauty in nature. It's given us horrific stuff within nature. It's got that balance, you know, the beauty and the beast within nature. Um, the fact that we have the ability to think, the fact that we have the ability to grow, the fact that we have our eyes to see. There's people out there who are blind. There's people who are out there who can't speak. Like, there's so much to be grateful for, but we tend to forget. We tend to forget. And I think that when you're doing dawah, if you were to speak to these people and talk to them where their heart recognizes how grateful they should be for how many gifts God has given them, then you could finally start talking about possibly religious doctrine. But even then, I would say wait on it. Wait on it. You don't want to start brainwashing people with the doctrine that you think is right. Because the thing is, when these people do the dawah, they do it with their own interpretations or the interpretations of the scholars, rather than an understanding from a heightened level of spiritual, what's the word I'm looking for? Spiritual achievement? I don't want to use the word achievement. Spiritual connection. A higher level of spiritual connection. When you got that higher level of spiritual connection and you teach any kind of scripture, you are teaching the wisdom within it rather than just the surface value, you know. And I think that's what Jesus did. this, excuse me, sorry, just ate something. They say that Jesus spoke to people in parables. Someone mentioned that, I think it was Come On who mentioned that on the last stream, that Jesus spoke to people in parables. And he also told them lessons straight up as well. He explained the parables. He also told them, don't do this, don't do that, or treat people like this, or treat people like that. So there was a lot of do this, don't do that, do this, don't do that. But there was also the whole trying to connect with the people he was talking to, rather than just kind of preach mode. Because that's what I say about these Christians, about these Muslims, about anyone who starts recruiting into their gang, is that they go straight into preach mode and they don't actually think or try to connect with the person that they're speaking to. I think that's a bad thing. I think that's a bad thing because, like I said, if you want people to connect with God, you want them to connect with their hearts, not their minds. Their minds can be misled very easily, very, very easily. If we look at the world nowadays, I've mentioned this on a conversation I had with the Sheikh. If we have a look at the world now, there's so many companies that use the mind, use the intellect to deceive people. They will understand how people think just to manipulate them. Governments, companies, shadow figures who run the world. All these people, they're not looking to control your heart, they're looking to control your mind. And how they control your mind is, like I said, they try and break down what you already believe and install their programming. But if you're talking to someone's heart, their heart knows the truth. Their heart knows the truth. And whether it resonates or not with them is what's going to actually make them move or not move. So this is why they don't really talk to their hearts. Sometimes they do, but it's through like emotional manipulation. It's not about opening your heart up and trying to share love. It's because I'm going to give an example of this. It's more about closing the heart off and being scared. The example I was going to use was during COVID. The government was like, oh, you need to go get the injection, you need to get the vaccine. Think about your grandparents, or think about this person, or think about that person. You don't want to be the reason that they end up dying. And then that is emotional manipulation, where they are trying to lead the heart through fear rather than lead the heart through hope. You know what I mean? So the heart can be led through fear and the brain can be led through manipulation. But the way to connect to God is through the heart and hope, not fear. And this is what literally the Dawa guy I was watching today, he was like, oh, you don't want to go to hell, do you? It's like, bro, straight to the fear, straight to the manipulation. Like, it was disgusting to watch. I was not impressed. The kid looked like he was about 20, maybe 18. He was young. He was there with all his friends. They must have been watching Tate or someone where they were like, oh yeah, join the brotherhood, become one of them. And they've probably all turned up as a group to the place where they're doing the dawah. And yeah, they all ended up converting, all of them. Normally, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, people coming towards God, but like I said, when they do these religious dawah scripts or Christian scripts, it's never about connecting the person's heart to God. It's about convincing them that this is the way. And it's like, anyone can convince anyone of anything. There's people out there that are convinced to do crimes, that are convinced to kill people. Being convinced doesn't mean you're in the right. Once upon a time, people convinced everyone that it was okay to own slaves. Doesn't mean it was right. There was people who had it in their heart that were like, no, this isn't right. But people were convincing them that no, it's fine. You're better than them. We're superior than them, and it's fine. And blah 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 bullshit, trying to convince their minds that, hey, listen, forget what your heart's saying. Forget the heart. Just follow this. And like I said, I think that's wrong. I think that's just a way of manipulating people and brainwashing them rather than trying to lead them to truth. But I want to know what you think. In regards to that, and in regards to, is God inside or outside time and space? Time and space. Alright, let me just throw the link into the chat in case there is anyone that wants to come up. It doesn't look like it today. It looks like I'm on my own today. Which is fine. What was that song? Lonely, Mr. Lonely, I have nobody to call my own. I have God. That's all I have. That's all I've ever had. All I've ever had is God. That's all I need. So I am going to do what I do. And I just hope for the best. Because that's all I have. Hope and God. I don't think there's much more you could want in life. Honestly, like, you could have all the money in the world, but if you don't have hope, what good is it? If you have all the money in the world, but you have hope, but not God, you probably have hope in the wrong things. If you have all the luxuries in the world, it's just, I think hope and God are very, 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 very important. So important that I started this channel, trying to get people to be a bit more conscientious, trying to get people to be a bit more thinking. Like I said, it's about the heart, but in order to get to the heart, you have to think a little bit. You have to break away the old programming that people have put into you over the years. Any childhood stuff, any schooling, any kind of crap that people have kind of put into your head. You need to kind of break free of that first before you can start hearing the heart. And this is why, like I said, I have an issue with the Muslims doing the dawah, because it's always about the mind. It's always about convincing people, trying to make people think that it's the right move rather than them feeling like it's the right move. And then you have channels like EF Dawa who do like what's it called, the Dawa clinic. Why would you need a Dawa clinic if once you say the Shahada and you become a Muslim, that's it? You found the connection with God and he'll lead you the way. Then you wouldn't need a Dawa clinic. You wouldn't have any apostates. You wouldn't have You wouldn't have an apostasy law within Islam saying that you need to kill the apostates if Islam was so strong that once you said the Shahada, that's it. You find that connection with God. It's very, 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 very retarded, as I've said before. Especially, like I said, the way the Dawa people do it nowadays with the whole scholarly kind of like understanding of the texts. And then it's not just the Quran itself, it's the hadith that they use as well. So when they kind of throw the hadith in as well, and then they go, no, but the hadith means this, and then you find 2 or 3 hadith that contradict each other, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, when it contradicts, then we go to the Quran. It's like, no, if they contradict in the hadith, you can't trust the hadith. And these are like sahih, they're what they call truthful hadith. So if you have truthful hadith contradicting each other, you're like, why are you using them as authentic or as sources of truth? If you're claiming the Quran's a word of God, cool, go for that. But then don't add other crap to it and then add your own interpretations that the scholars have been telling you. Because you're not using your own mind, you're not trying to connect with God, you're just listening to what people have told you and you're just regurgitating. You're regurgitating, parroting. And I don't think you connect with God through parroting. I don't know, I've never tried. It'd be interesting to find out if someone actually did connect to God just through parroting what someone else has told them rather than them experiencing God through life and love and compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. It'd be interesting. I wonder. Maybe there's someone out there. Maybe. But it'll be interesting to find out. I think even the Dalai Lama and all these guys, they went through the experience rather than the Dalai Lama enlightenment. Let's have a look. Because I think the Dalai Lama is meant to be enlightened, right? Yeah, he's enlightened. According to Google AI, the Dalai Lama is considered an ancient... Sorry, not an ancient. Dalai Lama is considered an enlightened being and a reincarnation of the Buddha of compassion. The Dalai Lama is believed to have chosen to be reborn to serve humanity. The Dalai Lama written books about enlightenment, including Becoming Enlightened and The Path to Enlightenment. In these books, the Dalai Lama offers practical advice and personal reflections on how to attain enlightenment. What does he say about enlightenment? He says the key to enlightenment is replacing an absolute reality with a dependent arising reality. Interesting. So that goes like where the Muslims are like, no, 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 no. There's an absolute objective moral code that you have to stick by, and it's like rigid, and there's no way you could kind of bend it or anything. It's just yeah, I disagree. I've always said that morality is slightly subjective because you have to look at the situation, you have to look at the intentions of the person. There's so many factors when you're talking about morality. You can't just go, oh, he did this, evil. You can't do that. But the Muslims love doing that, and I think the Christians kind of do as well. Well, the Christians I've experienced on this platform here, the amount of times I've had Christians tell me that I need Jesus and that's the only way I could be saved, and anything I'm doing or saying is wrong unless I say Jesus Christ is King at the end of it. Or what's the other one? I'm with the devil because I don't accept Jesus. Like, Islam and Christianity, I think, are two sides of the same coin. Well, let's see what else he says. He says, this dependent arising reality is created by our thoughts and actions. Yes, your thoughts and actions create your reality. Through this reality, we learn our true name, which is altruistic intent. Which I say, well, this is interesting. Okay, like I say as well, everyone wants truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. Everyone, even the worst evil person you could think of, they will resonate with truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. They want that for themselves. You know, they may be lying to everyone else, but for themselves, they want that truth. They want that love. They want that compassion. They want that humility and hope, or whatever. So I think it is within everyone that they want that good stuff in life. But sometimes, like I said, the shadows tend to kind of almost, I don't want to say take over, because the thing is, the shadows can't take over the light. The only thing that happens is the light dims within you. The light within you starts dimming and dimming and dimming, and then the shadows seem to grow. But the shadows aren't growing. It's just that the light is dimming. This is why I say that you need to find the light within yourself. Try and walk the path. Try and treat everyone with truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. Don't look for the worst in people. Don't look for their worst intentions. Try and look for their best intentions. And that's how you make the change inside, you know, by going through that struggle, because it is a struggle, especially if someone's shouting at you, if someone's telling you off, or someone's doing this. It's very easy to see the worst part of them. It's hard to see the best of them. So sometimes they may not see that tiny little spark that's left in that shadow, but you can see it. So try and remind them that it's there still. Try and remind them that it's there. As we practice compassion, we lessen the destructive actions and suffering, which leads to higher levels of enlightenment. Yep, I think I just kind of summed that up a little bit. Insight into oneself leads to selflessness, altruism, and loving kindness. Yeah, sweet. So I think the Dalai Lama would agree with me. I doubt he'd say he'd agree with me, but because I also say I'm the devil. And I like to have a little bit of fun as well. I think it's possible to balance the two, the shadow and the light together. Christians don't think that. I think the Christians want light completely. I think the Muslims want the darkness completely. They wouldn't call it darkness. They just call it control. They want the control completely. But I think it's all about the balance between the two. Like I said previously, like the yin and the yang, you know, it's like a dance forever. The light chasing the dark. And no one can overcome the other. It's just that dance that they do through the ages of time, or the eons of time even. So yes, as we are talking about this, let's have a quick look and see if there's anyone in chat. Nope, nobody in chat. No problem. I'll keep talking to myself. I keep talking to myself. Yeah, there we go. So yes, is God inside or outside time and space? So, the way I actually did the thumbnail for this was kind of like a look at how, if life was like a tree, God wouldn't be inside the tree. He would be outside the tree, making sure it gets watered or pruning the branches, you know, because I think Christians say that God takes the branches and attaches them to the good branches. Like he'll trim the branches from the tree that are good, and he'll attach them to another tree that are good, and leave the dead tree to end its cycle. So God has to be outside time and space in order to do that. He can't be doing that while he's inside time and space. I think where some people may be thinking about the inside time and space is possibly the Godhead aspect. Meaning that the mind can connect with God. But yeah, this is where humility comes into play. Because if the ego's too strong, it will make you think that, oh no, God is inside creation and blah blah blah, and it'll make you go on this crazy long path that, to be honest, will kind of destroy you. It will kind of destroy you. Maybe not at first, but it's like a ticking time bomb. As soon as you go into that ego mode with any kind of spiritual enlightenment, it's a ticking time bomb. So that's my perspective anyway. I'm sure there'll be other people with different perspectives, but that's my perspective, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, because nobody ever wants to argue with me. Not that I'm looking for an argument. Like I said, I like people to challenge me on the way I think, because that's the way I can double check that, okay, yeah, I am 100% sure about this. Yes, I am 100% sure about that. Yes, I have thought this through as much as I thought on my own, and any questions that you pose to me, I've already kind of asked myself these questions and I can already answer them. So if people can't typically add any kind of new insights into what I'm thinking, I'm usually like, okay, I must be on the right path. I must be on some kind of truth. And honestly, this last year has been phenomenal in the things I kind of learned and understood, which I never actually wanted to know and understand. I wasn't too concerned about the whole fabric of the universe and the parallel dimensions or anything. It was just I was purely about truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility. That's all I cared about. I was like, yes, and hope. I was like, this is all I want to talk about. This is what I love. I appreciate God for teaching me this. I appreciate life for teaching me this. And it was what I wanted to share with the world, hence the channel. But over the past year, I ended up getting some other kind of information that I was like, okay, thank you, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I did try and share a little bit of it, where I did like the free will versus determinism. I spoke about a few other things as well that like I was just trying to just share, because I thought, hey, if I didn't ask for it and I didn't want it and I've got it, I might as well share it out, because it's not meant to be for me. It's meant to be for other people to realize. But once again, like I said, I don't think it's important to focus too much on how the fabric of time and space is made or maintained or whatever. I think it's more important to focus on our gift. And what is the gift? Life. So if God has given us life, the best thing we could do is focus on the life that he's given us and try to make sure it's the best life that we could want. And like I said, how would most people want their lives? They would want them with truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. It's not complicated. Well, it wasn't for me anyway. It was hard, still hard, but it's not complicated. Cool. Stream is dead today. This is funny. It's nice. I like it. It's a change. It means that I could just free flow. But it's funny because yesterday I had like 6 people watching, sometimes even 7. And today, nobody. I guess that's the way life is. Swings and roundabouts, as they say. Swings and roundabouts. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. But you're still moving forwards. Gotta keep moving forwards. Gotta keep moving. Gotta get moving. It's actually got to make it through, but gotta get through this. Gotta get through this. Gotta make it. Gotta make it through. I said I gotta get through this. Gotta get through this. I think that's Daniel Bedingfield. Get through this. Just give me one more second. No. Let's have a look. Yes, Daniel Bedingfield. Gotta get through this. Let's have a look at one of the verses. All right. When your love is pouring like the rain, I close my eyes and it's gone again. When will I get the chance to say I love you? I pretend that you're already mine. Then my heart ain't breaking every time I look into your eyes. If I only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. If only I could get through this. God, gotta help me get through this. Oh, it's a song about God. Interesting. I heard this song like when I was in high school, I think. Interesting. God, gotta help me through this. Gotta help me get through this. I'm gonna have to listen to this song later. Oh, shall we listen to it now? No, we're not gonna listen to it now. I don't want the stream to get. I don't mind the copyright strikes, but with the sometimes when you're playing songs that are copyrighted, they stop your stream mid-stream, and then it takes a good 5-10 minutes for it to come back. So I can't play that song at the moment, but go listen to it in your own time. Gotta Get Through This by Daniel Bedingfield. And in the meantime, I am gonna do a quick song of my own, and we shall play. Which one shall we play? Oh, winter's almost over, so let's play winter. I need to make a song for spring, so I'll do that soon as well. But let's play winter for now.
Days grow dim, nights stretch wide, stars aglow, the moon's soft guide. Winter's breath chills the air, snowflakes dance and swirl, crystal skies and frosted dreams, ready to take on the world. Winter wonderland, free and wild, I see my soul in your smile. Snowmen grinning, hearts aglow, with your love I'll never let go. I'll never let go. Shadows fall, lights softly gleam, footprints trace a frozen stream. Whispers float on icy winds, hope ignites the night. Hand in hand we face the cold, wrapped in love's warm light. Winter wonderland, free and wild, I see my soul in your smile. Snowmen grinning, hearts aglow, with your love I'll never let go. Through the frost and falling snow, our hearts beat as one. Every step a memory made underneath the winter sun. Winter wonderland, free and wild, I see my soul in your smile. Snowmen grinning, hearts aglow, drift away. The dawn draws near. Springtime blooms and wipes away fear.
Yeah, I need to make a second part for that song. Springtime. Springtime. Springtime blooms. Let's write that down. Springtime blooms. Yeah, gotta make a song for spring. Spring. I wrote spring. Spring. Springtime blooms. Alright, sweet. Yes. Welcome back. That was a nice little quick break. Oh, I think we got Damien in the chat. Let me just bring him up as I light this tingamajing. Yes, it is Damien. Hey, how you doing, pal?
Hi, the man with the holes in his hands. Sorry, I have to. When I find something funny, I keep repeating and repeating it.
It's all good. Did I tell you the story about when I thought I got in trouble on the aeroplane?
No.
So some woman was like, came into the galley because we were in the galley, and she was like, "Oh, the man told me this." She was like, "Oh, the man told me I could do this," and I was like, "No, you can't do." So someone else was like, "No, you can't do that." And she was like, "No, but the man told me I could do this," and the woman was like, "No, you can't do that." And my manager came up to me and she said, "Did you tell her this?" I was like, "No, I didn't say that." She was like, "No, she said the man." I was like, No. She probably meant the man, not the man."
As in Adam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you getting on?
Yeah, not too bad. I've just come in. I've been out having coffee. But you know, my coffee shop that I go to, I seen my friend today. Remember I was telling you about my friend that I thought that you would like and maybe would be reciprocal?
The black-haired lady who...
Yeah.
No, what was her name? I can't remember.
Yeah,
The one from India. Or Pakistan, even.
Yeah. She's from Punjab.
Punjab, yeah, but the Pakistan part of it.
But the Pakistani side,
Yeah.
yeah. So she came in. I'd be calling her the wrong name all the time. She corrected me, and so her name is Atia.
Atia, cool.
Yeah, and I'd been calling her Katia.
Katia, that was it. That's why I was confused. I was like, Katia doesn't sound like a Muslim name.
Yeah, so
Atia.
not a huge kind of mistake, but so I was sat with my friend. I was thinking about you because that song that you were just playing, I've heard it before, maybe a week or two before. It's very nice. I really like it. It's something very trippy about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's just...
Now tell me, sorry, that's not your voice, is it? Obviously.
Not my voice. It's just my lyrics. But I don't know if I can sing or not. I try to sing.
Right.
I enjoy singing, but I don't know if people think it's good or bad.
Right.
To me, if I try and record it, and you know how you listen to your own voice afterwards, and you're always is that how I sound? Even when you're just talking normally. So for me, I'm just
you know, my friend, an ex of mine, was Amy Winehouse's teacher.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, at the Brit School.
Yeah.
Many years ago, but so yeah, when he was working at the Brits for a while, so he was her teacher or music teacher at the Brits. And what was I going to tell you about him? Yeah, so then he left the Brits, so he worked for a long time in you know, private colleges, girls' schools as a music teacher, that kind of stuff. But I did go into, he did have a studio, like a recording studio for a while with him and his partner. And it was just like a mini thing they ran from home, but they had all the tech, you know. So I did go in one time and they did put an album of my voice together.
Oh, sick.
Three or four songs.
Yeah.
And we spent the day there putting all these things.
But you can sing. You can sing though. I saw a couple of your videos where you're singing on your channel, and I was like, damn, he can sing.
Yeah, I have a pretty okay voice. Definitely, it's not. You know, I have a tune in my head. That's for sure. But nothing. I wouldn't. You know, rate myself in a particular way. But you know, I'm kind of I was lucky enough with my voice, and I did manage in some places to kind of make that work for me in different ways. You know, professionally and stuff. And I was in a show, you know, Riverside Studios.
Yes.
So I was in a show there for a few nights. It was a theatre show, but the part of it was a band. It was part of the storyline in a nightclub, and I was the singer in the band, the main singer, like the front man of the band. And I had my name in a couple of newspapers in reference to that, which was quite nice. So yeah, so it's quite good. Now you know Lewis Capaldi,
Yes.
right? So I went into my local cafe today, and the owner, Cuba. No, he's not the owner. Sorry, he's the manager. He's a really nice guy. Yeah, he's just so sweet to me. Gives me extra stamps on my coffee so I can get a free coffee straight away. Do you know what I mean? And it gives you that big smile, and you hear the ding, ding, ding. It's an electronic stamp
Okay, cool. Yeah.
on the phone. Yeah, and when you get the free, when it goes to the free one, it makes all these kind of noises.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
kind of
like a congratulations kind of thing.
yeah, congratulations, you got a free coffee. I was like, oh, thanks, Cuba. You know, it's just sweet. I think when I come across, goodness. I think as I get older, and just for a lot of reasons, I think goodness. I recognize that goodness in people, and it just impresses me. It moves. It's something. At least something moves me. You know what I mean? And kind of, I think I really feel it. You know. So
It's good to recognize. It's good to recognize because, like, you might have missed it earlier. I was saying that it's very easy to spot the bad in people.
Right, no, I didn't hear.
Yeah, it's very easy to spot the bad in people and think the worst of them. It's harder to find the good in them. So the fact that you
Yeah.
can do that, that's awesome.
Well, I think I can see the darker sides in other people, and I just recognize it, and I think, all right, that's trouble.
Mm.
Just let it float by you. You know, try not to engage it, and hopefully it doesn't look at you. And think
That's actually opposite to what I said.
Well, I know you're saying, yeah, the
You can
embrace the faith,
you talk to them and you remind them that the light is inside them.
yeah, that's just a bit. I get your point. I do get your point.
Because the thing is, the darkness isn't overpowering the light. The darkness is just the fact that the light has receded within them. It doesn't mean that the darkness has overtaken the light. It means that the light has receded on its own. So if they are able to be reminded that that light is in them, it might be able to spark up and kind of light up.
I totally get where you are. But I just, it takes all my strength to get out of bed in the day. I just, you know what I mean? I just can't go out trying to fix other people and kind of be,
Oh, I think we lost Damien.
I mean, what I did do was I put the pound. Did you?
Yeah, you froze for a second.
So no, I got up today. Right. So I put the pound in I had a pound on the side I meant to give to this guy, this Robert, who sits on the pile and
yeah.
So I put that in my bag. I went for a coffee and I gave him that today. And oh, Damien, thank you so much. It's okay. So I think I try to be sometimes I can be too open. So I try to recognize. I try to be aware. I'm aware, but sometimes I can be very overly aware, and I can go into a place where I'm not really protected because my awareness of some people can make them aware that I'm aware of them, and that can attract issues.
What do you mean by that exactly?
If I see somebody that's a negative and I feel there's an anger issue there, or something going on, I can really feel it. I find it very intrusive to me. But while I'm in that, recognizing that, I don't feel safe because I feel like I'm projecting that awareness I'm having of them back onto them, and then that can then become a problem because
it's a feedback loop because then they get angrier and then you get
angrier. Yeah, like what's your problem, what's your problem, mate, and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, so I went to the cafe for that. They gave Robert pound, and then Cuba, the manager, said, "Guess who was in here yesterday?" Then, and I said, "Who?" And he said, "Lewis Capaldi." And I said, "All right, okay." And he said he comes in. He's been in a few times. So basically, what it is, I think I would have told you this. Ed Sheeran.
Yes, you did. Yeah, his manager.
Right. Yeah. So he there's a guy that comes in. So Ed Sheeran owns a restaurant.
Yes. Yeah.
Across the road, okay, called Bertie Blossoms. And Lewis Capaldi's been in there before, obviously because it's Ed Sheeran, and he was chatting to somebody one day who didn't know who he was. And when he left, the woman who he'd been chatting to said to the manager, who I was talking to later, who at the coffee shop, said to the manager behind the bar, said, "Oh, God, that man was so nice, wasn't he?" And she said, "That guy's Lewis Capaldi." She was,
"Oh, that?
Really? Oh my God!"
Oh, okay. She recognized the name.
Maybe she did. You know what I mean? But it was sometimes that unawareness, when you have those conversations, it's almost better you don't know
Yes.
because because
You
then you're
treat them like a
more
normal person.
you treat them like a normal person. Whereas even when I was doing in the acting business, if I knew somebody was of a particular level, I would find myself going into a place where I'd be kind of I wasn't my energy wasn't open.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
kind of going into a different thing.
Very
Whether
self-conscious.
self-conscious, go into self-conscious. I'm not worthy of you. That kind of way. You know what I mean? So yes, I did that, and then. But the reason I'm asking about your song, so who's the voice on the song?
I have no idea. It's AI generated voice.
Is it copyrighted?
Yeah, yeah. I'm allowed to sell it. I could do anything I want with it. But
Really?
yeah, yeah. So Gospel actually gave a really good suggestion a little while back. She said there's this
Mm.
website where you could actually upload your songs and people can buy them. But I was
What
just,
about? Yeah.
but for me, I'm just more like about sharing it for free.
Right.
I'd rather
Sorry.
work for
Yeah,
my
go on.
money.
Sorry.
Like I'd rather get a job and just work for my money. I don't mind being poor for the rest of my life. Like compared to like billionaires or millionaires, I don't really give a shit about that. It's just
Yeah,
about
yeah.
making sure that I've got enough to get by and I'm haps. But
Mm.
yeah, um, it's not copyrighted or anything, so like no one can steal it from me because I've created it and it's mine. I've got the license for it. But
Right.
they can't take they can't say I can't use it because I've created it. It's through my kind of
So sorry. Is it your content? Are you the copywriter of it?
yeah, I'd be the owner of it. I
Right.
didn't I
Okay.
didn't create the
Right.
AI software. I didn't create the AI
Right.
software, but I did create the lyrics and then I chose the genre, the style, the this,
Okay.
that and the other.
Okay.
And
I'll
then
tell you the reason I was asking. I'll tell you the reason I was asking because basically after I was speaking to my friend Atsia and I was having a coffee, my friend came along,
mhm.
who's a music producer.
Yes, you've mentioned him. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now, this is not the guy that works for. So there's
Yeah, you
Alistair,
got
my
two.
friend.
You got one with the Amy
Yeah.
Winehouse, and then you got the other one that has
No, the
been
Amy Winehouse is the next, right? So
okay.
I've got my ex partner was Amy Winehouse's teacher.
Oh, sorry.
Then
Yeah.
you
Okay.
then you got Mark who comes along who's just gone to India to
Mhm.
work with Ed Sheeran.
Mhm.
So he's the photographer on tour. Ed Sheeran's photographer on tour with Ed Sheeran.
Mhm.
Um, and then there's Alistair, who's got a studio around the corner in the studio in Brixton. So Alistair's my mate, but he's a music producer. So he works in the studio for Apple. I think I've
Mhm.
told you this before. I think I have mentioned this. So Alistair's my contact. So when I'm listening to that song, I thought, oh my God, that song is really good. There's just something very, 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 very lovely about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I just wanted to ask you because I could let him listen to it and see what he says.
Uh, there's no harm in letting him listen to it. If he likes it, he
Mm.
likes it. If he wants to do something with it, he can.
Yeah,
I've got no serious issues with it, but
yeah.
I don't want it to be like a. I don't want to be.
It's up to you now, man. I was just a thought in my head. He might say I can't do it with it, or
Mm.
he might say,
Yeah,
the whole
exactly. Anything can happen.
multi
Yeah, anything can happen.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
but for me personally, I don't like the whole.
Commercial side.
Not just the commercial side. It's just the whole. Do you know like gorillas? I like gorillas.
Right, I've
They
heard of them. I don't
yeah,
know them.
they don't. You don't know what they look like. They just make good music, and they just
Oh,
do it
right,
for the
okay.
music. They do it for the music rather than the fame, rather than the
So you're a
fortune.
gorilla and a devil, and the Dalai Lama, from what I just heard earlier. You're a
well,
bit, you're, you're a
only
bit like Maddie. You're quite a few characters. You're a bit
uh,
like Chris.
well,
He's quite a few people.
I'm all characters in the sense that
Yeah.
I've always thought this. Whenever I watch any TV show or any kind of movie,
Mm.
I typically resonate with all the characters.
I
I can
yeah, I used to have that problem actually.
Yeah,
Mm.
so I could resonate with the school bully a little bit because I'd be like,
Yeah,
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 I could be like that sometimes. I could
yeah,
resonate
yeah.
with the person being bullied because I like, yeah, I've been bullied as well. So I could feel that guy. I could
Mm.
feel with the teacher who's like, I don't know what to do. Like each
Mm.
situation, I was always trying to understand it from their perspective. And I'd always, like with empathy, putting myself in their
Mm.
shoes. and I could resonate with everyone. So for me, it's not about taking that as an identity. It's not about going,
Yeah.
okay, because I could resonate with the Dalai Lama, I am now the Dalai Lama, like Maddie does. It's more of a, I see that perspective, and I have
Yeah.
kind of stitched it into part of who I am, or not even stitched it, more revealed it within me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not even about adding it on; it's about revealing it within yourself through that empathy. So
I used to find that very disturbing in myself. Now I'm going back a few years ago where I I became I was watching I'd be watching something
mhm,
and I'd be realizing that I was relating to all the different personalities and characters,
mhm.
and it disturbed me that was happening.
Why?
I don't know. I remember at the time thinking it was the most weirdest thing. It was like I'm almost there was something in everybody I was watching that I could see myself. It's probably a good thing actually,
No,
but
I
I
think it's a
remember
good thing.
thinking it
I
was
think
weird.
that's the first step, because, like I said, it's empathy. It's being able to put
Mm.
yourself in someone else's shoes, and I think the more you do this, the more you start realizing we are one. Like, you are
We
not
are.
separate from me. You are part of me. It's just a projection
Oh,
within
hold on. All right,
the
hold on a
game we
second,
call
Devon.
life.
Sorry,
Yeah,
just
no
give me.
problem.
Yeah. I'm
Hello,
on the line.
I'm on the internet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Well,
mute mute him just so that his private conversation isn't aired over the internets. Um, yeah, as I was saying to Damien, it's very important to have an understanding of empathy and trying to put yourself in other people's shoes. It's not trying to become the other person. You want to be you, but you understand the different aspects to you. Because if you're able to put yourself in someone else's shoes, you kind of shine a light on yourself as well, within yourself, and you go, okay, I have this element within me. I have this element within me that I wasn't aware of before I used empathy to kind of lighten enlighten myself, as it were. Welcome back.
sorry, Devon.
It's all good.
Yeah, it was my mom ringing me. I sent her a book, and she let me know she hadn't received it yet, but
Uh,
it's fine. It's sort of a, so yeah, no, I kind of was aware. I remember thinking 'cause I could just see myself in all the different types of people. So kind of comes back to maybe everything is kind of part of everything.
yeah,
You know what I
no,
mean?
for sure. And like
So
I said, it's the first step to start realizing that we are one and that we're all connected and we're not separate from each other. Even like I've used this quote a few times, the Thanos quote: "All things perfectly balanced." Thanos.
right, no, I
So
don't know.
he's actually the bad guy from the
Hmm.
Avengers movies.
Right.
So even when I'm watching the Avengers movies, I can resonate with all the characters, all the heroes, but I
Hmm.
also resonate with the villain as well. I'm like, oh, I can see where the villain's coming from.
Yeah, that's. I think that's part that disturbed me. I was seeing all the different aspects within myself of not just the good, not just not just the light, but the darker side as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. So anyway, I spoke to my friend Atia today,
Mm.
and she basically was talking about this series called The Gangs of London. Have you heard of that
Sounds
on
familiar,
Netflix?
but I'm not a big gangster movie film guy.
Right. She was saying, my friend watched it in Liverpool, and he was raving about it.
Mm.
So but she was saying a lot of it was filmed around the area in this area.
Mm.
So I thought I might check it out at some point. Here's a. I won't. I'm not going to stay on too long.
Oh, sorry. Was that the story? Because you said there was a funny story about Atia, and then you mentioned Gangs of
Well,
London.
no, I'm not. Actually, was at another table. Um, and she was kind of chatting across, and I was with Alistair. So now Alistair had a friend. Alistair. This is my friend whose mother is Spanish originally, but lived in England. All
I
his
remember.
mother
Yes, yeah, I
in
remember you
law.
saying, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Now she
and
started
she lost.
speaking Spanish because
Yeah,
she got
yeah, yeah.
dementia. Yeah.
So he just had in a complete. He brought his wife home. She was in hospital with pneumonia. Brought his wife home Christmas Eve or something like that, and basically they were sitting around the table or whatever in their house that they've
Mm.
lived in for 8 years, and he just seen a drop of water on the ceiling,
Mm.
and then noticed it getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then he just showed me the picture. The whole ceiling had come
Collapse.
down.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's the whole ceiling, you know. And so basically, his whole Christmas Eve was with plumbers, and it cost her 4.5 grand to pay them off.
I was gonna say it
Just
would have been expensive over the
yeah,
Christmas period as well.
yeah.
Yeah, damn.
So he had to pay out that, and it's going to cost like 20 grand. So
Ooh.
it's covered on the insurance, but
Oh, it's good.
yeah, it was just a major thing, of that he had to put up with. So, but I thought your fact, I thought I'd like him to hear it because it is there's a there's a quality to it I like,
Thank you.
Yeah. What I was going to say to you was, I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Do you know ChatGPT
Hmm.
only goes up to 2021?
What do you mean?
Any information after
Oh,
that date won't be there.
yeah, because that's when it was programmed. Yeah,
That's
and
when it was programmed. Were
yes,
you aware of that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. So,
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah, and also like I think the newer Chat GPTs have got possibly newer updated information,
Yeah,
but the
but
free
it's
version
yeah,
is
exactly. Yeah,
a
yeah.
few years old.
So I was typing. Sorry, I was watching the first White House press secretary.
Hmm.
When she speaks to the media. I was watching the first one last night of that,
Hmm.
and so basically, the frozen all federal spending. With certain exemptions of social security payments,
Hmm.
to do an audit. Okay, and basically, what happened is, so they cut. There was a payment ready to go out, obviously under Biden, yeah, of
Hmm.
32 million to the World Health Organization,
Hmm.
and the secretary, the woman speaking said, to the media, we're not paying that. Okay, I mean, they said they were pulling out of the World Health Organization, which I think is silly because that's how we find out about all new threats, irrespective of. But that is how we become aware
Yeah, but
whether,
the
I know.
but the World Health Organization's a bit dodgy. They're the ones who are kind of pushing this vaccine stuff. I think they're
Yeah, I
funded
mean,
by, majoritively funded by Bill Gates as well, or something as well. Like Bill Gates gives
right,
a hell of a lot of money, and then he's in the drug game where he's trying to sell his own kind of drugs. Yeah,
right. But you do. I hear a lot of stuff against Bill Gates, but you do know that there hasn't been a single new case of polio in the last 25 years in India because of Bill Gates. You do recognize that. I don't know you be aware, but there was a if you go you see people there was a huge issue with polio in
mm,
India through the generations. Okay, and you would see it very clearly. People in their mobility, on the streets. Okay, and basically Bill Gates got everybody mobile vaccinated about 25 years ago,
mm.
and since that there hasn't been a single new case of polio in India. Now that's a major success story. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
it sounds like a good
So
success story, but
yeah,
unfortunately, just because there was a success in the past, I'm not
yeah,
going to
no,
then trust the
yeah,
person. It's like we were saying the
no,
other day
no, I get,
in regards to the
yeah,
laws when they're a double-edged
yeah,
sword.
yeah, no,
Where
I get it. But sometimes I hear these things about Bill Gates, and I just think I have to look at those. I can't look at things. When you talk about balance, I can't not ignore those
no, no, no,
those,
for
those
sure. No,
positive things. You
it
know
sounds
what I
like
mean?
something good that he's done. Yeah, it sounds great, but
Because
I can't then use that to then judge his future actions and go, oh, he's not that bad. When I actually,
mm,
if I was to look at it logically, it's
yeah,
very
yeah,
easy for someone to do a bunch of altruistic stuff and
yeah,
good stuff just so that they can then look good when they
yeah.
do the bad stuff.
Hide the benefit. Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like
Okay. Yeah.
it's these gangsters. They give money to charity. They do this. They do that. They're
Mm,
like, oh,
mm,
they're very good in the community, and then you realize, oh yeah, they've been killing
yeah.
people and burying them in their backyard for the
Yeah.
past 60 years.
No. Well,
It's-
let me come back to the main point because I get sidetracked and then I forget what I was going to say. I had
Okay, what's your
but
point?
yeah, what's your point? So the juice of the point was, so in this statement this woman was making, she said we've cancelled this 32 million, irrespective of the rights or wrongs of what people think of it. Anyway,
Mm.
but she said we've also now this is where this I was really shocked to hear this. We've also cancelled a check for 50 million that was getting ready to go to Gaza
Hmm.
for condoms.
Why?
There was a 50 million check being written to Gaza for condoms. And that is mad. That is madness. When you think there's only 2.9 million people living there,
Hmm.
and that less than half of them would be adults. So that's like working out. I've done the maths. I always do the maths. I think it's my OCD. I think.
Hmm.
Well, hold on a
Oh,
second, Devon. Sorry, just give me a second.
no worries. Just mute him again. Yeah, I don't know why they were sending condoms to Gaza. I don't think the Muslims actually use condoms. I think it might be haram to use a condom because then you're having sex for pleasure. That's interesting. So it'd be $50 million worth of condoms that will probably not get used. Probably end up getting filled with petrol or something and then being thrown at the IDF. Damn. Sounds retarded. I think most governments make some retarded choices, to be honest. Like, honestly, I think he's back. Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, I was just
So
saying that I don't even think that the Muslims are allowed to use condoms. I think that would be technically haram because you're having sex for pleasure then. So the idea of sending $50 million worth of condoms to
yeah.
there,
Sorry, how much did you say?
you said 50 million, right? 50.
Yeah, 50,
Yeah.
50, yeah.
Yeah, $50 million worth of condoms there. And let's say they're $1 a condom because they're buying in bulk. That's 50 million condoms,
But hold on, the
which
math.
wouldn't be used for what they think they're going to be used. They probably end up, like I was saying while you're on the phone, they'll probably end up filling them up with petrol and then throwing them at the IDF soldiers or something. You know what I mean? If it's haram to use it as a sexual contraception,
Yeah.
that would be the next alternative I could think of that they'd use it for. So it's a good thing that they're not sending that. Or do you think that it was a
Oh no,
good
I
thing?
agree. No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I was just shocked. I was just shocked by it. But the irony of it is that if you say half of the 2.5 million are adults, so let's say there's a million adults,
Mhm.
so that's almost 50 quid a condom.
Yeah. That's
Do you
insane.
know what I mean? But I hadn't thought of the angle that you said about it being haram. I forgot. That's a completely
It,
kind of
it, it,
separate thing. But
it sounds like the people in Washington were like, oh, we need to solve this issue in Gaza. How do we solve it? Well, if there was less Gazans, then maybe there'd
well,
be.
yes, sorry, that makes a very interesting point. Is that what the thinking would have been?
The thinking would be that reduce
Reduce
the population
radiation.
by having this
Right,
introduced, and
right.
obviously they can then take over because there's not many people, not many new people being born, and they can
That's
then.
kind of a genocidal kind of thing in a
It,
way.
I wouldn't say genocidal, but it's definitely disgusting and sneaky, and it's not like you could do 50 million pounds worth of or dollars worth of food and actual aid that people could use to survive, food and
Hmm.
clean water, or you could send them condoms. So
Hmm.
how do you think that the condoms is a good idea? The only way you could think that is if you think that the population in Gaza needs to decrease. That's the only logical
Oh,
thinking.
yeah, absolutely. I know, totally. I hadn't thought about it. And I'm sure somebody at some point will come out with that thing. Um, that's that angle to it.
Mm.
But it was still, but even put all that aside, yeah, I would imagine there would be some kind of pretty uh, crappy, agenda behind
Mm.
that decision to do that. But it still didn't make it. It doesn't make it any less shocking to hear, especially when you think the numbers involved.
Well, it's good to
Um,
hear that they cancelled that. It's good to hear that they
yeah,
cancelled that one.
yeah.
But was there anything
But
else in that they cancelled, or was it just
that
the?
was no, that was yes. They've kind of done a complete freeze. So what they've frozen the money for the helpline for suicide helpline for veterans,
Why?
which I think is they're just saying this is what they're doing. They didn't say that, but this is what's come out in the interim. Um, so that I thought that was a bit of a shocker. You've got people traumatized from war,
Mm.
and they're only paying us to stop them, taking them, stopping themselves is picking up a phone, that gives maybe delays, what by however long. I think I'd have to be honest. I think Trump is very cold. I think it's going to be very a lot of what he's doing is going to be very It's not going to be with any compassion.
It sounds like
Yeah,
it. Damn.
yeah. No, we know that anyway. You know what I mean? And they cancelled. And then the Medicare, the Medicare,
Yep.
that portal got all messed up because of this freeze.
Hmm.
So that was there was issues there that went up the sky for some reason. I'm not sure. Oh, and then she asked somebody from they have all the far right, Breitbart,
Right. What?
Breitbart, the news agency Breitbart. Now I think it's owned by Fallon. What was the Brannon? What's his name? Stephen Bannon, is it?
No idea. I've never actually seen
Right,
a Breitbart. Interesting.
right. Breitbart is a right wing news agency,
Hmm.
and I think it was founded by Stephen Bannon,
Hmm.
who was do you remember Stephen Bannon? He had that kind of wavy kind of hair, and he was part of Trump's inner team right at the very beginning, and when Trump was in power the first time.
I didn't
Um,
follow much of Trump's story back then,
right.
or even now, to be
So,
honest.
so what they've done now is she made an announcement right at the very beginning, letting you know Breitbart and all these other agencies that would have initially not got a seat at the press conferences
Hmm.
now are here, and I've given front seats for getting the first questions. So it's a complete swing to the right
Yeah.
and recognizing the right. And actually, what she said also, which I kind of thought was a positive thing, any content creators, whether from TikTok or YouTube or like independent journalists,
Hmm.
please send in requests. We will be giving you places also within this format for if you
Hmm.
want to ask questions. So yeah, so that no, but somebody asked her during the thing said, "Is there's an issue coming up with Medicaid where people are saying um, they can't access their Medicare because of some issue?" And she said, "I'll come back to you on that." So
Okay.
she's aware. So there's an issue. There was an issue
Hmm.
of. So they put a freeze and everything. But the most up to date thing on this is sorry. The most up to date thing on this is they've sent 2 million. Trump has sent. All those people who work from home, all the stay-at-home
Hmm.
workers, COVID and all that. They've sent 2 million people um, asking for their resignations.
Hmm.
Okay, and saying that they will pay them up to 8 months' salary if they resign. And they're
Right. So he
saying
doesn't want them to work from home.
he doesn't. He wants them to just that. Well, that was the initial thing was to go back to the office, even
Hmm.
though actually they're saving the company
Yeah.
money.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't get that myself, um, but he's now come out with remember, and what they've said is this is very comparable to how Elon Musk when he came into Twitter, what he did. You remember? He
Uh.
got rid of loads of people. He
Yes,
offered
he did.
them
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, he offered them severance packages, and so this could have Elon Musk's hand on it.
Hmm.
So basically, he's offered 2 million federal workers, which means government workers, whatever
Okay.
it is, um, to ask them to resign, and he will give them 8 months severance
Goodness.
pay.
Decent.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
Well,
money to pay out
it's
just
a
to
lot.
fire
Yeah,
someone.
yeah. I thought that actually as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot of money to pay. So they're trying to shrink the government. So that's the most up to date thing. Um, and yeah, so but I think unfortunately, I think a lot of people will get hurt in this. Um, in this freeze of all government money being spent, there will be people. Apparently, the biggie is eggs is almost quadrupled.
Oh, the price of eggs.
What's the eggs? So that's the big story. Is the price of eggs, and even one of the I was listening to somebody talking about it, some high up person. So the eggs have gone right up and all this kind of stuff. So
No, I remember
it'll
them
be,
talking about that a
yeah,
couple of years back. They were talking about how with eggs they've changed the feed and they have to now give this other feed rather than the one that they
right.
used to give because of the government changes in regards to the legislations and all that stuff. Like, it has to be this kind of level or this
Mm.
or yeah. So I know that there was a massive hoo-ha about that a couple of years ago, but yeah, and it was going up
Yeah,
in price slowly since then.
it was $13.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, but she
You
was
just
asked
grab some
about
chickens,
this.
leave
Yeah,
them in the
but
back
no, but
garden.
no. Look, hold on. But she was asked about this press house secretary,
Hmm.
and basically she said under Biden he put in an order to um, slaughter millions of chickens, hundreds of millions of chickens,
Hmm.
and that was the reason the price of eggs was
Oh,
going up. So there's no chickens demand to lay the eggs. This is the
M-
problem.
no chickens to lay the eggs, no Medicare, no condoms
Yeah.
for the Gazans,
Oh,
and
I know.
no money for who.
Which is the worst one. So I think it'll be interesting to see. Well, it'll be interesting to see where it goes, but um, I just think there will be in that kind of a cull. There will be people that will pay a heavy price, and it's always the most vulnerable.
No, the one that you said about the veterans, I think that's the worst one. I think that
Yeah,
the veterans have literally given up their lives, limbs,
yeah,
mental stability
absolutely.
for this
Yeah,
country, and
yeah,
then they come back and then they get left on the streets or when they are in
yeah,
situations where they need mental help. That's why they're
yeah,
calling that line. You would
yeah.
prefer not to have the veterans commit suicide. I think that would be a
Yeah,
really good
yeah,
like angle for the media. Like oh,
yeah.
we take care of our veterans, which is weird
Oh,
because I
and
thought Trump was very like take care of our
well,
army, take care of our boys,
yeah,
and all that stuff.
yeah. And he's also the military.
Meaning taking the
So,
trans people out of the military.
well, it seems to me that um, well, he's got rid of the diversity
Hmm.
thing. Yeah. So there's lot of stuff coming out now saying that. I mean, whatever you think, I don't know. It's a difficult one, but whatever you think, I just think, that I think we're moving back to a place of because the problem is the man is that the far right who are the kind of who love all these policies and love Trump, blah blah blah.
Hmm.
It's the fallout in their behavior towards people on the street who are different,
Hmm. Hmm.
like trans people, like gay people, like people of a different skin color. Do you understand what I mean?
Hmm.
These are the people who will be, assaulted by people who feel empowered by Trump to behave in a really bad, negative way.
Hmm. Well,
And the
but
boy,
the thing is, I see it both sides again. There was
I
people,
see both sides of it. Yeah.
there was trans people that were empowered by Biden to
Hmm.
walk into changing rooms and where
Yeah.
they clearly not had the full surgery and they still looked like a man. They wanted to go into like the
Yeah.
women's
Yeah.
changing room and stuff like that, or like.
Oh, I love. I just want to get changed there. Oh, I love. Yeah.
Or you
So,
had like
yeah.
the drag women or drag
Yeah.
men
Yeah.
going to schools and reading school
Drag queen.
yes
Yeah.
stories to kids. So yeah, no
Yeah, I
matter
totally anti that. Yeah, I was totally anti that.
yeah, whichever side comes into power, it always
Yeah.
emboldens those guys who's like, oh yes, that's us,
Yeah.
that's our team. Yes, we
Yeah.
can do what we want now. So yeah, it
Yeah.
goes both ways. But yes, right now it's the time. It's the right wing's turn, and that will cause some issues because they're usually a bit more militant in their rulings. It's like
Yeah.
hard lines with the right wing. With the left wing, it's more like, oh, everything's
Mm.
flexible.
Yeah.
With the right wing, it's everything's solid, rock solid. You can't move
Mm.
it. And I think you need to have that balance of the two. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
you need that flexibility, but you need to be able to be strong enough to not bend too much. You've
Yeah.
got
No, I totally. That is. And unfortunately, it's because of bending too much that people go to the opposite side.
yes,
That,
yes.
that is it. There's no story. This is, when they see everything on the screen about children, you know, transitioning, and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, where do we not kind of recognize a child as a child until a certain age? And if we don't allow them to drink or smoke or join in the army or do certain things till 16, 18 or whatever,
How can they
why
make
do
a
you allow
life
them?
choice that will
Yeah,
change their
yeah,
entire life
yeah,
forever?
yeah, absolutely. It doesn't make any sense.
No, no.
So, um, and the whole thing with sports, trans people in sports,
Mm,
even irrespective of a man becomes a woman, they would still have an advantage just in their makeup.
yes.
And so there will still be some on some level that because they'll have already developed as a man.
Mm,
So they will still have that
yeah.
advantage.
Regardless or however they identify.
Yeah,
I just think it's they kind of blow the problem out of proportion on
mm.
purpose, because they know that if they were to just say, okay, trans people, you get your own league. All you
I mean,
trans
what?
people,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can have your own league.
Mm.
Men have their league, women have their league, and then you got the trans. And then you can kind of do subcategories within the trans league as to
Yeah,
men to women, women to men, and blah 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 blah
yeah.
blah. So it's more fair.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
they don't want to do this because it doesn't sell. It doesn't create
Mm.
animosity in people. It doesn't create the anger. So they want
Yeah.
to try and push anger into people, because I've said this before. When people are angry, they're easier to lead, like you said, because
Mm.
the left was doing all this crap with the
Mm.
whole trans this and that and the other. It
Yeah,
pushed more people to the right. Now
yeah,
the
yeah,
right wing are going to do a lot of crazy stuff, and then it's going to push
yeah.
people more to the left. But hopefully, they land somewhere in the middle. I think it's part of God's plan to land them in the middle, rather than
I
the
can
two
see God.
extremes.
The man. I'm sorry. I hope you find the humor here, but I can see God upstairs saying, "This is nothing to do with me. Keep me out. Keep me out of it. I had nothing to do with it."
It's everything to do with him. It's
Yeah, I
everything
can
has
do.
everything to do with
I
him.
can do something else. You know what I mean? I didn't do this. Not me.
It's
You
like
know.
what was that a Simpsons episode where Homer finds Bart with cartons of cigarettes,
All right.
and he makes him sit down and he smokes them all. He's like,
Why
I
do you?
want you to smoke all of these.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And by the time Bart's done smoking like the fourth pack, he's like, look, this is
Mm.
disgusting. I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so there's that kind of like teaching aid of, you don't know how bad it is unless you fully
Mm.
experience it. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we've experienced the far left and we know how bad
Mm.
that gets. Now we'll experience the far right, know how
Yeah,
bad that
yeah.
gets, and then
You
hopefully
did.
we fall in
Yeah.
the middle. And I
That's
can only think that's God's plan. That's the only
yeah.
thing.
That is an interesting point, man. I never thought of that before, actually. About you got to go through this until you then have a realization that, oh God, this is where it can go if you allow it to go.
Exactly.
And now you see the other side, the other swing of it.
Mhm.
Yes, that's the way. I hadn't thought of that before, actually. But I kind of had actually. I did think was once you go to a certain degree, people would think, oh my God, what's going on?
Mhm.
And that applies on both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well, we've had the opposite here in the UK. We've had the Conservatives, we've had the right wing leading
mm,
for the last
yeah,
God knows how many years, and now we've finally got the left
mm,
in, and then the left are
mm,
going to do all this craziness like, oh, limiting free speech, which is crazy. It's like the
mm,
left limiting free speech. It doesn't make sense.
yeah,
That
yeah,
sounds like
yeah,
something
yeah,
the right would do, and the right were
yeah,
the
yeah.
ones who were like pushing all this other stuff.
Mm,
With these the right wings were like, oh no, gender neutral toilets,
mm,
and it's like, wait, I thought that was a leftist issue. So in
yeah,
the
yeah,
UK, the left and the right wing have seemed to have switched slightly,
yeah, totally, yeah, yeah, yeah.
which is really confusing, because that's why then they introduce parties like Reform UK. They're like, oh, do you know what?
Mm,
The right wing doesn't represent us anymore because they're more leftist, and
mm,
then the ones who are on the left wing are like, oh, the left wing don't represent us, and then they've created their own party as well. I think
mm.
would UKIP be a right party? No, that
Well,
would be a left.
well, yeah, it would be, but it really was formed on the Brexit issue.
Mm.
That's how you
I'm just thinking, what's the
it would be right. Yeah,
alternative for Labour?
it would be right. Is conservative.
No, I mean instead of the right and left. So do you know how you got left for right for conservative, and then you got
Mm-hmm.
um,
Labour. Then you
reform,
got
which is right wing as well, but it's
yeah,
just an
yeah,
alternative for that. So you got Labour, and is there an
yeah.
alternative for Labour at the moment?
What with the same kind of what we would class as the same thing?
Yeah.
No,
No.
no,
Okay,
no.
give it time. Give it time.
Liberal probably maybe come somewhere.
Hmm.
in near them. But
I'd say give it a couple of years, and then you'll see a new
Mhm.
party being formed, which is going to be the new left wing version. So you'll have the new left wing and the new right wing, the reform and that one
well,
as the new balance.
I think looking at this where things were going, it looked like the Green Party
Okay,
could
yes, Green Party. Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
yeah, they could have got somewhere, but um, I don't. You know what it is,
No, I think you're
man.
right about Green Party. Green Party actually, yeah, they would be more like taking those left wingers who are like, oh
Yep,
no,
yep,
protect the
yeah.
planet, do this, which I think, yeah, protect the planet. But the way they go about it, I'm a bit like these
Yeah,
climate,
they'd be more climate orientated
yeah,
on those
yeah.
issues. Um, I think I think what I know is that everything is happening. I was saying to somebody yesterday, it's like Trump is on steroids.
I've not watched any of these videos. Like what?
You know what I mean? But it's just like everything is happening at such a pace.
Hmm. And he's
It's
only
just
just
like,
been inaugurated.
and he's only been a week. That's been in a bloody week. Have you seen all the stuff with the deportations from America? I mean,
No.
it's completely bonkers.
Let's have a look.
So, so they've been flying these planes back into Colombia, Guatemala, Brazil, all hundreds. One plane went into Brazil with about 650. I have a Brazilian friend who was telling me this. 650 people, all chained and manacled on the plane,
Wow.
and and dropped off in America. Colombia. They sent two military flights,
Mm.
like two military planes, full of illegal or criminal, whatever they wanted to take. Um, with basically people who shouldn't be in the US back to Colombia.
Mm.
Colombia said we're not accepting them. They had to send them back. The planes had to go back. And then Colombia's president, because the Colombia's a socialist government now, is overthrown.
Yes, yes, yes. Apparently he was doing really well, the guy there.
Yeah, Pedro something. He
Yeah.
seems quite, from what I can see in him, he seems quite good. So he turned around and said, we would take any migrants back because they're our own people,
Hmm.
but we won't take them back without dignity. We won't allow them to be treated in an undignified manner.
Hmm.
He, he offered to send his own personal presidential plane, which kind of contradicts the whole thing of him being a socialist, but that he has his own presidential plane. Do you know what I mean? So, and then this whole tit for tat started between him and Trump on Twitter. I mean, it's quite funny when you think the whole world state, politics and everything,
They're just
like
arguing over Twitter. Yeah.
major issues are being back and forth on Twitter. It's just kind of completely bonkers.
Which I think is, I'm not gonna lie, it does sound kind of bonkers, but I think it's good as well. Because for two reasons, it shows that
Yeah,
these politicians have no fucking clue, and they are chatting
yeah,
shit half the time, and half their points don't
yeah,
make sense. But
yeah,
also, it actually kind of where these conversations would typically happen behind closed
yeah.
doors,
Totally, yeah, yeah.
it's out in
Public,
the open where we
yeah.
can actually go, all right, these guys
We
are a
can
bunch
make a
of idiots.
judgment. Yeah, we can make a judgment on it because we can see it in real time.
That's it.
So basically, what was happening was Trump said we are going to put from the 1st of February 25% tariffs on anything coming in from Colombia.
Hmm.
Now, the main thing that comes in big thing that goes in from Colombia is coffee. So 1/5 of US's imports from Colombia is coffee.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um, and a lot of the others, we have flowers. There's a lot of flower selling goes there, and then I looked. So I did quite a check on.
You've really been researching the news recently, haven't you?
Oh, I do. I look into kind of to see like where could this kick. Who see where the leverage is
Hmm.
and who has the power balance within. Once they start threatening each other, I look to see who has got the power play. You know
Hmm.
what I mean?
Hmm.
Anyway, so this went on all over 24 hours, and um, and then Pedro, whatever his name is.
Let's
That's
find out. Let's just double
that
check.
sounds like be really racial.
Yeah.
Pedro Almodovar. Um, so he backed down basically, and he allowed them back in. So, but it's the speed it's happening at. but sorry,
Petro.
yeah,
Gustavo Petro.
yeah, right. So his surname is Pedro, is it?
Petro. P-E-T.
Oh, Pedro. Right.
Petro.
Okay.
Petro.
Yeah. But with the boats coming across the from the the
From
boats
France.
from France. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, there has to be. I see the daily data. I know you probably don't take an interest in it, but I can see the daily numbers, how many boats are coming across
Hmm.
and stuff. There's a website for that kind of puts all that info there. But what I will say, I think with the for the first part, there was only 61 people came across in the first part of January, and it's kind of been relatively low over the last month. That's down
Mm.
to the weather. But what I will say is that since Keir Starmer came into government, now the difference with Keir Starmer and Labour, they will do things, but they won't be shouting it from the rooftops.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's the difference between them and conservatives. Yeah, conservatives spent 700 million on the whole Rwanda scheme, and only 4 people went there, and they had to be paid. They had to be. It was a voluntary thing. They had to be paid money to
To
kind of do
go.
it. They
Oh, wow.
go. So that shows you where it's a complete waste of money, right?
Mm.
So that was 700 million that was spent on that scheme.
That's
Um,
insane amounts of money.
insane,
Insane.
it's
Especially
insane
when they're
amount of money.
closing down schools, closing down libraries, when they're saying the
That would
NHS is underfunded.
well, that would have covered this 300 winter fuel allowance
Oh,
for all the the
older
pensioners
people. Yeah,
that
yeah.
they took away. Yeah. But what I will say now, my last check, 'cause I do a lot of research on the government websites and all that. So since Labour has come in, there
Mm.
has been this is kind of not up to date, but it's as of say maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more recent than that. There has been 16,500 deportations.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, but they won't. But like I said, I see all that. I see all the breakdown on that.
Hmm.
Yeah, but there won't be. You won't hear that from Labour themselves until they're pressed.
But like I said, this
Mm,
is the funny thing in this country. The left
mm,
and the right have swapped roles. The right wing were the ones who were like, uh, the gender neutral toilets, this, that, and the other,
yeah.
and doing all this
Mm,
leftist stuff.
mm.
Uh, 15-minute cities was from the
Or
right wing. It was like,
yeah,
oh, we're trying to introduce congestion charging and ULEZ. That was all from the right wing.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then the
yeah.
left wing are doing what the right wing should be doing, and they're deporting everyone. The roles are switched here. It's crazy.
It's that. Well, let me tell you this. Do you remember David Blunkett?
Yes.
Right.
He's the one who's always
So
looking up, right? I think he might be blind or blind in one eye.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. So he was the Home Secretary
Hmm.
under the last Labour government. Yeah. So in 2010, the last year of the Labour administration, he deported 50,000 people.
Damn.
Yeah, in his last year, and that's the Labour government,
Mm,
right?
mm.
So I think the difference between Labour, Labour are just more on it. They may
Uh, I,
well in the
they're on
sense
it,
of
yes, but it's not a good on it. I don't think it's a good on it. If they're doing it under the table, like, I understand what you're saying in the sense that they're not bigging themselves up, but
mm,
it's about being honest with your constituents and representing them fairly. So if you're telling them that we're left wing and we are there for the people and we care
yeah,
about your rights and we care about,
yeah,
all the caring things, whereas the
mm,
right wing, they're the mean old dad. We're like, mum, we'll take care of you, and then they're acting like dad behind the scenes and deporting all these people.
yeah.
It just seems
Well,
a bit
no, no,
underhanded to me.
no, no, I get what no, but no. But what I mean really is the left wing, even though they're more on a human rights issue and things like that, and I think we must always try and stay as much near that center,
Mm,
of human rights. That is important. I'm a strong believer in that.
yeah.
Um, but there is a lot of bad behavior, and there are a lot of people coming over here who cause antisocial behavior and
Mm,
cause issues, right? Um, and basically, I think the left are more proactive on dealing with the roots of the issues. So so Yvette Cooper, who is the Home Secretary,
Yeah.
yeah. So she went to Iraq and and Kurdistan and signed deals and blah 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 blah. So she's going to the roots of the people smuggling. Where so basically you had a lot of Kurdish people in Kurdistan organizing all the people smuggling.
Hmm.
She went, so that's where they're going into the.
So what kind of deals did she strike though? Because that kind of will make me understand a bit better if it is
I don't-
actually solving the root problem or if it's just throwing money at a
Look,
problem.
she was going in dealing with with the police, the Kurdish police, the Iraqi police, saying, look, we will help you, but this is the issue, and we want this stopped. We don't want this, but the root of this is coming from here, and they're giving financial support.
Yeah, I
Because
see.
the
I
issue
see it the
was,
other way around. I don't see that as a good thing.
why?
Because, like I said, once again, it's the roles have switched. You have the right wing here acting like the left wing, and the left wing acting like the right wing. If I was to say America's gone into Iraq and set up police kind of things,
Mm,
which kind of party would you say? Would you say that's right wing or left wing that's done that?
It's conservative. It's the Republican
Yeah,
right wing.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's a right wing move.
yeah.
Tony Blair, he went and started a war with Iraq.
Absolutely.
That's a
No,
right wing move. All the moves
yeah,
that the left do here are all
yeah.
right wing moves, but under the guise of the left. And then the right do left wing moves under the guise of the right.
Yeah, I don't. I probably disagree with you there, Thomas.
It's okay.
Um, uh, I think that we want left. I think we have to have government that is fair, that seems to be fair, because a lot of it is by perception.
Mm-hmm.
It's how it appears.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jesus on the cross. A lot of it is by perception and
Mm.
how things appear. So if there is behavior, if you have behavior like, look at France had millions thrown at it
Mm-hmm.
to deal with the issue on the crossings, and they're just not doing it,
Yeah. But that's
right?
not dealing with the root of the issue. The root of the issue is people come here and
Yeah,
they don't know how to integrate or they don't want to accept certain values.
yeah.
So the
So what do you do? Yeah,
best way I could think of them solving this is with tackling it at its root is as soon as they come over, you accept them, but then you throw them in. I don't want to say an internment camp because of all the negative
I was wondering
connotations,
where you were going when you were saying throw them. Yeah, go on.
but you put them in a camp of sorts where you assess and you then kind of like go, okay, cool. They see this particular set of group seem to be acclimatizing with the way we do things. We'll put them into this
Yeah,
new secondary group where they're
yeah,
slightly closer to being free to do what they want in the UK, while
mm,
the rest of these guys, where they still need a bit more time to adjust, we'll leave them
mm,
in this more secure
mm,
facility where you know what I mean. If they
yeah.
did things that way, then you're integrating them properly, and then they are
Sorry, are you
assimilating.
saying that there should be no deportations?
Yeah, well, I don't think how deportation solves the problem. If you send them back and then they get paid,
Yeah.
they're paid to come back, and then you send them back. The only people making money are the people who are deporting. The people who are deporting and the people who are bringing them in, while the people who are being
I
sent
know they're trying to
place to
break.
place are
That's what
getting
they're trying to.
messed around. Sorry?
Yeah, they're trying to. I think look, Duran, I think you can't just allow behavior. You
No,
just allow
I
people to
agree.
commit.
But that's why I said
I just don't think you can just allow
But
that.
that's why I said that you have the
Yeah,
camps. You have the different.
yeah,
You have Camp A, Camp B, Camp C. If they go into
yeah.
Camp A, it's like high
Yeah.
strict security. Camp
That
C,
sounds very radical. That sounds more radical than right our left.
well, at least the money stays in the country. Instead of
Yeah,
spending
yeah.
400 million that you're sending to this country or 100 million to this
Mm,
country to deal with
mm,
the problem, and you don't know how they're going to
yeah,
spend the money, you spend it on people in this country who run these facilities, who
yeah.
should hopefully be taught truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope, and trying to teach the British
Mm,
values, not in a way of beating it into them, but actually trying to show them the benefits of unified
mm,
living, where you don't just try and take over or you try and impose your beliefs on other people, but you can actually kind of coexist. You
Yeah,
got
well,
you'll give
unfortunately,
people here jobs, you'll
yeah,
increase infrastructure here, and you'll
yeah,
increase the capacity for this country to accept asylum seekers and the ability to integrate them into the
yeah, but
society with less
that's a
problems.
it's a very idealistic view, the man.
No, idealistic is saying send them all back and close the borders, and we'll try and trickle them through. And
Yeah,
but that doesn't work because they've got so many rules in regards to, they'll say, we don't want them from this country unless they're
yeah,
skilled. And it's like,
yeah,
oh wait, we need skilled workers. Okay, yeah, let
yeah,
them in. And then you're getting more people come in with the skilled worker
no,
attribute rather than
yeah,
the let's go through the checks. Let's do this properly.
yeah,
So I think that instead of just going, oh, you're a skilled worker, yeah, you could come on in, and then they turn out to be a
mm,
killer. Instead of doing that, you could just go, no, let's just see whether the quality of the person matches what we want in the country, rather than just the skill that they have. Because
yeah, but I
obviously,
think,
skills you can learn.
yeah, yeah, I think most of these people coming across in the boat, the man, are not highly educated people. They're not, doctors and things that we're crying out for,
No, but
Um,
but then, do you only help those that can help you, or do you help those that need help?
yeah, but the man, we're just a small island.
Oh, fuck off with the small island. This small island took over the whole world. You can't just say, "Oh, it's a small island." No, yes, it's a
Yeah,
small
but we have
island.
to. Yeah, but we have to deal with the now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you deal with the
Mhm,
now, how you deal with the now
mhm,
is, yes, they're coming over. Okay, what do you do with them?
mhm.
Do you spend 300 million to try and send them to Rwanda and only send 3 people where you had to
Absolutely, I
pay
agree. Obviously, 700 million. But yeah, that's
fucking hell,
what I agree.
700 million. So imagine, like
Yeah,
I said, that's 700
mhm,
million. If they spent that on giving people in the
yeah,
UK jobs to run these
yeah,
facilities where they are teaching and trying to integrate
mm,
these people, and then they
mm,
do the filtration system where they are slowly bringing in the ones that can integrate into society, that reduces the crime, that reduces any BS in the future, and it
yeah.
kind of separates those that you don't
But I mean,
want.
look at yeah. I look at it's like this. I think you have to look at what asylum and refugee status means,
Hmm.
right? You have to look at the definition, what the criteria, all of that thing about when somebody says I'm making a claim for asylum or refugee status.
Hmm.
So the criteria, the overall criteria, is that people are saying they're fleeing persecution.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if anybody it has a genuine case, and it can be assessed that it has a genuine case
Hmm.
that they're fleeing persecution,
Hmm.
and that if they were in the country, their own country where they were coming from, that there would be a threat to their safety, then we have to take that on board. Yeah. But the issue a lot of people have is they have already gone through several European countries before coming across on the boat to
Hmm.
then make that claim for asylum.
Hmm.
So they haven't been, when they left their own country, the first country really that they should be coming involved with is where they should be making a claim. But if they go through several Western or European countries and don't make a claim, then it becomes they're coming from a different place where they're thinking, I want to cross the boat. I've come from France. I've gone through Germany. I've gone through wherever.
Hmm.
I'm coming across on the boat, so I'm going here for a particular reason. So the claims have that, they've kind of lost the eligibility and the validity of making a claim on asylum of threat of safety, for persecution in their home country,
Why would
because
you
they've
why would you
yeah.
think that they would want to come to a secluded tiny little island if they had the option of all these other countries? Off the top of your
Well,
head, why do you think?
well, the general narrative is there's much more available to them, in the sense of healthcare, social housing, and basically benefits. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? There's
Hmm.
more. There's more available to them in that respect. Whereas there probably is less. Um, and my worry now, because of my own situation, obviously, is that talking about the pendulum going to the right
Hmm.
is that I think they started doing some kind of advertising. I can't remember what it was now. Hold on. Trying to dissuade people. They started doing. Oh, I actually a lot of my people coming across the boats were some people were putting up adverts on Facebook. So they're trying to target with Facebook and different places, these platforms to very quickly get these kind of blogs and videos taken down.
Mm.
Um, Look, I don't think for anybody coming across on the boat, I think there's an illusion about the UK
Mm.
that they're being sold. Do you know what I mean? I think the reality on the ground is going to be very different. You know, I've seen some videos of people who'd come in illegally, yeah, and they were basically trying to get. This is on the Kent coast. They were sleeping on their boats, inflatable boats
Mm.
on the beach on Kent, and tried to organise um, travel back to France.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? It's like it's mad. It's completely
Well,
mad.
it kind of makes sense because yeah, like you said, if they're being oversold the dream
The
in the
film was
UK,
called The Dream. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I think one of the main reasons that they typically come over here is because the pound is strongest. Like, I don't think it's. Well, it used to be the strongest. I don't know
I think
how.
we've always had a fair system here. I think this is where the left really has been. That's been its selling point. Is that we look at you individually. If we feel that you're of a vulnerable, in different things, we will give you support. But we're not just going to hand um, throw everything at you. Do
Well,
you know what I mean?
I was just looking at. I just looked online. It says. So I typed in European countries that
Yeah.
provide good social care for asylum seekers, and there
Mm.
is so many on the list: Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece. They all offer great things, like loads of different things. Uh,
Really?
yeah, the first one I mentioned, because I didn't read all of it.
Yeah.
I'll just read the Austria ones. €50 a month spending money for those in public housing, plus plus
How much?
meals.
How much spending?
€50.
That's nothing, man.
No, no, but that's they're given food.
Yeah.
So the allowance for food is separate. That's just €50 or spending money. Like
Well,
your
I'd have to reduce my smoking. That was only one packet of cigarettes a week for me,
yeah,
based on
but
today's prices.
as an asylum seeker, your priority
Never
shouldn't
mind
be
my
smoking.
never mind my pizza delivery.
uh,
I'd have to cut out my tips for my delivery drivers.
and once asylum is approved, they're allowed to get
Mm,
a work permit, and then they could go
yeah.
work. So
Okay.
that's in Austria. So in
Yeah.
Belgium, those living in refugee reception centres receive a weekly spending of allowance of €7.40, €7 40. Some can
What?
also,
Right.
but they're staying in the reception centre, so they've got housing,
Right.
they've got food, they've got everything. It's
Yeah.
just the
Yeah.
spending money.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but then work permit is issued once asylum application is approved again, so then they could go and
Yeah.
work. So there
Yeah.
is
I
a lot
think.
of
Yeah.
social
I think. Yeah.
support for them in other
Mm,
countries, but there's a
mm.
reason why they come in here, and
Why do you think that is?
it like I said, for them to come over the water as well, because that's
Mm.
insane. I think it's twofold. It could be they've got family here, they've been
They
sold a
have
dream.
Yeah, the connections there.
Yeah,
A lot of
they've
them
got
will have
connections here,
connections
or
there.
they've been sold a dream about the UK being amazing, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, cool, we'll go there. Or
Mm.
it's possibly a drive from the people who are trying to push them. Like, you know
Mm.
how everyone's just doing, like, oh, they're not our problem, they're your problem. They're not our problem, they're your
Mm.
problem. And they just keep getting pushed and pushed and pushed
Yeah,
and pushed until,
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Sadly, I think I'm probably in that category a little bit. In the respect of, I just don't think we can fix the whole world's problems. You know what I mean? I don't think it's fair for one small country to be expected to take on that responsibility.
I agree, I
Um,
agree. But,
I just think for me. Do you know what it is for me? The man, it's a glass half full. And it's kind of going back to what I said. We're only a small island. It's more about you can't get 5 pints of water into a pint glass.
no, I
So
understand.
for me,
Yeah,
it's a numbers game. It's about numbers, and I think when you have a lot of people come in, um, they're saying by 2030, I think, that there's going to be the population will be 72 million. I see. I was always of the that was 60 million. So there's going to be a great increase. But I think there's a lot of things playing out. I mean, here's a little funny one, right?
Sorry,
I
just
watched them. Yeah,
remember what you're going to say, because I wanted to make a
yeah,
point on what you were saying.
yeah.
You said something. Oh, sugar. I've almost forgotten it.
We don't want to turn this into a right wing channel like noses.
No, definitely not. Oh yes, you said we can't solve the world's problems. I agree completely, but
Mm.
we can lead by example. It's
Oh
like,
yeah, no, I don't think we should be unfair. I think we need
I'm
to
not
have
saying
justice.
take everyone
Yeah,
in and kind of like
mm,
just don't let any other countries take them and make sure
yeah,
that they all come in. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying trying to,
yeah.
but we've already got an issue with social. Not even social housing, regular housing.
Mm.
We've already got an
Yeah.
issue of regular housing in this country. We've already got an issue of like farmers wanting more people to help them deal with whatever they've got to deal with. There's a
No,
lot of.
you hold on, the man on that issue with the farmers,
Mhm.
because this has gone on for years, where people were brought in from abroad, to pick in the fields and all
Yes,
that.
yes.
A lot of that is just about the farmers not wanting to pay people, normal people, like local people, an ordinary wage.
Well, I think local people would
You know what
have
I
regular
mean?
jobs though. It'd be like it if you have, because it's just manual labor, and at the end of the day, you don't need a skill to do that job. So
Yeah, but we have a
most people,
minimum
mhm,
wage in place. I think
yes,
is it £12 something
yeah,
an
it's gone
hour?
up recently. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So we have which is, when I used to work in 2006, the things have changed. The pendulum has swung uh, very positively
Mm-hmm,
for low income earners. Right.
mm-hmm,
There's no getting away from that. When I used to work at the NHS in 2006, only for a short time, but my tax allowance before I would pay tax was £4,500,
mm-hmm.
and now the last time we looked at that was 12,500 before you
Yes,
pay tax, right?
yeah.
And they were taking people under the Conservatives. One good thing they were doing was they were taking people really out of the national insurance bracket. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So realistically now, you can earn £400 a week based on the minimum wage and the allowance, the tax-free allowance and the insurance. You can earn £400 a week before you pay anything,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now that's a pretty £400 a week is a pretty reasonable. You're still going to struggle. You're going to have to kind of shift around to get accommodation, but £400 a week is a pretty okay. It's okay. It's not
Yeah,
brilliant,
no,
right? Because inflation and everything that's going on. But so I do think things have changed in that respect. So I think but we have to put. I tell you what slipped under the radar, which I think though, and it came in very without much hoo-ha,
mm-hmm.
and I was really shocked once I became aware of it. Was the 0 hour contract,
Yes,
and
yes,
that came in under Labour.
yeah.
Yeah, that was under Labour's last term in office.
Mm-hmm.
That came in. And basically, so you have people, and the McDonald's are famous for this. They have a lot of people on 0 hours contracts, right?
Yes, yes, yes,
And
they do. Mhm.
they use the excuse, oh, it's please, they want to be freed up to do other things. So you've got people come into McDonald's, and then McDonald's say, oh, we're not very busy, go home. So
Yeah,
there's no security
no,
there.
no.
Now, I don't know how the government, I was shocked at how the government didn't really stomp down on that. I
Bec-
just don't get that.
because,
You know
like I
what I mean?
said, the right wing and the left wing here are switched over. So that's why when the left wing are doing policies that the right wing would like, they're like, sure. The minimum wage
Yeah.
going up, who did that?
Uh, Conservatives.
Exactly. That's not a
Yeah,
conservative issue. They're like, no, no,
yeah,
you're being paid enough. You just don't know how to
yeah,
spend your money. That's what
mm,
conservatives would say. But they're the ones putting up minimum wage, whereas the
yeah,
left wing, who should be caring about, oh no, we don't do 0 hour contracts. They're like, oh yeah, yeah, we'll do
mm,
0 hour. The roles are
mm.
switched here, and it's an
Yeah, yeah.
absolute
There is a lot of
circus.
switching. You're right. You are right. There is a lot of switching going on. There is a lot of switching. But look, I think if somebody is genuinely in need,
Mm,
um, we almost have it. Almost, I have to trust the process of the people carrying out the assessments. On the for application for asylum or refugee status. They have to
mm.
hopefully take the right people are there. I know. What do you think?
If
What?
I just think that they can't get simple administration right in other aspects. You've got
Yeah.
like serious issues all over the shop, and then something as serious as that.
Yeah.
I doubt it's going to be such a high level if everything else is such a low level. You know
Yeah,
what I
no,
mean?
yeah, and
It's
I've seen some places where. Do you remember the issue with the passports about 3 or 4 years ago
what was that
during the
exactly?
COVID time? Oh God, what was the issue? Oh, it was somebody. I think the first issue that came up was it was an Israeli man who applied for a British Israeli
Hmm.
who applied for a passport, British passport for his child, his newborn child,
Hmm.
and somebody. It was the whole thing within Israel. Obviously hadn't actually. It might be. I'm not sure if it was during the recent thing. And somebody sent his passport back with some graffiti on it or something from the passport office,
Hmm.
basically going F two fingers to you because you're Israeli. And it was in the news at the time, and it was the most shocking.
Yeah.
I think if the very fundamental things that we put our trust in, if they're not completely intact, and then there's a concern. Do you
Yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
That's why I don't trust the
Um,
government. I don't trust them as far as I could throw them. Like
mm,
honestly, they they're a joke. They're a joke.
I
And
do think Labour. I do think Labour are better. I don't think they're.
no, they're bad.
You know.
They're bad.
Yeah.
They're
You
bad.
think?
Yeah, they're the ones trying to restrict free speech on the internet. They're the ones who.
I think they messed up in relation to the reaction to the Southport riots. I think they messed up big time in putting people in prison for a post.
Mhm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
absolutely
The,
ridiculous. Like
you know,
I can understand maybe a caution or a warning or some kind of
yeah,
thing,
yeah.
but
I think yeah,
to throw people into prison, and the thing is, the caution's got to be kind of warranted as well. It can't just be like, oh, you posted something that's slightly negative, oh, and that
yeah,
could have
yeah,
potentially. It's like no, 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 no. Forget all that. It's like what was the intent behind it? You could read usually from a post. You can read what the intent is. If the if the post is something like, oh, all these brown people coming over here and
yeah. No, totally.
raping
Yeah,
people,
yeah,
then you
yeah,
know that the intent there is just to spread
yeah,
animosity. But
yeah,
if it
yeah,
is
yeah.
someone just saying, is it a bit weird that there's a group of people doing this
Yeah.
and they seem to be foreign? Then I'm like,
Look,
okay,
we try to have this conversation with Chris the other night.
mm,
There are very clear markers for things that are clearly racist.
mm,
Are
mm,
clear, are clear, where you're making an argument based on the color of someone's skin, or you're making an argument based on someone's sexuality. There's just, on a human
common
level,
sense.
I think you and I, we know clearly of what's just not acceptable.
Yeah,
To try to spew hatred out just based on the fact that you have this presumption. Usually, in my case, it's a presumption. Not in my, if somebody else, judging me,
mm,
they're making a lot of presumptions on me. I'm
mm.
practically. I was just had coffee with this friend of mine, Tracy. She's an Uber driver. She's just been an Uber driver for a
Okay,
few
yeah, yeah, yeah.
months.
The one who's also doing the filming.
She does the building, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was saying to her, Tracy, I'm nearly a virgin. I'm practically a virgin again. It's been nearly 10 years. I don't even know what sex is. So when people kind of you get this with the Christians, and you throw out these arguments, like you're making a lot of presumptions in your
Mm,
argument about how my life is.
yeah,
Nothing about me. So I think there has to be clear markers about what is not any kind of discrimination, and definitely when you take it to an abuse level, if it's physical, there has to be clear markers. Otherwise we're going backward, and I think there is a worry with Trump is going. Yes, he may feed that far right, the hillbillies, the rednecks.
mm,
You know what I mean?
mm,
Initially, but he will probably feel so far to the right that eventually think, what's going on? He's just cut my food stamps. He's just cut, and
mm.
then they realize, oh shit, we've let in an autocrat here.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? This is somebody else's. This is not what I was expecting.
No, not what we signed up
So
for.
yeah, so I think it's going to be. I just think that everything is worth. I think my main issue. I don't have an issue with immigration. I understand. Spike Mickey laugh. Um, like living in a diverse community. I like living in a diverse
Hmm.
society. I,
Hmm.
want- I want to be around people from all different types of backgrounds.
Same.
So my friend that was with Tracy, she's black. She's from the Caribbean. She's British, but she's black.
Hmm.
So and she's a good mate of mine. But I like all different types of people. I don't, I think my worst thing for me would be to be in a white only society. I'd hate it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because if there's nobody else to pick on, who's not white, I'd be the target.
Oh.
I know. That's what I say. You probably find this, but so there's a kind of selfish reasoning for that, because so no, while they're kind of spewing off about blah 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 blah, blah they leave me alone. For the
Oh,
most part, I
I,
don't. For
I,
the
I,
most part, I don't
I like
really.
the idea of living in a multicultural society is because you learn
You
about
do,
so many different
absolutely.
things, like
Yeah,
different cultures, different lifestyles, different foods, different everything,
yeah, but
different ways of thinking even.
yeah, and but the thing when I see my friend today, actually, and I wanted to say to her, I just didn't have the opportunity, and I wanted to say to her, actually, I've got this friend of mine, and he's also from Punjab. Do you
Hmm.
know what I mean? Even though he's British Punjabi.
Yeah,
Would that be right? Would that
yeah,
be
yeah.
right?
That's probably
Yeah,
the most accurate.
and yeah, I wanted to show her some videos. She's like, what you think? You don't think it's good looking? What you think? And see, I just see where but she's a lovely, just a stunning woman
Mm,
in so many ways. You know what I mean?
mm,
I wouldn't bring you I wouldn't match the wrong people together. I kind
mm.
of look at people and I think, oh no, I think this energies would really kind of harmonize with each other. So I wanted to have that conversation. I didn't get an opportunity today.
That's all right.
But, but the point is, I'm really making is somebody else wouldn't be having those conversations. Another white gay guy wouldn't be in having that kind of a
Mm,
conversation.
mm,
That's the
mm.
point.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I like to be around all different types of people. Do you know what I mean? And I just think, like you said, I think it's about growth. I think it's about, I think Shanaz, my friend, my Muslim friend, if I seen somebody being discriminatory to somebody based on anything that was just their dress or their
Something
religion or
superficial.
their
Yeah.
culture, I would be so, as long as I wasn't putting myself physically in harm's way, I would be very quick to say, "Excuse me, mate, you're out of order." Do
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And I think that shows for me, even with everything I have to deal with, that I have grown I have spiritually grown as a person to recognize that myself how to behave and not that one use the word protect others, but to know what's right and wrong,
Yeah.
and just say if I see bad behavior and I'm in a position, I would call it out.
It's
There's
simple
just
of
not,
it's a simple
you
thing
know what I
of
mean?
treating people like human beings rather than their
Absolutely,
religion
yeah,
or their culture or
absolutely,
their
yeah.
ethnicity. You look at
But,
them
but
for a human being first.
yeah, but my issue with I would be a strong supporter of the Palestinians as opposed to the Israelis, But I find it a little bit concerning where it all went in the sense of the protests.
Hmm.
So you could be sitting watching the opera, and next minute come in, free Palestine, free Palestine. Or you're watching some show or you're in the middle of this, and there was just so many people targeted. There were some people, veterans, giving out right at the beginning of
I
the
remember, yeah,
Israeli
you
thing.
saying, yeah,
You
yeah,
know, and I just thought, sorry, are you lose? Yes, I accept what's happening is wrong in Gaza, but are you people losing complete rationale
mm,
of what's wrong? And so this is I've seen an awful lot of stuff, where I just thought, oh, so you're really crossing the mark.
mm,
You're just targeting Jewish people.
mm.
You know what I mean? So my worry is I don't know if the people from the boats. I mean, the positive thing is since Syria's fallen, I did see a clip of something the other day saying that ISIS was coming back
Oh,
into some level of thing there,
yeah, because
but
obviously there's a vacuum of power.
because of the vacuum of power.
Yeah.
But on a positive, I did see videos from the Lebanese border and the Turkish border of people flooding back into Syria.
Mm,
Because at the end of the day, it's there's 4 million Turkey took, and at the end of the day, if that's your home, that's your home. So your heart will always be there. And if you can, most people will, or a lot of people will think, I want to go to my home. It's my
mm,
own.
mm,
And
mm,
try and do whatever you need to do. So that's where a lot of people's thinking would be. They're not going to be thinking, I want to live the rest of my life in a tent in Turkey. You know what I mean? And that's the
yeah,
reality.
yeah, no, no, you'd
So,
rather go
you know,
home. Yeah.
they'd rather go home, and a lot of those people will go home and think, "Oh my God, my house is still standing."
Mm,
I mean, I think what's going on in Gaza is terrible. I just think it's disgusting that Israel has completely leveled it. Do you know what I mean? And how they can spin it in any other way. You know all these people returning to Gaza, and they're like, they're "Where's my house?" Under the rubble. You know what I mean? It's
mm,
disgusting. It's disgusting behavior. Yeah, but we have to be able to see, recognize what's disgusting behaviour, the man, but not lose all winter mob mentality. That's the worry.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So, so I'm worried. I worry about with the boats issue, people coming in who bringing that energy into the country,
Hmm.
and joining that kind of thing. And I'm worried about this mob mentality on the streets.
Yeah, well,
And
we saw the mob mentality during the whole
we
Brexit
did,
thing,
we did, yeah, we did.
and it was targeted towards Polish people, Romanians, and stuff like that. And it it's very easy for people to get into mob mentality, and the only reason they get into
Yeah.
mob mentality is typically because of fear. They've been brainwashed to follow the fear
and and
narrative.
and media, what they're hearing, the
Yes,
media is
media
feeding us
propagates it. Yeah.
very. It's amazing. I tell you, it is quite shocking how there's almost no what's the word? It's almost like the media is free now to say what it wants, and there
Hmm.
wouldn't be the scrutiny that there would have been 5 years ago. There wouldn't have been almost the accountability or the call to be accountable
Hmm.
compared to maybe 5 years ago.
Hmm.
Where now it's almost like everything is on off the table. It's just like it's kind of game on, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I
You
think
know,
this whole left and right thing is it's a hard balance because I get the right wing and I get the left wing,
yeah.
but it's just the way they
And
go about
that's a good
doing
place.
the
That's
things
a
that
good
they're
place.
doing
Yeah,
that ends
yeah,
up making it so crazy.
yeah,
It's just like if they
yeah.
were, instead of going away from each other and getting further and
Mm.
further apart, if they somehow, like I said, came to the center, if they
Yeah,
came
but
into that balance,
the
then
problem,
it's all good. What up?
yeah, but the problem with any right wing, you see it specifically in America, but and also here, lack of education. They have no education around, they're looking at, like I said to you, I have this friend in Liverpool,
Hmm.
yeah, and he was best friends with Lily Savage. Do you know Lily Savage?
Hmm. Hmm.
Right. So he was best friends with him. They came to London together. And Lily went on, became a huge success, and my friend lived in resentment for the rest of his life because he didn't. He had a very good career. My friend has a very good life. He's very very well off.
Hmm.
But he's very right wing,
Hmm.
and I have to, when I hear it, I challenge him over it. Some now and again he come back with something. I think, oh my God, David, you really shocked me. You're actually thinking, right? So he doesn't believe in the climate change. He doesn't believe in any of that. He's
Hmm.
told Trump he believes he's a relative, that Trump is his cousin, and he's doing an ancestry
Oh, he's
DNA
another
thing.
Maddie. He's another
He just,
Maddie.
he just believes he's related to Trump, right? But my friend's family does come from where Trump's mother comes from in Scotland, in
Hmm.
Little Island. So there is a strong
There's a
reason for that,
yeah, yeah.
but he's very, very right wing, and he's extremely. But I do try to kind of say, David, sorry, yeah. Sometimes I think, oh, I'm getting through to him. I think you're not making sense. But he'll argue until the cows come home, and why don't I stand up for the white British? Is
Mm,
usually what I get from
mm,
him.
mm.
Right? And you always stand up for the foreigners or the Muslims. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
So I think what the issue there isn't a lack of education because he's got plenty of education. I think it's
oh,
lack.
then he's
I,
very,
I think it's. Sorry,
yeah,
one sec.
yeah.
I think it's more of lack of understanding. The understanding that we. It's not about your identity as a white person. Your
Mm.
first identity is a human being.
Yeah, he's not. He's not. He's
Before
not.
you're
He's
anything else, you're a human being
yeah,
first. And well, technically, you're not even a human being first. You're a soul first. Then you're a
yeah,
human
yeah.
being. Then
Right.
you would be any other kind of group that you kind of associate with. So when he's asking you why don't you stick up for the white British, it should just be
Yeah, yeah.
why don't you stick up for human
Human
beings?
being.
And it's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I do.
No, he doesn't. He just shuts down. I say all the right things to him to
Mm.
try and get him to think, but he just shuts down to it. But he's very like Liberace. You know Liberace?
Name sounds familiar. I can't remember. Is he some
He
kind of
was
like
very famous. He's dead now, but he was very famous. Oh, totally flamboyant man.
yes,
He played the
flamboyant? Yeah,
piano.
that was,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So he's kind of like that. So
yeah.
David goes on cruise ships, and he's a total Farage. He emailed Farage. He got upset because Farage never responded. The,
Probably on
so yeah,
first name
yeah.
basis with Farage. It's like it's not even Mr. Farage. It's hey
Yeah.
Nigel.
But if neither Farage won't respond to it, hasn't responded to it. So, but the point about it, David is educated. He's had the best careers through his life. He's had top jobs and
Mm.
working. I mean, he really has. Where he's well off. He just bought a townhouse in Liverpool only this last year, and he paid cash. Do you know what I mean?
Wow. Damn.
Yeah. So he's very financially independent,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and he goes on a cruise every second month with all his Louis Vuitton luggage and a fur coat. You know what I mean? On his own.
Why not?
I like him. He makes it. No, absolutely. I like him. He makes me laugh. We worked together years ago in a restaurant, and we stayed friends. But anyway, we've had good times together. And I think the story there really is about is because some people would say, well, why would you have to do with that? And I think you'd be of a similar thinking to me when I say this. Is nobody is all one thing.
No.
You know. And even though I can see that, that's the place where I can work on him. Do
Mm.
you know what I mean? But there is other aspects to him, which he's not just
Yeah,
one.
because he's also working on you at the same time. It's a give and
Well,
take.
I was just going to say I have to be very careful that he doesn't have any success doing that. But no, I like living in a multicultural society.
Mm.
But I think that sadly, the people that you see on these riots, and the people who voted for Trump, they're not coming. That's why I asked Maddie, if you remember, saying, "Did you, or Christopher, do you live in your the
Yes, yeah,
community?"
yeah, is it,
You
yeah,
know, I
yeah.
was trying to work out. And the next question I really want to ask him, which is why I mentioned about going to India, because I think he'd thrive in India. I
Mm.
think he would just thrive in India.
I don't,
Um,
but it's fine.
I think there'd be a lot of arguments. I can
Yes,
imagine it'd
yeah.
be really, really argumentative with people.
Especially if he goes there to teach. If he goes there to teach, it'll be bad. But if
Yeah.
he goes there for an experience, I think he would enjoy it, and
Well,
he
that's
would,
what I was
yeah,
trying to
he
when
would thrive at the.
yeah, when he was going on about getting sick there and being dirty, and I was like, just to go there, just be there, just be with India. Whatever happens, happens. But
Exactly.
don't go presuming, preconceived ideas. Just let it be, let have the experience. And I was trying to wonder. He put a video up yesterday, I think, of him doing decorating.
Hmm.
He said all this decorating stuff that's arrived. But I just wonder if he's ever been outside America, because a lot of people say a holiday from America from somebody from Texas is to go to California.
Vegas or yeah, exactly. Yeah, I
You
think
know?
they say like only 30% of Americans actually hold passports.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
because you don't
okay.
need a passport to travel from
Yeah,
state to
you know
state.
what I
So
mean?
yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people wouldn't be aware of, and one of the things I thought was positive on the Brexit here, and I've had this conversation with a few people, but one of the things I had thing was because I remember the Berlin Wall coming down, and
Mhm.
I don't know if you're probably too young to remember that.
Yeah, but I saw the
Mhm.
videos and I know the story.
Right. So I remember where I was when that happened. I was in a bedsit, living in a bedsit. I was 19 years of age, and I remember the whole thing when that happened. And having a completely mad, chaotic life. I won't go into detail what I was actually doing to
Good,
earn a
thank
living,
you.
but
This is a
yeah,
PG channel.
yeah. So it wasn't. It definitely was questionable. Anyway, but I remember that coming down. But so, and when I went to India, I noticed an awful lot of Russians in Goa.
Hmm.
There's a big influx. So what I thought about the Brexit thing was that with the wall coming down, that you had the Eastern Europeans coming into UK, they wouldn't be used to people of different colour, different
Hmm.
sexualities. So I thought it was a good way for them to be meeting lots of, like I had a guy here today came to play in a band for me. He's from Romania, now, but if he's never been to the UK and he's met me in Romania, he might have a very different interaction with me.
Hmm.
He was very nice. He was very positive and jovial. Not we aren't that over kind of thing with each other. Kind of going. He was just very very pleasant.
Yeah.
And I was saying to him, oh, I had 4 Romanian men here. When I moved in first from the landlord again, they were electricians. They rewired the plant. They were brilliant. So I think those conversations wouldn't really happen if you don't meet each other. So my big thing for being part of the EU was that you had people coming from countries like Russia, and a lot of the Eastern Bloc who were kind of having their personal growth by meeting lots of different types of
Yes,
people.
yes.
Where they wouldn't have that.
No, my ex was
You
Polish,
know.
and she was like, "Oh, we don't have any black people where we live." And then she
Mm.
came here, and she lived
Are,
in Southall.
people of color,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
she came here, and she lived in Southall, and she was like, "Oh shit, like this is
yeah, yeah.
different." And I think she quite enjoyed the fact that it was multicultural, uh, because
Well,
of
I
that
think
reason,
most.
because you learn more.
Yeah, yeah. I think most people with an ounce of awareness will see the benefits there.
Mm.
I just think look, life's not easy for anybody. I can feel like I say my microaggressions here and there, but I'm not going to give up on people because of it. You don't have
Mm.
some idiot kind of tries to decide he make a judgment on me and then project that onto me. You know what I mean? I'm not going to allow that to filter my whole way of being with people.
No.
So I think for the most part, people. I think for the most part, people are good and people are decent
Yeah,
and
I think if you catch them on the right day, you wouldn't like someone who you think is bad. If you catch them on the right day, you wouldn't think that they were bad. You just go, okay, they're a normal person. It's just sometimes
yeah,
people
yeah.
have bad days. Sometimes things are going on in people's lives that we don't know.
And
It's just
some,
having that
yeah,
compassion to actually understand that I have shit going on in my life. They probably
yeah.
have shit going on in their life too. No one's life is perfect.
I think some people are just, well, yeah, I think, yeah, you have to be very, I think, but there's a lot of not unpleasant people around as well.
Um,
I know there is, and there are, yeah, no, sorry, I have to,
yeah, but they're unpleasant for like so. For example, if I was to meet someone in the countryside who was very racist or something,
yeah, yeah,
I might go, yeah, unpleasant person. But her neighbor, who's white,
yeah,
has great conversations with her. She has a great laugh with her. She pops over. She has tea with her. You know what I mean? It
yeah, yeah,
depends on
yeah.
the situation. That's why it's always
Well, that's racism.
yeah. But that's down to her own ignorance. That's not really her being a bad person. It's just the fact that she's been brainwashed to think that oh, it's
Well,
these
yeah,
foreigners or
conditions.
this or
Yeah,
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 exactly.
conditions.
Rather
Yeah,
than her innate being of
yeah,
evil.
but I'm not. Yeah, you're right. But I still think there's a lot of people who should know better. I have, I know, I have examples of people who project themselves as the liberal, but really what I see is fascism.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there pretending to be something in a particular way, but when you look at it closely, you see something else.
let me have a look because I might be one of them. Let me fascism.
You're not fascist, definitely.
Are you sure?
you know.
You never know. Let's see.
Um,
Fascism. Define.
Yeah, I have to do that myself. Actually, I'm not sure if ChatGPT is up to date on that. Yeah.
Extreme nationalism. Okay. I kind of like extreme nationalism.
Would
Militarism.
you?
Sorry.
What's the second word you said?
Uh, extreme nationalism.
Yeah. What was the next one after that
Oh,
you
the
said?
next one was militarism, like military. Kind of
Really?
like,
Okay. Uh,
and then the placement of national interests above those of the individual. That one I don't. That
mm.
one's. See.
Yeah. You're kind. That's you're
I'm on
you're
the
kind of going.
Yeah, I'm on the border of each of these things because I think that
Mm,
sometimes national interests, as long as they are for the individual,
yeah.
like sometimes it may not be. Oh, like, what can I think of an example? What's an example where people would be really like, oh, those are my rights? Something that someone would be really in a fascist
Well,
society.
in America, they would use that. I think I'm not sure if it's the Fourth or the Fifth Amendment in the sense of the right
Bear
to
arms.
bear arms. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah. So I think that's really good. I think bear arms is good because
yeah.
there needs to be some balance and checks for the government too, because here the government knows they could do anything they want and we'll just have to accept
Mm,
it. In America it's like,
mm,
okay, if we do this, are the people going to get pissy and come out with their guns,
mm,
and they have to then kind of hopefully think things through before they make major decisions. But here they could just,
yeah.
I guess, do anything they want. And I think when they're constantly trying to limit our access to defend ourselves, especially because I called the police once. Some guy tried mugging me. I was on the way to school. I had an exam, and I
Just
thought
last week.
a couple of years ago, just a few. Um, I thought I'll go in early, I'll do some revision, and then I'll get
Yeah.
ready for my exam, and I'll smash out my exam. And as I was walking to the bus stop, some guy
Mm.
pulls out a knife on me, and
Oh,
he
really?
tries to mug me. And I'm like, I haven't got nothing to give you. I could give you 20p if you want it, but that's all I have,
Yeah.
like, for cash.
Uh,
And then he was like, nah, you've got
when
something.
20p had some value. 20p
Yeah,
was value, you know what I mean?
exactly. When 20p could get you a Freddo back then.
Well, there was a time where 20p kind of seemed like a bit of money, but
Yeah, yeah, no. And that was the
yeah,
time. So I was like, hey, it's 20p. Like, that was going to be my chocolate, but you could take that. Like, whatever.
yeah.
But he wasn't happy. He wanted to search my pockets and stuff. And at that point, I was just like, okay, I'm done with you.
Before mobile phones. Yeah.
No, I had a mobile phone as well, but it was a crappy £5 phone. It wasn't
Oh,
anything
right.
special.
Yeah.
But for me, it was just more about the annoyance. It's like, look, I've told you I've got no money. I've offered you 20p. That's all I've got on me. You're trying to mug me, but from my perspective, I'm like, I'm just trying to help you out because you're obviously struggling with life.
You just see the positive in it.
I try to. I try to. So
I'm so sorry. What's happened? Really?
yeah,
What's going
come on,
with
let's
you?
sit down. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, yeah.
So in the end, I was like, all right, screw this. I don't want to get stabbed. So I start running back home. He chases after me, and then I see him catching up. So I turn around and punch him. And the funny, this is so hilarious. As I punch him, he's wearing like a beanie hat, and as I punch
Okay.
him, his face kind of like goes like that, and then
Yeah.
my fist kind of like drags across his head as he's kind of like,
Oh.
and I ended up punching his hat off, and his hat was just sitting on my hand. And he was
Oh,
like,
really?
"Oi, give me my hat back." And I was like, "What, am I mugging you now?" So I just threw it away, and then I just carried on running. But the long story short is that
Mm.
I called the police. They turned up 3 days later.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but I was also in the, because I'm quite balanced. As much as I wanted to
Yeah.
help him out, I also want to help
Yeah.
him out with a few slaps to
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
knock some sense into him.
Yeah.
So I ended up with my brother. We got some hockey sticks, and we went out looking for him to
Okay.
to kind of teach him a lesson. Because obviously at the time I didn't have any kind of self-defense weapon. He had a knife.
Yeah.
I had nothing.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I can't carry weapons.
You
And
find him?
no, he was long gone. But
Mm.
the idea is that if you have some kind of form of defending yourself, it puts a deterrent on these people when they want to do stupidness like this. And instead of
Yeah.
me having to run home and try and find something to defend myself with, if I have something. So for me, I could see the idea of having a gun as
Already. Yeah.
as a self-defense mechanism. Obviously,
Yeah.
I agree that there should be checks in place on who
Yeah.
can get them. If they're mentally unstable, definitely not.
Yeah.
If there's history of something, definitely not. But
Yeah. Mm.
it's something that you should actually have a right to, rather than you've got no right to defend yourself. Because
I differ. I would differ with that.
the,
I
the,
would differ.
here's a funny thing. In this country, even though we're not allowed guns,
Mm.
the rich people, the really,
Mm.
really, really rich people,
Yeah.
they would typically have bodyguards outside their mansions. And guess what they all
Yeah.
carry? They all
Well, I
carry
think it could
guns. They're usually licensed bodyguards who could carry guns.
Right. They'd be the seriously rich, probably diplomats, you royalty, whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But they would
Yeah.
have that kind of money where they can now have people carrying guns around them, where we, as the regular people who are at more risk of actually getting attacked by anyone,
Yeah.
we're just
No, I
like,
would I would disagree with you.
what?
I think the people you mentioned that would have those kind of bodyguards outside would be very high profile people, probably for the most part, and maybe a very real target. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
but a real target for what? To carry guns. Maybe to get robbed, yes.
probably for robbery, yeah,
Yeah.
mostly for robbery,
But to carry
yeah.
guns and to
Well, I know for diplomatic, for outside a lot of the embassies, they have people who carry guns.
armed
But,
guards.
yeah, and what is it?
Armed guards.
Say again? Armed guards, yeah. But I wouldn't like remember. I wouldn't like to. I wouldn't like guns. People, members of the public, being able to go up and get a gun. And I think that's where America really failed. They don't seem to be able to see that. I think farmers and people like that, who need it for parts of what they're doing,
Mm.
work living on a farm. Um, but I don't think, look, at the end of the day, a gun is designed to kill,
Yes.
right? So you have to really look at that the whole way through. So you're saying I have want to have something that's designed that I can kill,
Yes.
you
But
know?
only in self-defense. It's not
Yeah.
a design to, because the thing is, it's a tool. It's a tool. It's a car. A car could be used to kill people,
No,
which they
absolutely
use
not.
all the
I know
time.
I've heard this. Yeah, I've heard this argument before. It needs the human to actually to
And
do it.
and the way that it goes at the moment is like, oh, we've taken away your guns because we can't trust you. Oh, do you know what? You're not allowed to drive your own car anymore. Everything has to be robotic driving. Oh, you're not allowed to do this anymore. You're not allowed to do that anymore
Yeah,
because we can't trust you, and we're not going to give you the education or the understanding on how to be a better human being.
yeah,
Instead, we're just going to limit what you can do. I don't see that going in a very positive direction. I think it's more about the freedom of autonomy, the freedom to do the same things as everyone else. If the government can carry taser guns and pepper spray, like the police, then I'm allowed to carry a gun and a pepper spray. I think that's only fair. If not a gun, a stun gun
yeah.
and a pepper spray. Like in these kind of situations, it's like you got to have that balance. You've got situations where the police will gang up on you. I've had this before, where
Yeah,
you'll get 4 or 5 officers surrounding you.
yeah,
You're standing there on your own with nothing, no weapons, no nothing, and they treat you
yeah.
like you're a criminal. They kind of
No, I know.
and they
Yeah,
roughhouse
yeah,
you
yeah,
because
yeah.
it's just
So
this
yeah,
idea of they are above the law
yeah.
and that
No, I
we are
agree.
just pure peasants.
Yeah, we've seen it all play out, in so many different ways in recent years of how the police abuse their authority. But what I would say
Mm.
is that we all these school shootings that we see in such a regular occurrences in America,
Yeah,
and I think that we don't have that happen here. We don't have mass shootings here, although we do have shootings.
we
I mean,
do.
some of them we think, a woman in the church getting shot. We've had like really quite. And we had two shootings here last year in
Mm.
my area.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
So so obviously they're getting the guns from somewhere.
Exactly. So the bad guys will
Yeah,
always get the guns,
yeah,
but the good guys, the people who want to just
yeah,
protect themselves or protect their
yeah,
family, they're not
mm,
allowed. So this is what I'm saying. The police have got the guns,
yeah,
the criminals have got the guns, but the
yeah,
regular Joe,
yeah,
no. And it's like,
mm, yeah.
who's left out?
I get it, but I think my main concern that I feel when I look at the world at the moment
Hmm.
is drugs. And the high people behind it, the cartels in South America, and then the Eastern European or Russians, Albanians, whatever, within Europe,
Hmm.
and I just see the destruction of drugs. I mean, we're quite lucky that we don't really have, the impact that America's had by fentanyl.
Yeah,
They
that
have
was
these,
insane.
like,
Yeah.
ministry, people are just zombified.
Mhm.
So my main issue is where it's the drugs and knives, and basically antisocial behavior, general anti, safety should be personal safety. You walking up and down the street, whatever. That should be a number one concern for society, that a person can walk unhampered. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I'm starting to see a little bit more police presence around my area, but um, and I think if we see things, what really pisses me off. The Shia when they're whopping themselves
Yeah. Yeah.
across the chest and all that. I think things like that, the man should be banned
Why?
because it's so abhorrent.
So
It's so
it's
abhorrent.
abhorrent to you, but like the Christians have something similar where they wear like these chains or something. Well, it's like a way of causing pain to yourself to remind, and it's only causing pain to themselves. They're not going around whipping other
Yeah,
people. Sorry?
yeah.
They're doing it to
You-
themselves. So it's like you smoking. With them going, oh, smoking, that's abhorrent.
No,
It
I
should.
don't. No, that's true.
You're only doing it to yourself. You're
Yeah,
only
I
doing
think
it to
it is.
yourself. But
Yeah,
they're
but
going,
I
it's
don't.
abhorrent.
Yeah, but I don't think I should have to say hundreds of men with half naked. Now, I'm not saying on a normal circumstance I would object to that. So, I mean, I've seen a video of it today on Twitter. I mean, the one positive thing was I've seen ones before where they're using knives and cutting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's violence, irrespective of. I mean, it's all about the grandson of Muhammad, isn't it? Ali.
Some I have no
But
idea, but it's some.
it's something like that. But I just think, sorry guys, you know, believe what you believe, but in a public space, this is not acceptable. Not
Yeah,
where
but
there's
then you have.
families and children walking along. You know, children could be traumatized by that.
Yeah, but you could get children traumatized by the naked bike ride. You know, the,
But where do we draw the line, and where do we just say some
that,
things are not, yeah, are just not acceptable
so that's where
as as a civilized society? You
that's
know?
where I say, like, I'm a bit on the fascist side, where sometimes you have to kind of put the individual rights slightly lower for the national rights, for the idea of
Yeah.
how we want the society to run. So
Yeah.
if it's an agreed term that, listen, okay, you're
Yeah.
okay to do this, but you have to do it in this designated space or this designated
Yeah.
space, and then
Yeah.
you could do your naked bike rides, you could do your self-flagellation, you could do whatever you want. You could go smoke, like they have the smoking areas, you know. If you want to have a smoke, don't do it inside with everyone else, but step outside and do it or go to a separate room, which
Yeah.
is a smoking room. It's just about balancing
I
it. It's not about
yeah.
babying the world and just going, no, we're not going to let you do this because you can't behave
Yeah.
yourselves. It's more about, let's try and
Yeah. I know
raise
it's
our
not.
consciousness.
Yeah. I know. I know. I think I've seen it probably last Easter Sunday. I was down in Speaker's Corner. You know, remembering Jesus,
Mhm.
obviously. I was, I was there for commemorative reasons. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
And I was seeing they were all there in the arch, you know, that's the middle of the marble arch there is up. And they were doing that. And I just thought, oh my God, this Easter Sunday, man, what is wrong with you? Oh, hold on a second. Give me a second, man.
Yeah,
Hold on.
no problem. I'm just going to read the comments in the meantime, and I've got a video lined up I wanted to play. I saw Armageddon's back. Welcome back, Armageddon. Hope you're having a good day, pal. He says, Jews call God outside time, Ein Sof, the unknown. This is the Father, but there's also a known God inside space. This is the word Son, who had to enter space to create. Jews call this the Sephirot. Yes, I said this earlier, actually. Oh no, we said this yesterday when someone mentioned that the Jews believe in Enoch and his son or something. I was like, yeah, the father and the son kind of situation. So yeah, I said this earlier as well. Sorry, you must have missed it, Armageddon. But I was saying that the father would be outside time and space. The son is him inside, not him inside time and space, but his representative inside time and space. But then you'd have the Holy Spirit that can go in and out of time and space as need be, sent by God. You know, the grace of God comes from outside of time and space into time and space, and the grace being the Spirit. But yeah, cool, awesome. Armageddon says dictator globalists want slaves. Yes, they do. That's all they want. Slaves that don't think for themselves, that don't have any ambition, that are just operating their society. Yeah, we need more. Not too much individualism, but we need a healthy balance of individualism and workers. You know, you want that balance of, yeah, you work but you have fun. You work but you have fun. If you're just working all the time, you don't have fun. If you're just having fun all the time, you don't feel fulfilled because you need that work-life balance. Let me just mute. What's his face? There we go. Just had to mute him for a second. Armageddon says the Great Reset is in full swing. Yes, they've been trying to do that for a while, but resistance. We must resist, and hence why me playing this particular video is the idea of why it's important for us to be able to stand together. Armageddon says they took the guns in Germany before Hitler. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So people couldn't fight back or stop him. Armageddon says 1 Kings 18:28. Baal's prophets shouted louder. They cut themselves with swords and knives. Oh wow! Hello Shia. Damn. Okay. So you think that the Muslims or the Shias kind of worship Baal? That's interesting. Welcome back, Damien. I'm just gonna play a quick video.
Right, go on.
I don't know if you recognize this.
Well, I recognize me and you.
Can you?
Ant drag.
It's a bug's life. That's a cockroach. Not a cockroach. It's a grasshopper. But it's
Right.
a really powerful scene. This is like a movie I watched as a kid, like literally kid, like 8 or 9 years old. But
Okay.
There was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss, they're puny.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
Well, how about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back. Does anybody else want to stay?
you get the gist of that?
Yeah. Are you saying? Are you talking about? Are you back with the arms again about the gun? That if you don't stand up, basically, they'll
Essentially-
walk all over you. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. And it's, if you've taken away the people's ability to fight back, you've kind of taken away their kind of drive and their will to fight back because they're scared. They're like, oh, we're just an ant. We're just an ant. And if I stand up and the other ants don't, I'll just get squashed. And it's this mentality of like the people in charge. There's more of us than there are of them. They're scared of us realizing they're the problem. So they want us fighting amongst ourselves.
What do you think of Sadiq Khan, the man?
Don't know much about the guy.
Yeah.
What should I know about him?
I just find he's very he's non-expressive. If that makes any sense, so he's very staid and stoic in his all his body language and how he puts things across, and I find that kind of he made a statement one time, probably last year, saying that we need to get used to terrorism.
Get used to it.
Yeah. And I just thought, or that we need to accept it, or something like that. And I just thought, wow, if you're coming out with statements, for me, I argued against Trump with my friend David. My friend just rang me, from Liverpool, and this is where he just I argued with him about, not arguing. I say argued, I mean debated him. When Trump came out saying about injecting with the COVID, injecting yourself with bleach. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And David was saying, "Oh, he just made." I said, "David, listen, you have to get the most powerful man in the world." The argument I was trying to make was people have to be accountable for what they say.
Yeah, but
right?
Do you not see how what they're saying is causing the ants to fight amongst themselves? Rather than realizing that what they're saying is just fueling the situation. They said he can't say.
Is that lack of education? There has to be.
No, it's a lack of understanding. It's a lack of understanding that these guys at the top will say whatever, do whatever, pass laws that they feel like to make you fight amongst yourselves. While you're like, no, he's right, and the other person's like, no, he's wrong. You're now arguing with each other. Yeah. Rather than realizing, wait, no, the system's been screwed up for a very long time. We need to wipe the slate clean and start again.
Yeah, I wasn't. Well, I was usually the arguments I have. I don't really get into the substance of the thing itself, because I know what I know. You know what I mean? I know, for my head tells me the most powerful man in the world at the most vulnerable time the world finds itself in, saying to us to inject ourselves with bleach could be a solution. Tells me this is complete off the rocker commentary, So I know that myself. I don't need to be educated. I'm not saying, sorry. I'm not talking about you saying. No. I'm saying I don't need to be.
Yeah, but the thing is, what did you think about ivermectin?
What's that?
Exactly.
Oh, is that the drug that they felt could suppress the virus?
Yes.
Well, you know they were using, at the beginning they were using HIV medicine.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the thing that they found was working
Mm.
at the very beginning. That's what they were using.
But
So I
but
met
Trump
him.
said
Yeah,
Trump didn't just
yeah,
say bleach. He also said ivermectin. So
yeah. I remember the. I remember. Yeah,
there's gonna be a set of people that focus on the bleach thing, and there'll
yeah,
be a
yeah.
set of people who focus on the ivermectin thing. And like I
Yes, I
said,
get. Yeah, yeah. I
it's
get
just
that.
about
Yeah,
making people argue with each
yeah,
other. Because the thing is with the bleach thing is he's just. I can understand that someone's explained to him and said, "Oh, it's like bleach for your system. It cleans it out."
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
he's just said it like that rather than realizing that people might end up trying to drink
Yeah.
bleach or whatever.
But but the point I was trying to make today was, it's not even so much about the actual what he was saying because I could see is that completely off the wall, but was about how, and I've had a few of these conversations with him about how the people in power having to be very considerate in the things they say. And I would say, in this another aspect, similar thing to that would be Boris Johnson,
Hmm.
uh, referring to the people with women wearing the burqa
Lampo,
um, as, as
letterboxes.
letterboxes,
Yeah,
and then becoming the prime minister.
yeah.
So I just really my point is that when you get up to that level of power, that language is very, very important, and you can't just run off the mouth and say,
No, but
things
it's
are
it's all calculated. It's all
do they?
calculated. Yes. Do you think him saying these Muslim women look like letterboxes was a foul move on his point if he later on became the prime minister of the UK? It was
No,
it was
well, yeah,
all
totally, I
tactical.
don't.
It was all
Yeah,
tactical.
yeah,
He
yeah,
got the support of the right wing that had the same
yeah, yeah,
sentiments as him, but
yeah,
at the same time, he made the left argue with the right about him. So once again,
yeah,
like I
yeah,
said, instead of
totally,
people
yeah, yeah,
going, "He's the problem," along with the
yeah,
institution, they're too
yeah,
busy arguing with each other, going, "No, they do look like letterboxes," and they're going, "But
yeah,
that's
yeah.
rude
No,
to say."
yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You are totally right in that point. Actually, it's like deflection. I
Mm,
say something, and then it'll be deflected into another area for to be pulled apart.
yeah,
And within that, I would, it would increase my support. No, you're totally right. Um, what do you think if people are praying on the street?
I don't care.
Obviously, Muslims. If you see like large sections of Muslim
Don't care.
people,
Don't care. If I saw a
who
Christian do this quickly while they're walking to work, just praying that they get to work on time, or if
yeah,
they're,
yeah, yeah.
I have no problems with that. If I see a
No,
Muslim
yeah, yeah,
needing to do a prayer in the middle of the day, I see, like when I was driving around on the coaches, sometimes I see cars parked up on the side, and then they just
yeah,
put like a blanket or jacket on the
yeah,
floor and they pray.
yeah,
Hey, they've taken time out of their life to think
yeah,
about God. Why
yeah,
would I
yeah,
have an issue with that? Okay, you could say,
yeah,
"Oh, we don't want people praying in the middle of the streets." Yeah, but it's
yeah.
praying. Would you rather him take a piss in the middle of the street like they do outside nightclubs, or would you rather him pray?
Right. I get your point, and I'm totally anti the whole thing of banning people from speakers' corner for praying.
Oh, is that what they've
Um,
been doing? Banning people up
but they
speaks.
did. There was a point where they were. That's why they're outside.
Ah, that's
Yeah,
why they have
yeah,
a little area with the tarp on the
yeah,
floor. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And that was a lot of that was down to certain people, and yeah. So I I don't have an over issue. I don't have an over issue with it there, but I seen a video last night, and it was on a plane,
Hmm.
right? And the whole aisle was just men praying.
Hmm.
Now I would have an issue with that.
Why?
I just would. I'd have a very strong reaction to it. I'd just say, "Sorry, we're on a plane flying. I can't firstly get to the loo.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
I think for me, a lot of it is about. It wouldn't be so much on the issue itself. Um, it'd be more how what you're doing is invading other people's ability to do something else.
Hmm.
So, like I say, to get to the loo.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Right. So, and I seen a video of this. Maybe I'm watching too much Twitter videos. Obviously, I seen a video of this guy. He started praying, and then he was challenged by and then he slapped the pilot. I mean, things.
Okay, that's a bit
Yeah,
extreme.
you know what I mean. So anything when the plane is in midair, we've seen what people have done
Mm.
under the alleged, thing, of their belief. Even though I don't believe I don't believe it anyway. So I just think there's sometimes where we have to take. Sorry, this is probably a safety issue. So
No,
when
no,
you see,
no. I agree with you there, and
you
that's
know
it.
what I mean?
This is why, like I said earlier, it's about the balance. It's about the
Yeah,
balance.
but,
So
but there's a lot of not balance. There's a lot of imbalance. So
it's because some of the Muslims are kind of emboldened to be like, oh
that's,
no, we need to be proud of our religion and we need to do
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah,
But it's like,
yeah,
no, if you were flying and you were fasting, you're
yeah,
allowed to have certain rules. And if you are
yeah,
stuck in a seat, there's
yeah.
certain rules for this as well. So then I've seen, when I was flying, I saw people praying in the seats, Muslims praying in the seats. They would just
Which
sit
is
there
fine. I wouldn't.
and do that.
I
Exactly.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Exactly.
That would. That
But
would. That
it's
wouldn't. I
about that
wouldn't. Yeah,
balance. It's about these people
yeah,
obviously
yeah.
felt emboldened to do this whole, no, let's just do
And
it fully
it was a
rather
whole
than be
line. You
conscious
couldn't. You
of everyone
couldn't. Yeah.
else.
You couldn't go. You wouldn't have been able to walk onto the runway, the thing of the
Yeah.
plane. It
The
was all
aisle.
the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I seen a video of a guy. He's pulled a car up at a traffic light
hmm
and it's got out and then at the side and
I
stopped all
think
the traffic.
I think I've seen that as well. I think that was a bit of a publicity stunt. I think that wasn't him literally needing to pray. Because obviously, like I said, I see people pull over on the side of the motorway and do prayers or
Yeah.
whatever. But or not even on the motorway. There's usually like on an A road, you've got like these laybys. So I've seen people do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that I saw that video as well, and I was just like, no, this guy's obviously got his friend to record him, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Yeah.
them having
Look what I'm doing for Allah.
yeah,
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Hey, you know the story. I'm going to get off now in a minute, because
yeah,
I'm
no,
hungry. Yeah, you know the story about. It's good that we can disagree on things. I
no,
think that's
yeah.
no, but it just is
We don't
anyway.
have to agree on everything.
I don't know, and I think you and I know each other a bit better by now. That it's okay. We know as long as we're kind of being respectful of each other, we can kind of come from different
Yeah.
positions. You had eight viewers at one point last night.
Was it 8? I thought it was 7
Yeah,
max, but
yeah,
okay.
no,
8.
no, debate. I was watching it. Even when I was chatting to you, I had your stream running on another page. I was watching, and this is me. I think I've got a bit of. I think I've got something with numbers. Like I can see something play out on me.
Mm.
Like say for example, the £50 million going to Gaza, and within 2 seconds, I've done all the maths on that to
Yeah,
work out how much that is going to per person per condom during the that's where my mind goes.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what that is. There is a condition that
The
somebody
numbers.
has a fixation numbers in that kind of a way and can really go into very quickly like that.
Mhm.
But so have you done the degree then?
A degree, no. But just quickly before we move on to the degree thing, yesterday you said we had 8 viewers at one point. That would have been
Yeah.
technically 6 because you and me would have been 2 of the viewers.
No, well, I thought that, but there was a point where I've been on streams with you where there'll only be one viewer showing.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah,
that's
but
that's
there'll be
usual.
two,
Like
there'll be two.
I was about to say right now is 1, but no, it's just 2. So it's me and someone else. So have you got the thingy loaded up at the moment?
Yeah.
So it's just
Hold
us
on.
2 at the moment in the viewing it.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is, I did think before, God, I kind of thought this from the Noses channel, I'd be doing the maths. Was basically, so for example, yesterday when you had 8 viewers, initially, before I would have thought, 2 of those viewers are me and you being on the stream, but that's just not the case, because I've been on the stream with you like this, and there's only been one watching now.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know how they're kind of
That's
working
weird.
that out. You know?
Well, yeah, it shows Armageddon actually still typing, so there's probably more viewers, but yeah. And I had Hufflepuff early on as well. He dropped a message earlier on.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
From Noses.
Yeah,
Noses
so I think
thing.
yesterday the reason I probably had 8 was because Nose probably didn't stream, so probably some of his guys were like, "Oh, let's go."
No,
sit
you
there
had
for a
8,
little bit.
man, because you had 8. Don't put it. Don't.
Look, I've got to be realistic. I have hope that they came to listen and enjoyed the conversation, but at the same time,
yeah, you're giving Nose credit there.
well, I see what I see, and I kind of go, okay, he didn't stream. They were probably bored, and they wanted, because I've seen a few of his guys come over, like Salim, I think, or Samir came over once. He was like
T23.
something like that. Yeah, he came over once. We've had Hufflepuff here before. We've had a few little visitors from Big Nose's stream. So, yeah, it is what it is. Like for me, it doesn't matter as long as
I
someone gets something out of it.
absolutely, absolutely. I would say my main worry is I'm looking bigger now and seeing the drugs thing and the destruction and worldwide with these whoever's behind it,
Hmm.
and have you seen the videos of in how they've dealt with it in El Salvador with these kind of prisons they have?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's pretty full on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've
The-
got a really big issue with it. They've got really big issue with the gangs and the drugs and stuff like that.
But that would probably be throughout South America.
Yeah.
That would be, you know what I mean? Not just in El Salvador.
No, but you got to start
Um,
somewhere, and they're
you
starting
got-
at home.
yeah, baby steps. But yeah, but I can see, you know, it's a very that kind of thing is a very negative, destructive energy. You know
Mm.
what I mean?
Uh,
So
it depends on the type of drug, because like for me, I would consider marijuana a plant, not a drug. But there's a lot
yeah,
of people
yeah,
like, no, 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 it's a drug. For me,
yeah. No,
cocaine,
yeah, yeah.
cocaine would
So
be a
good.
drug, or anything that's chemically made that isn't naturally
Yeah,
found would be a drug.
yeah,
But everything else would be some kind of herbal medicine that we could potentially use.
yeah.
Also,
That the planet gives you. Yeah,
that's it. As long as it's
mm,
used responsibly and not
yeah,
in an abusive way. But it's
yeah,
like anything, like paracetamol. I've known people who abuse paracetamol. Literally, I've got a headache.
yeah, yeah,
Paracetamol. No, drink some
yeah,
damn
yeah,
water. Drink some water. You're dehydrated. Not you
yeah,
don't need
yeah, yeah,
paracetamol.
yeah.
But or codidromol for whoever's watching
Mm,
abroad. But
yeah,
that's the real issue. The real issue, for me, for drugs, is the pharmaceutical drugs and how a lot of people are just hooked on these things. Where,
mm,
like I've said this on a previous stream, my grandma actually passed away a few years back, not because of any illness she had, but because they
mm,
had given us so many different drugs that had
yeah,
destroyed her immune system and her liver and her ability to maintain
yeah,
itself.
yeah, yeah,
And it was the drugs that the government or the NHS was pumping into her
yeah,
rather
yeah,
than any kind of hard substance. I'm sure if she
yeah,
smoked a bit of weed, she'd probably be a little bit more chilled and she'd
yeah,
probably
yeah,
live a
yeah.
little bit longer. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I would totally. I lived in Amsterdam.
Oh, sick.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, when I was 21 for 3 months. Again, I won't tell you what I was doing there, but um, needs must, you know.
Yeah.
But I was there twice. I lived there twice, right in the very center of it,
Mhm.
and I loved it. I went. I won't get into the story, but I went there because partially because I had a problem with somebody, discriminatory problem, and a colleague work
Mhm.
who just arrived from Iran and was working with me, and he obviously couldn't cope with a gay guy because in Iran they'd be hanging me. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So basically, I just didn't get support, and I thought I'm going, and I'd been with this employer for quite a while, and he thought I was joking, and I took off, and it was the best thing I ever. But I had this thing of preconceived ideas where I'm from,
Mhm.
and when
Mhm.
I went, I loved it.
Oh,
It was
it's a
it's
beautiful
just
place.
such a chill place,
Yeah.
and I met people there that I knew, and from London, etc., etc., etc. And I was kind of doing whatever I was doing. Um, but I was there twice. Then what was the point I was going to make about? Oh
Drugs.
yeah, so basically, there's all the coffee shops there, etc.,
Mhm.
etc., etc. And there was I partook a little bit, not particularly. I wasn't. It was never my kind of thing.
Mhm.
Alcohol was really my thing. So yeah, wouldn't have a downer on smoke, but my issue is all these new drugs that are being produced. These synthetic drugs,
Mhm.
and just the damage they're doing, and the crime, really associated with the foot soldiers that's been caused. There
Not in
was
Amsterdam.
somewhere,
You're talking about in the UK, right?
yeah, and well,
Yeah.
I'm talking worldwide. I'm
Yeah.
really talking on a global kind of thing. But I remember seeing a story where a guy who was arrested somewhere in the north, some town up in the north, about 5 years ago, maybe a bit longer, and he was an addict.
Mhm.
But he was responsible for 400 of the burglaries in the area over the previous
Damn.
however long. You know, so you have this one guy trying to get his fix, causing all this destruction to so many people.
Mhm.
So that's where I have the issue is. So I just worry about people. I do see it now, and I feel I'm okay, safety wise, more or less, but I do see it on the streets for it,
Hmm.
and I just worry that I just see I'm seeing much more horrendous videos of gangs with large knives,
Hmm.
and just the whole drug and the knife culture. I that's where I see the main issues um,
Ah,
for me in the world. I think, and yeah,
so with the drugs, people typically turn to drugs because they're trying to deal with something within their lives. Then they can't find the
I,
support anywhere else. So that's
yeah,
typically so the drug isn't the issue. It's not the root cause. It's a symptom. The knives, once again, is not root cause. It's a symptom of the fact that because the drugs are illegal, that they now have to
mm,
have foot soldiers walking around, and
mm,
these foot soldiers may be carrying a lot of drugs or money with
mm,
them,
yeah,
and
yeah,
they may be a target. There was a kid that got stabbed in a bus the other day. I think it was
yeah.
drug
I've seen
related.
that. Yeah, yeah. It was
Um,
5 years ago or something.
yeah, so that was drug related. So it's those situations where because it's not legal that you can't go to a like in America you got the dispensaries. You can't just
Mm,
pop into a dispensary, show them that hey look, I'm allowed to buy this. I'm legal
yeah,
age.
yeah.
I can do what I want, and I would like to purchase some marijuana, please, or whatever. It's
Mm,
because it's all in the hands of the underbelly. The
yeah, yeah,
underbelly
yeah.
then has to protect itself,
But,
and then the
yeah,
knives are
yeah.
a symptom rather than the
Mm.
root cause. The root cause is essentially the fact that it's being pushed underground.
Yeah, but putting that to the side, I'm not saying ignore those
Mm.
points, but kind of parking it for a second. The issue is still the issue in the sense of how the general public just going about their business will be impacted by that.
No, no, for sure,
And
but that comes with education. That comes with education. As far as I'm aware, when I went to Amsterdam, the locals don't really smoke. It's
yeah,
available everywhere, but the
yeah,
locals,
yeah,
there's some locals that do, but then most of
yeah.
them kind of like yeah, it's no, there's no
Yeah,
thrill to it.
but man, I'm not talking about smoke. That's what I'm saying. I'm in this conversation. I'm not talking about smoke.
What are you talking
I
about?
see the papers. Yeah, I can see the
Heroin?
papers. Um, I'm talking about more than not even heroin. I see a lot of people. I know some people around here who go to the pharmacy to get their methadone. Do you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And they walk by, "Hiya, Damien, you're right." There's
Mm-hmm.
this like slurred voice, and they've been on methadone for years.
Mm-hmm.
I have a different kind of perspective on, when someone's been on heroin, you support them to come off it, but you don't leave them on methadone for the rest of their
No,
lives.
no, but
You're
that,
just creating another problem.
but
Do you
like
know
you,
what I mean?
like the issue isn't the fact that they're on the methadone. The issue
Mm.
is the support. The effect, the cause, the root cause is the
Yeah,
fact that they're not getting the support they need to get off it, and the
yeah, yeah,
ability to have hope for the future.
yeah,
Instead, they're just stuck in this cycle where they're like, "Oh, I could just go there, get it, boom, job done,"
yeah, yeah.
and they're just
No,
stuck in the cycle.
no, there is a lot of support services around here for people with those kind of with drug issues. Um, but my main issue is I think it's not even that I'm more concerned about what I'm seeing playing out in South America
Mm,
and those kind of prisons in El Salvador and the different. I'm not talking about like I say as this America I joined here.
mm,
I'm talking about these much more newer hard drugs that are turning people into zombies
mm,
and then all that's related to that with the violence and the knives and et cetera, et cetera. I'm just finding that's where, and I just think think there needs to be when you talk about balance. I think there needs to be a much more firmer. I don't see for people who are addicts or users. I don't see prison as a resolution for that.
mm,
But I think for heavy, for the people, the dealers and all that. I haven't seen this guy for a while, but where I go for my coffee, there was a few times, this guy, young guy, presenting as Muslim,
mm.
which is quite funny when I think about it. So he was dressed in the what do you call the
I have
dress?
no idea, but yeah,
Yeah,
he was wearing one of those thingies. Yeah,
yeah, and he had the wrap around his head,
yeah.
looking like Siraj from Speaker's Corner, yeah. And he's going, and we were sitting in a coffee shop on a few occasions. He said, "Do you need anything?" I said, like what? He
Mm.
said, I could supply everything and I can deliver it to you. Here's my business card. And
Mm.
I'm like, hey, get the fuck away from me.
Well,
You
he
know,
seems professional.
I don't want to. Yeah, no, I get it. But then what I'm saying is the lines are being redrawn.
Mm.
On the boundaries are being redrawn
Mm.
on behavior people. There's no shame in it.
Okay, so let's
You
say
know what I mean?
I know you're talking more about the hard drugs, but once again,
Yeah, yeah,
I have to.
that's why I see the destruction. Yeah,
Yeah,
on
but I have to think about the bigger picture, and I have to think about free will and whatnot. So, let's say that they banned cigarettes, and you're not allowed to buy
which
cigarettes.
they're moving towards that.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and you're not allowed to buy cigarettes anymore. Now, if
Mm.
someone came up to you and said, "Hey, I've got some duty-free smokes from abroad. Would you want them?" You're gonna be like, "Yeah, cool." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
yeah. I don't think you can use them. I know what you're saying, but you can't use them in the same category as
No, but
somebody
it's
who's saying,
just it's
I've got
just these
cocaine
guys.
for you and
No,
aspirin.
what I'm saying is that these guys are just fulfilling a need in that society,
Mm,
which the
yeah,
government could do. Like I said, if the government had these facilities where they could buy the drugs and also get information about the drugs, learn how to use them appropriately without having like all these mad, crazy effects and stuff, where they
mm,
are a bit more responsible and more understanding on how to use them,
yeah,
that would lead to healthy users rather than
yeah.
what we have at the moment. Because right now, alcohol. Alcohol
Mm.
causes more problems than any other drug.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Yeah.
And people getting into fights, people beating each other up, which is
Yeah,
fights.
yeah,
People, what else would they do? Oh, driving, drink driving, and all this other
mm,
stuff with impaired
mm,
faculties, causing deaths on the road and whatnot. That's a serious issue that should be
mm,
dealt with, but it doesn't get dealt with by just banning alcohol. It gets gets dealt with by
yeah,
better education and better
yeah,
understanding on
yeah.
how to use these things rather than,
Mm.
like I said earlier, oh, you kids can't behave, we'll just take it away from you and never give
Yeah.
it back to
No,
you and
I
never
like
teach
yeah,
you anything.
yeah,
That
yeah.
doesn't
But
solve
I
anything.
yeah, yeah, I know, I do, and I get where you're coming from, and I would be in agreement with what you're saying.
Mm.
But I just think, compared to say 20 years ago, I just see that we're in a very different ball game, and what that's playing out with it, things we're saying, and what
Well,
I'm
one of the
really
things you
point.
mentioned earlier was fentanyl. Fentanyl
Yeah.
is something that was prescribed by the doctors in America. Fentanyl was being prescribed. The opioid crisis in America started because the doctors were
Mm,
constantly prescribing it.
mm. But hold
The,
on, the
the
issue that, from what I've seen,
mhm.
and was that the issue in America is fentanyl coming from China,
Yeah, yeah. After
and
the
from
problem's already been
Canada.
created. After the
Yeah,
problem's been created, so they were writing fentanyl scripts for everyone. In America, they call them scripts instead of prescriptions.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um, they were writing fentanyl scripts for everyone, and then they went, "No, we need to stop doing this." But by then, these people were hooked, and then obviously, like I said, where there's a market,
yeah,
someone will come in and facilitate
yeah.
that.
So, I get that. But what they were saying was that the fentanyl that's been prescribed, that's been sold on the street,
Mm,
was 100 times stronger than heroin.
damn. But then
Yeah,
once again,
that was
that gives
yeah,
more reason for the government to continue supplying it
yeah,
in a way that is also done with the education and the
yeah.
understanding of how to use it without actually messing yourself up completely.
Yeah, I, I see when you. I think more so when I see the, like fentanyl cities. When you see all these people,
Mhm.
like,
Zombies,
I
yeah.
just, yeah, and I just, what they say, whatever happens in America usually will end up here. And I suppose in a bigger kind of part, I worry about my mom because where she lives, she's great there. She has her mates,
Mm.
but I still worry, that area. I'd rather she lives there and something happened and rather than her live miserably a lonely life somewhere. Do you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because she lives near Brixton. Do you know
Oh.
what I mean?
Well, she could always
So,
call the police if anything goes wrong. She just have to wait 2 to 3 days for them to turn up.
but the issue with my mum, the man, is I just recently had to get her to close her door when she's in her
Oh,
flat.
damn. Okay.
Yeah, she leaves her door open,
Yeah, 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 she's
and,
stuck in that
and
age.
yeah, she's stuck in that age. And it was only on Sunday she was saying. She got upset with me when I initially put it. I said, "Mom, look at I came home one time from there, and there was a video of going back to the big knives issue,
Mm-hmm.
there was a video just of a shop, like a business, 1 minute's walk from our flat
Mm-hmm.
on the corner of Stockwell. Well, all these guys with massive knives and people filming it from the bus, going in and doing whatever they were doing with each other in a shop. You know?
Yeah, but it sounds
So,
gang related. Yeah.
yeah, well, it does. Yeah, yeah. But the issue was, but I obviously when I see stuff like that, I worry about my mum's safety, and especially because she wouldn't have any defense because she lives in crutches.
Yeah, but she wouldn't be a target for the gangs. That's what I'm saying. If it's a gang related thing, that's when they have the knives and the weapons, because they're trying to.
Yeah, but the point I'm
I'd
trying
be
to
more worried
make,
about these kids nowadays that do these stupid things where they'll go push over old people. The kids are
well,
doing this.
yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean? It's not even the
yeah,
gangs.
yeah, but the point I was trying to make was, is basically that is like you said, she's still stuck in that era
Mm.
of when you could leave she's brought up in a time where
Yeah,
everybody
yeah,
left the door
yeah.
open. So I had to have that conversation and say, Mum, you're in a block of flowers.
Mm.
You know, sometimes your communal door is not working properly, or people could just buzz. You know, so you could all of a sudden be sat there on your sofa, and next minute you could have 3 people in your flat.
Mm.
You
Mm.
know what I mean? And she got upset by me saying it. But and so when I went over on Sunday, she said I'd start closing. Now she has people in her flat,
Mm.
but not all the time. Obviously, they work. You know, but she said, yeah, Dad started shutting the door. So you know, it's she doesn't see the vulnerable. My mom's kind of quite naive in a lot of things. You know?
Mm.
So she didn't recognize the vulnerability that I was trying to explain to her quite gently about how vulnerable she was making
Yeah.
herself. So that's the issue. So there isn't what I'm saying. Really, the point is, I'm saying we're seeing enough evidence, and that there's a very uptick in very antisocial. Don't give a toss who's hurt or injured by the whatever, and
Mm.
we're seeing that on an uptick. And unfortunately, I do think there probably might come a time where we see the military on the streets.
Yeah, I think that's coming in the future. I've said this before. They want to bring in martial law. There'll be another lockdown situation where they'll definitely bring in the military. But that's why I also say that we can't let the people at the top dictate everything, because at that point we as ants need to stick together. We need to, we need to learn to grow a backbone.
I can't stop thinking about that video. I'll never be able to see myself anything other than that video. What do you mean? Don't throw those stones at me. Man, listen, I'm going to shoot off because
Yeah, Norris,
I'm hungry.
just before you go, is God inside or outside time and space?
Sorry, as always, I never answered the main question.
I was gonna get to it eventually.
Yeah. Is it? I think it's going. Oh God, it's a difficult one.
It's okay. You don't have to give the right answer. Just what you think.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, I believe he's in everything because of kind of. I believe we live in the multiverse, not multiverse, but in the I think he's interdimensional.
Mhm.
I think really, what happens afterwards is a dimensional thing.
Mhm.
I believe. I believe he's in time and space. I
Inside time and
believe,
space.
yeah, I don't believe he's separate. I
Okay.
believe if that makes any sense. I don't believe he's always sitting there, but I think because of experience the power of prayer,
Mhm.
so because I believe in the spiritual realms, so because of that, I would have to say that he's in time and space is probably as well as outside time and space.
Okay, a bit of both.
Yeah.
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 He's not. Yeah. He's by. He's not by me. He's not
No,
by me.
it's actually
Yeah.
kind of what I said earlier. I said that like the Father would be outside time and space, the Son inside time and space, and then the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit would be like
Yeah.
in and out of time and space at will.
But I think the Holy, I will have a conversation with the Holy Spirit, and I'll give you my thoughts on that. But I think I went to bed last night, and I think I woke up this morning thinking about the Last Supper, and thinking, oh God, I'm following Satan. I'm believing in Satan. He's actually, and about the ritualistic element of everything around the Eucharist and all that. So you got me thinking on that one.
Don't think about it that much. It's just more of a thinking exercise. It's not to say Christianity
Would
is
you,
evil.
would you recommend me to go to Islam?
No,
Or not?
no. Because the thing is, everyone's gonna call everything else demonic. Like there's Christians that call like tarot reading demonic. They'd say what you
Yeah,
used to do, channeling and stuff, demonic.
yeah,
Like
yeah. And Muslims, all people would say that.
yeah, a lot of everyone's got their own personal perspective. It's not just about shunning it and going, oh no, I'm not going to touch Christianity because it's demonic. It's just about understanding the different perspectives on how you can look at it.
I'm glad you pointed it. You did give me something to think about, and I'm kind of grateful for that because I do want to look and think, oh, really, because especially I think with the Catholics, they're so indoctrinated in the thinking. You know what I mean? And I think you become very. I noticed a few times in my child or my adulthood about how I was reacting to something out of indoctrination. I just had my thinking was. I mean, I think the really obvious time was about 30 years ago, walking down Charing Cross Road, probably on my way out to get pissed somewhere. I wasn't looking at the fact that I was doing that, except what this other thing was happening. And there was a guy wearing a tight T-shirt with something with Jesus, but just the wording Jesus sucks or something. It was some rude thing. I remember, even though I was going to kind of, throw caution to the wind and get absolutely blazed, I was completely offended at how blasphemous. I really felt that how blasphemous it was. Somebody could wear something like that. So, but when I look back on that, I think, Damien, that is because you're so indoctrinated, probably through fear. Because I lived, I was in the care system for a few years, and part of that was with nuns. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, so and I was taught by the priests. Do you know what I mean? And the brothers, they call them the brothers that wear the frocks. So I had my experiences around that. So there was an indoctrination as well.
Yeah, no, because that's why the Muslims get so angry and violent when anyone tries to draw a picture of Muhammad or talks bad about Muhammad. Is because of the indoctrination. Otherwise, they would just go, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to tell you something that I forgot I was going to tell you this, but I want to get off that.
Yeah, you need to go eat.
Just go, no reflection on you. Has been an absolute fabulous host as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I want to.
You're hungry.
I haven't eaten. Oh, no, I had a salmon bake. Sorry, sorry. I remember becoming. The hijrah. Sorry, the night journey.
Oh yes, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Right, and the whole thing. God said to Moses, "Go down and pray 50 times." And then he met Moses on the way down, and then Moses said to Muhammad, "Get back!" He says, "I mean, it's hilarious, really." Muhammad says to Moses, says, "What did God say to you?" He said, "He told me to go down and pray 50 times. You can't pray 50 times. Come on, go back up and ask him." And then this whole thing back up and forth goes on between him and God, apparently, and Moses, and it works its way down in sections of 5, down to the 5 times we have today. So, and apparently, even then, the last time when he got the 5, Moses caught him and said, "Well, blah blah blah," and he said, "No, you got to go back up." "Oh no, I can't go back up and bother him." I mean, the hilarious how it's expressed is hilarious. So anyway, but apparently, I just came across something recently, and that on the 5 prayers, that if you do certain things, it says it's the equivalent of 50 or something.
Okay.
There's something where that is rewarded. And it's almost like they're trying to tie it into the original request. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I've never come across that. And now
so we didn't do it the way you wanted, but if we do it this way,
you make up to the 50. Yeah, basically that kind of thing. I mean, I have a very good friend in my friend Shanazia, and she does talk about, if I do this, this is what happens, and I get this, and she does it. Oh God, that'll be very much. How they're my friends. So I can't really say it, but I just don't want to go there because there's no, they'd be upset and everything. So my battery is going, and I got to take my chicken
casserole.
No, chicken korma.
Oh, nice.
In the fridge, yeah. So, or into the cooker is what I'm trying to say. So man, have a good evening. What time are you going to stream till?
I'll probably do another hour, and then I'll call it at was it 8 o'clock? Yeah, I'll probably do another hour. Call it at 9. I started a bit early today, so I was hoping to finish
Yeah,
a bit
you
early as
did
well.
actually. I think I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't want to do a late one. I like to chill out a
Yeah.
bit afterwards before I go to sleep. Otherwise, I end up going to sleep like 2-3 o'clock.
Does your mum cook? Does your mum cook?
Yes, she's the best cook in
Yeah.
the world. She's the best cook in the world.
What would you be eating?
She's made butter chicken, or
All right. Okay.
there's sarg, which is
Okay.
spinach.
Spinach. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. I know sag. I know paneer.
yeah.
I like
Oh, I love paneer.
shahi paneer. I had that shahi
Shahi
paneer.
paneer, yes, my
Yeah.
favorite dish. My favorite dish.
I had that on the way to Rishikesh on a motorway.
Oh,
And
wicked.
it was on like one of those big food stops for the truckers,
Mm-hmm.
and it was absolutely gorgeous. And after that, I tried to, I had it in a few different places,
It never lived up.
and I would never lived up to the
Yeah,
price. So I
no.
had a very lucky experience the first time. And normally the funny thing is, normally I wouldn't have something like that because I wouldn't really feel like I'm having a main meal because I need to have a meat in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
because it's cheese,
It's so good.
yeah,
So
I
good.
know it is. Yeah, I like my aloo chat.
Aloo chaat as well,
So,
yes.
yeah. So I know I'm a little bit. So man, listen, have a good evening.
You too, sir.
I'll keep looking into you in the back
Yeah, no worries.
and soon. Yeah.
As you eat. No worries, bro. Thanks for coming on.
I
I'll
mean,
see you soon.
take it easy.
Take care.
Bye.
Have a good night. Bye. Oh, that was Damien, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, I saw a few comments come in. Armageddon News says, the more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws. Yes. I think that's a quote by Tacitus. Tacitus. Sounds Roman. Matthew 6:6 from Armageddon again says, when you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret. And your Father who sees in secret will reward you. I don't think you have to go to pray in secret. I don't think Jesus was praying in secret. And he is the person you're supposed to kind of like follow after. He's the example. He's the trendsetter, essentially. He's Mr. Trendsetter. So, I don't know. Matthew 6:6. I'll have to read that fully in context. But yeah, interesting. Armageddon says the pharma drugs just cause more problems. Yes, they do. And then they get more money from your new problems. Yes, exactly that. You'll need drugs for your side effects caused by the drugs that they've given you. And then those will cause side effects, which will need more drugs. And that's how my grandma passed away. It was just, they were listing up all the side effects and giving drugs for that. Oh, this drug's good for you. Okay, cool. Oh, my blood pressure's gone low. Oh, yeah, that's just a side effect. Here, take these blood pressure medication. Okay, now this other problem's happened. Oh, okay, don't worry. Just here's some more drugs, here's some more drugs, here's some more drugs. They're the biggest drug dealers in the world. The pharmacy companies are the biggest drug dealers in the world. And the way they're set up is they're not looking to cure the problem. Because if they give you one pill that cures you of everything, they're not going to make a lot of money. They're going to stop making money very soon because it'll be just like, oh, cool, boom, one pill and everyone can replicate it. And then there'll be knockoff versions of it, but doing the same job, and they'll never make any money. So their incentive isn't to heal you, it's to get you hooked like a drug dealer. Armageddon says, and the glyphosate on all the crops is another illness cause. Okay, these are part of the, I'm guessing that word is pesticides, insecticides kind of stuff, or maybe it's something else. Yeah, but that is another major problem. Poison food, poison water, poison air, just in small doses, so you can't complain, but it kills you slowly. They have plausible deniability. Yes. I think I once saw a thing in America years ago where they did where the military went over a certain part of America. Let me just find it, just so I'm giving the full correct details. It was whooping cough spread America. Recent not that one. Red false flag. Okay, maybe it was just a conspiracy theory, but a lot of these conspiracy theories have a lot of truth behind them. And unfortunately, Google won't give you the full truth. They won't tell you about the conspiracy theories with whatever proofs they've got. They'll just go, oh, no, we don't want that on the first page. No, we'll put that on page 600. But let's have a quick look. Let me just Google it a bit more. Whooping coals, false flag, America. Spread on purpose. No. Yeah, it's just all the official links at the first page, and I'm like, yeah, they've hidden it back in. This is the thing with Google as well. It's like you'd like to think Google is very reliable, but unfortunately, once again, the people who program it, the information that is fed, will determine the results you get and the information you digest and understand. So yeah, problem with AI, problem with Google. Unfortunately, this is why libraries are being closed. It's like, oh, if you want to go research something yourself and read books and read things that people have written, no, you can't. You know, you got to go online where everything's easily monitored and altered. It's a bit of a weird one. But yes, poison food, poison water, and poison air. Yes, everywhere. I know in America they were doing fluoride in the water. I think they still do fluoride in the water. And the thing is that what they say is that fluoride is actually a poison, but they put it in small amounts into the water and also into your toothpaste. You know, the fluoride toothpaste? It's good for your teeth. It's a poison, but it's good for your teeth. It's like, it's poison. Yeah, but it's in small amounts that you're slowly being infected by it. With the fluoride, I think it was originally used in Nazi Germany to... Yeah, here we go. Both the Germans and the Russians added sodium fluoride to the drinking water of prisoners of war to make them stupid and docile. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Interesting. Sorry, this is why I should always continue reading. It says, these statements have been dismissed by reputable Holocaust historians as untrue, but they are regularly repeated to the present day in conspiracy. Okay. So that's not true then. But does fluoride make you stupid? That's the question. Does fluoride kill brain cells? There we go. Fluoride seems to fit in with lead, mercury, and other poisons that cause chemical brain drain. The effect of each toxicant may seem small, but the combined damage on a population scale can be serious, especially because the brain power of the next generation is crucial to all of us. So it's saying that children are really susceptible to this. And only recently, I think in the last 5-10 years, that they've started doing fluoride-free toothpaste for children. But once again, I think it's a poison. If it's not good for kids, probably not good for adults either. It's probably best to avoid sticking poisons that kill brain cells and make you stupid into the water supply or the toothpaste. That's... yes, fluoride was used to kill rats, correct. Yes, I do remember that one. Thank you, Armageddon. Yes. It was the original rat poison, I think. Fluoride. Rat poison. Poisson. Rat poisson. Its toxicity meant it was widely used as rat poison. Some fluoride is excreted via the kidneys, but older people have decreased excretion rates. Okay, yeah, rat poison in water supply and toothpaste. But this is the funny thing. They complain about what's his face, Trump talking about ivermectin. They were like, oh no, ivermectin, no, that's a horse dewormer. A horse dewormer. That was the narrative that the media were running with. Horse dewormer, horse dewormer. But with this fluoride, it's like fluoride, rat poison. No, it's safe though. No, but it's used in rat poison. No, but it's safe. Ivermectin, experimental, it's animal drugs. It's a horse dewormer. Yes, but it's also used on humans. But it's a horse dewormer. It's like they pick and choose what information they want to push at you. So you got to always be careful of what you're reading, what you're listening to, especially when it comes from the government, especially when it comes from the guys at the top. They usually don't have your best interests at heart. Okay, they usually don't have your best interests at heart. Cool. Back on topic, we are talking about, is God inside? This is the thing about this stream. As much as I like to keep them on topic, the stream just expands to a bunch of different topics. Armageddon says, don't trust the beast / the government. Yes, don't trust them. Don't trust them unless they give you a reason to trust them, There's certain situations where you can trust them, obviously. Very few and rare occasions. It's when it's in their own interest to do the right thing. That's when you're like, okay, maybe we could trust him. For example, if there was some kind of... Because in the UK, we get a lot of flooding. So let's say a part of the country was flooded, you could trust the government to possibly send some kind of resources to kind of make it look like they're doing something. Certain things you could trust them. So if you were trapped in a new lake that's just formed around your house and they've turned up on a little boat to say, hey, look, come with us, we'll get you somewhere safe, you could trust them in that aspect. But otherwise, in everything else they do, yeah, they're not looking out for your best interest. The best example I could give for this is a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago, a good few years ago, the government decided to cut school kids getting free meals. Like there's some parents that don't make enough money, so what they do is they give them free school meals. And the government was like, yeah, we're going to scrap this. And it was only because of a footballer who made a ruckus that they went, okay, maybe we won't cancel the free school meals for these kids that are obviously hungry and need the support. You know what I mean? They're not looking out for your best interest. Like I said, they're closing down libraries. They're not trying to get you to be more thinking. They're not trying to get you to... They just want you to be subservient slaves in their system rather than independent thinkers who can lead themselves. Because if you can lead yourself, you don't need them. Just saying, I'll probably get in trouble one day for all these things I'm saying, but it is what it is. I don't mind getting in trouble for speaking the truth. Yeah. But I'm sure if we were to replace the beast / government with a new system that was a bit more balanced, where they weren't just in control of how you live your life, we could actually trust them a little bit more. But I think that's a long time away. I think we have to wait for the big guy to come and save us, JC. I think we need JC to come and save us for that one. Hopefully we can figure it out on our own. But if not, yeah, we'll have to get JC to come and help us. Yeah, so is God inside or outside time and space? God inside or outside time and space? I already know what you said, Armageddon. You said he's both, which is similar to what Damien said and myself, which is good because it shows that you're thinking. It shows you're thinking and you're not limiting God. Like some Muslims are like, no, he can't be inside creation. He has to be outside creation. He's separate, completely separate. So I'm like, that makes no sense. Let's say God is here, creation is here. It's completely separate. What's in between? What's in between God and the creation? What is that? There's something. So there's three things then. Would that be the Holy Spirit? Don't ask the Muslims. Don't ask the Muslims that. They would not answer you at all. But a lot of religious texts talk about how the permeation of God is throughout life, but it's not just in life, it's also outside of life, so outside time and space. Everything comes from God. Everything goes back to God. Everything is made by the Spirit of God, and is, once it's done being a creation, it will then return to its former glory of being pure, energetic godliness. But at the moment, this isn't God. It's made by God with parts of himself, but this has not got God nature in it. The God consciousness would be external. That would be outside time and space. While the creation itself would not have that God consciousness. It would just have the Holy Spirit, which would be the God consciousness, but not the human being. The human being on his own is just a human being. The lighter on its own is just a lighter. This is where the Muslims tend to kind of get confused, because they seem to think that if God was in creation, he has to be all godly. It's like, how can God kind of hide himself in creation? It's like, well, God hides himself from creation, so he can hide himself in creation too. It's complicated, but it makes sense. It makes sense. He's inside and outside and everywhere at the same time. Everywhere, everything, all at once. Great movie, by the way. Great movie if you've seen it. I'm sure Armageddon's seen it because he's got great taste in TV shows. I think that was with Lucy Liu. Was it Lucy Liu? Everything, everywhere, all at once. Cast. Oh no, not Lucy Liu. Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh. She was awesome. I think she used to be in this other TV show I watched back when I was a kid. It was like a police one. Oh no, maybe that was Lucy Liu. I'm not racist, I promise. It's just bad memory. Oh, she was in Discovery, Star Trek Discovery. That's where I saw her. Yes. I'm a Trekkie. As you can tell, I'm a bit of a geek. I like my sci-fi stuff. And supernatural stuff. And comedies. I love comedies. I'm gonna say is I've seen them all. Knew it. You're on the vibes. Madness says business, you and I being slagged off on Noses channel. Oh, I don't think business is here at the moment. I haven't seen him in a while. That's a shame. What are they saying, Damien? Is it because you're coming onto my channel that they're crying about it, or? I don't know why they can't just leave you alone. Let me have a quick look. There we go. Big Noses channel. I'm just going to mute you guys for a second. I missed it. I think he just gave a big speech about it. Oh, I think they might be complaining about his low viewers. I think they might be blaming you and business for that. They're saying that it's your fault that they're getting... Madness says, encouraging his users to report us for besmirching his good name. Oh my days, are you serious? Oh, that's kind of sad. That is sad. So he thinks that you two people are able to bring down his channel. You know what? Take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment. But I haven't seen business for a little while, man. I haven't seen him for a little while. But yeah, I don't think anyone can besmirch your name. I think it's more of a... Because I've made videos on Big Nose. And his hypocritical stance, his inability to answer questions, his projection of his own mental issues. I've spoken about these things before, but whether people still want to watch him or not, the choice is theirs. But I'm going to say things the way they are. And if Business or Damien are talking about things the way they are, They're not really besmirching his name. They're just saying that he talks about this, he talks about that, or he acts like this, or he acts like that. It's not untrue. To Big Nose, it might be hurtful that people see him for who he is, but it's not untrue. And if the truth hurts, Big Nose, maybe it's time to self-reflect and grow. Maybe. Up to you, because free will and all. Even though you don't believe in free will. See, it's tough to have a conversation with a guy because you don't know what he believes in. He questions everything. And don't get me wrong, it's a good thing to be able to question things. It's really good to be able to question things. But when you can't have a single conversation with someone where you actually can present anything that you think or you believe as a ideology or a concept, there's no conversation there. So, and most of the time, like I said on previous streams, he just gets Muslims up. He just tries to antagonize the Muslims to come up, and then he tries to ask his questions until they get sick and tired of him, and then they either walk away or they come back trying to convince him why Islam is correct. But the idea of his channel should be, like I think it is to be able to make people think, to think logically with reasoning. But it doesn't seem to be anything, it seems to be everything but that. It just seems to be about spreading hate, fear, anxiety, misinformation, and giving people the tools. Because the thing is, like I said again, I don't want to talk about Big Nose this much, but I will. But like I said previously on my videos, only after I had made my videos on him, projecting and doing all these other things, delusions of grandeur, psychopathic or sociopathic behaviors, that's when he started doing these lessons that he starts showing on his channel to, like, oh look, this is what delusions are, this is what this is what that is, this is what projection is. And it's like that was your opportunity to reflect. Instead, what you've decided to do is try and teach your minions these terms so that anyone who questions them, they can then just, they've got an arsenal of random words that they could just start firing off at people where they don't really understand it. They just think they understand it because they understand the meaning of the definition, but it doesn't actually give you an understanding of the person you're talking to. That you learn through time and experience. Armageddon says, I do like Russian doll concept of explaining that God exists one inside next. Jesus did say, I am in the Father and the Holy Spirit was in the Son. Oh, did he? Interesting. Yeah, so if the Father is outside time and space and he's all around, because the thing is, I've explained this previously as imagine you're in a place where there's nothing but white light, and then God makes creation. He makes the world, and he obviously veils it with the universe. But as soon as you leave the universe, in whatever direction you go, you will get exposed to God, because God is completely surrounding and pervading everything that exists, because nothing would exist without him. So if the Father is the light outside of creation, then yeah, Jesus is in the Father, and the Holy Spirit is in the Son, because he came through the ether, as it were. Madness on says, Lieutenant on Noses now having a go about your clipped video of Chris. Oh, that sounds funny. I really want to watch that. Let me just load up that. I'm going to load up the stream and we'll watch it together. For a few minutes. I want to hear them say how I'm being evil. Because what's her face? Give the Gospels like, oh, you're being so mean to these guys. You're being too mean to Big Nose. You're being mean to Chris. And I'm like, mate, have you not seen what they're saying to me? You're crying about me telling them off or saying whatever when they start swearing at me, but you don't care that they swore at me? You're not going to shove Jesus down their throat when they're sitting here swearing at me, claiming that I have a religion when I don't, or I have an agenda. Like, they are so hypocritical. But let's just have a quick watch.
To that myself. And so I think that's part of why he raises his voice, just to keep his thoughts on track. And that's all he was doing. He wasn't actually shouting.
He raises his voice just to keep his thoughts on track. That sounds like a mental issue. If you need to raise your voice just to make sure you keep your thoughts on track, that means that you're not able to keep your thoughts on track. You need to be able to get into this angry state just to say what you need to say. That is insane. And she's justifying this. These guys are lunatics, honestly. I had hope. I had so much hope for these guys, honestly. I really did. When I first started talking to them and when I first met Big Nose, I was like, I can see he's got issues, but I have hope that he's going to grow. And I tried to help him as much as I could. But you can only help those that want the help and who want to help themselves.
Not the guy or anything like that. And then I've watched their live stream where they're talking about that. And they're slagging him off for that. They slag me off. They tell me that, they're slagging me off for being rude to the other Matty and all of this.
Messenger.
The messenger, that's right, because they're talking about him as if he was the only calm one and all of this. And honestly, it's like, what are you guys? I think they've just got it in for us.
Don't have it in for you. Really could not care. Well, I care. I hope that you grow and become better. But when I see behavior where you are talking down to people saying, I'm not finished. Let me finish. I am talking. When you talk to people like this, it reflects. It reflects. And I will judge you by your fruits. And those fruits are rotten. Those fruits are rotten. If you have to get people to listen to you by constantly shouting over them and demeaning them, then I will call it as it is. And it's not because I hate you. It's not because I have a bone to pick. I really, like I said, live and let live. But since we have been doing this whole YouTube thing around the same time, and since Big Nose is the one who first actually, if you have a look, Big Nose is the one who made videos about me first, okay? Well before I even pulled my camera out. He made videos on me, and he kind of tried to call me the guru and stuff like this, and not in a nice way, in a patronizing way, and how I have issues with mental health because I like nature. This was all Big Nose doing this before I made a single video in regards to anything, in regards to Speaker's Corner. So yeah, I ain't got a bone to pick with anyone. I'm not upset at anyone. I really don't care. I'm happy for people to live their life as long as they let me live my life. But I will call out BS when I hear BS. And that was BS, Lieutenant.
Oh, Chris,
Sick, they're sick, full stop. I noticed the illness of the man. He calls himself idiot. We've got the...
Do you see what I mean? Listen to him. The illness of that man. So I'm going to call out what I say. I'm going to call out what I see. You know, if this masked buffoon, this charlatan, can go around telling his viewers that I have a mental illness, then I will call out his behavior too. These guys don't understand this. I am not starting anything. I haven't started any BS with these guys. The issue with these guys is that they constantly are in victim mode. They're in victim mode. It's like, oh, how can they say this about us? How can they talk to us like this? Oh, he said, shut the fuck up. Oh, such a bad word. Bruh, you don't have to use the word fuck if you are talking down to someone to show disrespect. I didn't even say you're a fucking idiot. I didn't say you're a fucking twat. I didn't swear at you specifically. I just said shut the fuck up, meaning shut up with emphasis. So shut the fuck up. That was all I said. It wasn't something attacking you personally. Oh God, but let's just listen to a few more seconds.
Video confirmation. He calls himself idiot. I'm an idiot.
Yes, I call myself an idiot because I know nothing. Okay, I know there's so much more to learn in life that I am not going to stand there and pretend to be an expert on anything. Okay, I am never going to pretend to be an expert on anything. The only thing I am an expert on is me and my journey in life. That is it. No one else can tell me about me. No one else can tell me about my journey in life. Only I can. So that's what I talk about on this channel. Truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. And how in my experience, that has led me to learn as much as I can about life and God. And made me closer with God. That's all I teach. So I'm an idiot if you ask me about define free will. What's the definition of free will in the Bible? In the Bible? In the, well, I guess the dictionary would be the Big Nose's Bible, wouldn't it? But when you ask me something like that, I'm going to say, I don't know, I'm an idiot. You tell me what it is. I've not looked up the definition because it didn't bother me to know the definition of what free will or whatever is. But yeah, let's just watch a couple more seconds.
Yeah, that's what he calls himself.
Yeah.
When I met him, you could see jealousy through his face. You know, the eyes, bulgy eyes. It shows that
Jealousy. That's a big word and loaded with a lot of connotation. What am I jealous of, Big Nose? I don't know who you are. I don't know what you look like. I don't know your style. You could say that maybe I'm jealous at your subscriber count, okay? Maybe, if I really gave a shit about subscribers. You could say that, okay? You haven't grown. You've been at 2.6k for the last 8 months. You had this spike in your growth at the beginning and then you just stayed steady. So I've got nothing to be jealous of. I don't care if I have one person watching or 2 people watching or 100 people watching. I don't care. I don't do it for the views. I do it because this is what I want to talk about. This is what I want to say. And I want to try and spread truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope as much as I can. That's all I want. But you want subscribers. Because that's why you always mention. He always mentions, oh, you and your 2 subscribers. You are the one counting subscribers, and you're probably jealous that I'm able to continue. Because he said this the other day. He's like, oh, is he still doing YouTube to Chris? He's like, yeah, because I don't care about subscribers. I'm not worried about it. So he's probably more jealous at my tenacity, my ability to keep moving forward regardless of how many people watch me.
guy also, what's that sick scum? What's his name? Damien and all that.
Oh, sick scum.
You see, he can't have enough.
Sick scum, Damien. You're a sick scum. Those are powerful words. Those are powerful words. Has he got any reason to say that? Has he got anything to back up his claim?
No, absolutely nothing.
Oh, so he has no reasoning or understanding. He is a charlatan. Bruh. Sick scum.
Oh, that's just too. I just tuned in. And you know the funny thing is, I'll tune in now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll just kind of tune out again because I'll be bored by whatever's going on. But it's the amount of times I tune in, and he's talking about you and me, usually and business. Just the amount of time, and we are not talking about him.
No, well, sometimes we do, but
we might make a reference in a short comment, but we're not sitting here putting all the energy into talking about him the way he is. You know what I mean? It's just the balance is very different. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'll give him some credit in the sense that not even credit. I'm not giving him credit. I'm gonna chastise myself in the way to say that I did spend time making my videos on him, those 4 part videos where I broke down everything. So I did spend a bit of time doing that, which was focused on him. But that was more about his reflection rather than just trying to.
You know, he just won't get anything that you say to him, man. That's the issue. And just the level, do you understand what I mean? He's it's going over his limited ability. Do you know what I mean? and sadly, what's the issue is that there's other people now. They're kind of fueling his thinking, and do you know what I mean? And
enabling his delusions.
Enabling his delusions.
Yes.
Really enabling it. And you and I, we had Chris. I think Chris was on for an hour that night.
Yeah, he was on for a while. Yeah,
he was on for a while. And I thought it was a Chris went off one near the end, but that was nothing to do with you or I. Do you know what I mean? And I think what was going on was kind of it was any intelligent person who thinks critically and coming from the right open space would see that we weren't doing anything, and we were very. We were talking about India to him, we were encouraging him to go to India. We were trying to have a very healthy, and again, away from kind of scriptural
Mm.
religious stuff. We were trying to have a human conversation with
Yeah.
them, and they've just gone off somewhere else with it in their head, and like, oh, we're on. I'm surprised actually at the lieutenant saying that we've abused Chris, and she's written in the text in the chat saying, "Oh, who can I report them to?" Yeah, well, good. Do you know what I mean? Report them about what? Chris is a grown man. He decides to pick up, come onto the stream and have discussions.
They could go.
We
They
can't
could go
control
ahead and
really.
report me. I stand by what I said, and I don't think I said anything
You
serious.
you didn't say anything. There's nothing you said, the man. There's nothing. He's been on the chat stream
Mm.
several times.
Mm.
He's been on their stream several times, and actually, you probably have much more tolerance of Chris than they do. Because do you know what I mean? That's the contradiction here.
Yeah.
The amount of times they've thrown him off and banned him and done whatever,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden now he's kind of become flavor of the month.
Mm.
And it's also because they also know that he does generate a lot of interest for their views.
Yes.
So he's the one that drives their views. Before it was Jay Fu and then it was Chris. But they're just not truthful. They're just
No.
dishonest. And
Yeah.
I mean, I was quite fond of Lieutenant. I got kind of quite fond of Lieutenant, but unfortunately, what she's doing is she's kissing out.
Completely and utterly licking it. Like,
You
honestly,
know what I mean?
I spoke to her a few times, and when I speak to her one-on-one, she seems quite pleasant and nice.
Mm.
Even if she is a bit, what's the word?
Yeah, I know. This is like a military.
Yeah,
Like this.
I want to say like,
I'm speaking.
yeah, kind of like sandpaper. I want to say like sandpaper. She's kind of like
Yeah,
sandpaper sometimes,
Yeah.
but otherwise, I'm like, yeah, do you know what? I can deal with that. That's okay. It's a little bit of
Yeah.
makes the conversation a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
But when she's talking to these other people, I've seen her talk down to them so badly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
She banned Gossi.
Yes.
I mean, personally, my issue, I don't know Gossi, but my issue with Gossi would be when she's in chat, and I think probably more in a busier chat,
Mhm.
and I'd give that in the sense of to Nose, I'd kind of give him on this point, she spams the chat.
Yeah, she does it everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, she does it everywhere with the verses from
Yeah.
biblical verses. So she's a bit like the one, but business. I don't know, where this thing was coming from. So the business. I was on Street Bike, Street Bike. So I was on his
Yeah.
chat one night. I didn't bother going down to the park. I think it was a bad weather day, and I decided to go onto his. I see him in the chat, and Huff Puff was there, and I think Hannah James,
Mhm.
and basically, so I was just chatting away to there, and there's a little bit of probably chit chat about, knows the channel, about me being banned and business, whatever. So there was nothing, nothing major. But Nose has gone off. Oh my God, there must be smirching my good name, and when I'm better, I'm going to write a report. Sorry, who are you? Who are you
Exactly.
going to tell you? Who are you going to say you are that will be smirching you? We don't know who you are.
No.
You're just a mask. You're just an avatar.
Y- y-
Even in real time, you're just an avatar.
And according to himself, he knows nothing. It's like,
And he's just a toilet cleaner.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know what I mean? Well, just go and clean those bloody toilets. Stop trying to start shit out up our here.
Catherine
Yeah.
Ramsey just told him, Damon's got both of you up on screen on his live stream.
Really?
I told you, they're always popping in. They're always,
Yeah.
this.
No,
Most of my viewers are usually his viewers checking up
yeah.
on me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Damon, Catherine is a snake in the grass.
Is she?
I don't know if you, yeah, 100%. And she started off a lot of stuff. Yeah, no, she trust me. Now I've never really spoke to her in any context, but I've noticed almost from right off the day one the comments in the box, even when I wasn't speaking to her, just comments she would come out with, and she's commented about me on videos that Nose has dropped, recently, and just basically slagging me off. I didn't even reply to them. Anyway. So, but I've just noticed certain things. She be very aware. She goes straight back and she'll be blah 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 blah.
Well, I did see her once after I dropped my 4 videos. I did see her in Big Nose's chat complaining that she keeps getting bullied, and I was like, hey, I was just having a bit of a laugh. I was like, hey, Catherine, if you want to come to a chilled out place, you can come over here.
Lieutenant banned her.
No.
I think she banned her and Gossi on the same night.
Oh, damn.
This is about 2 weeks ago. I think they both got banned on the same night. I don't even know what it was about. She banned them two of them on the same night. But you know what I mean? You know, do his thing, fine. Have his little followers, but seriously, you know, get a grip.
Yeah.
Just get a grip. You know, he's kind of like, you know, he's this big kind of thing, and it's like, no, you know, like you said, when you're not there, they're coming here. I mean, look at Damon. I'll tell you something. You and I. Now, I'll tell you, there's only one concern I have. Yeah. And that's about something I said on the stream. I don't need to elaborate on about something very personal. Do you remember when I about my situation? Do you remember?
Sorry.
Without going into details. Remember, I was quite what's the word? I was quite truthful with you about something.
We talked about this at Speaker's Corner?
No.
Oh,
this would have been on probably the stream before last night.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Do you
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So and I never, you know, I've always been very. Look, really bigger picture. I don't really care. You know what I mean? But that's how vindictive the nose is. You know, and that's my worry. Because I wouldn't be surprised if you listen to. I don't know how much you heard of his stream, but if you heard Lieutenant saying, "I sit and I listened, I watched the whole stream of the one from before," I was like, "Really? Why?"
Research.
Why?
Research.
Yeah, but hold on, but you know, the man, we're not sitting on your stream, talking. We might refer to somebody. We may refer to Nose. We may have a bit of light banter about him, you know, at his expense. But it's nothing malicious.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
And it's definitely nothing. We don't. It's not time consuming kind of chat we're having about it. It's very, you know, it's like the odd few seconds we may make a comment here and there, you know, now and again. But it's nothing. So I know this turned this in his head of, oh my God, they're these really bad people, and they're out. Actually, I've heard this before. They're out to destroy me.
Yes.
Who can I report them to? I got to report, and now he's trying to encourage the other followers or his other minions. You know, he's, you know, saying, "I beg of you, you know, write a report, and wherever you." Now they're asking, they're businesses. I don't know what business is done. I was looking to try and find, but apparently he's made some comments in the guy in Chris's some chats on Chris about something. So I don't know what
I did see. Yeah, I saw business dropping a few comments on there as well. Just
what were they? Do you remember? Are you able to say?
I was just gonna say Armageddon's jumped onto his channel and he said, "Sorry, why are you bashing him? Nothing better to do than to talk about other people."
Are you serious?
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Armageddon. Appreciate the backup.
Yes, Armageddon. Thank you. Maybe it won't be Armageddon after all.
I'm just going to play a little bit more of this stream because I really want to hear what they got to say.
Absolutely. Yeah. Go on. I've got me. I might have.
It comes still to.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. What else? Just before I go, I'll stay here with you. Sorry, not Nose. What am I saying? Oh my God, you guys in my head. No, I'll be here with you, the man. But at the same time, I'll be doing my thing. But what I'll just say, what you will hear, which is, I think he's just going to say it there, but I have to tell you, so I can share the laugh with you, okay? Is that he talks about they still come to our stream for hours and take notes of our educational lessons.
What? What? Are you serious?
Yeah, but this is what he's saying. We're making notes of his lessons. If only he recognised. I mean, you know, if he didn't realise that when he plays the educational lessons, the views drop from 14 to 7 and 6.
Yeah.
And then they can pop back up again. He doesn't seem to recognize it, but anyway, there you go. Yeah, go and play. Let's have a laugh. Yeah.
Are you gonna stick around for this, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll be around. I'll be watching it. I'll be actually open
cool.
at the same time. Yeah, go on.
Our channel and still spend hours. Even if you have 3 or 4 hours, they'll still stay. You know, sit there and watch and listen. And make notes with the educational lessons And I have never made any claim that I'm teaching or anything like that. I don't have any skills.
Oh,
All
Wait,
you-
wait, wait.
Yeah.
He makes no claims about teaching. No, that's literally what you say. You say, "Come to the big nose, and I will teach you how to defeat these charlatans."
And the scum and logic with reasoning, and there's no logic. He's got no
Yeah,
logic and reasoning.
you've
If
claimed to be a teacher.
you claim to be a teacher, you don't realize that two nice guys who hardly ever referred to you, just passing time on philosophy and spirituality, etc. You think these two mostly for the most part, you and I are well-rounded people.
Yeah,
And
you more than I, but yeah.
yeah, no, I wouldn't say that, man. And you've got it in your head that we're out to get you. And if you think that, and your colleagues think that, and your other people think that, well, then I don't know what to say. And maybe that's why we're banned from his channel, because he doesn't want. He's the one that's fearful of us
Well,
coming in.
I'm not banned. I'm allowed to go up, but I just choose not to because, like I said, last time I went up, he just kicked me off, and I was like, okay,
I wouldn't bother for the moment.
if I come to talk to you and you kick me, over talk me,
Yeah.
you lie directly,
Yeah.
then obviously, and then you kick me off. There's no conversation to be had because you're either gonna lie, you're gonna talk over me, or you're gonna kick me off. How is that a conversation?
Look what Revolutionary Posse is saying. It's saying that we fantasize about him.
Oh no, they fantasize about you.
You know who that is? That's Ravioli.
Ravioli.
You know
Yeah, he's a Muslim guy, right? Who just loves to
I think he's a convert.
convert.
I think he's a British convert. I spoke to him one time. He's quite a nice guy, but again, he's very much. I'm not really sure what his game is.
He sounds a bit slow. I'm not gonna lie. When I listen to him talk, I'm like, he's sharing brain cells with Big Nose, I think.
Do you know what I mean? And what I find very funny, he comes on and he says to hold on, Damien and friend hanging
On
on
every word.
live, Simon, or you're hilarious, like mate, Simon. And basically, what he does is he comes on, and this is how he used to be. I don't really go so much on that. And he say, "Oh, can I read this verse from the Quran first?" You know?
Yeah.
And then he'll say to them, "I'm off to I have to meet the Bahaya." You know the Bahaya. They're an Iranian faith kind
Okay.
of. Yeah, I was in their place in India. They have a place around the world. And so I kind of almost feel with Ravioli, with Revolution and Apostasy, he's trying to convert them to Islam. He's trying to give them dawah, but they just don't get it. It's going over their head. So they'll say hello, they like him, they keep playing with him and keep appeasing him and say, hello, Ravioli, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, and Ravioli say, oh, no, can I just read this lovely ayat? And you can hear them trying to think, how can we get out of this?
I was watching the stream once, and I think it was towards the end. I literally just got off my stream. I quickly went over. I was like, oh, let's just see what they're talking about, if it's an interesting conversation. Because I'm just here for interesting conversations, like I said. So I was like, if they've got an interesting conversation, I'll listen for a little bit. But otherwise, normally it's not. It's usually just Lieutenant and Big Nose sitting there just reading stuff.
Yeah.
But at that point, it was Ravioli there, and he was trying to ask to read, and Big Nose was like, oh no, just one moment, let me ask you this. And the guy was like, no, but I want to read. And then he was like, okay, then fine, read. But he tried to stop him for a while. Yeah, I'm gonna just press play again just because I don't want it to be
Simon in the chat has asked me to come back, all forgiven.
Yeah, because they want viewers. That's all it is. That's why they begged Gossi to come back. They banned Gossi.
The man, I've seen them with Ravioli when they have a new guest coming on that they feel it has a bit more to kind of to contribute in their mind, and when Ravioli tries to interject to just maybe he thinks something's been said that he doesn't like and he wants to put a bit of balance, they'll turn around and his nose gets really angry and tells them to shut up or he'll throw him off the stream. And I've seen that happen a few times. I've seen that if you keep interjecting, I'll put you off, I'll back you. And it goes over his head. And I think the fact to keep even calling him a ravioli, he doesn't get it. He's been ridiculed. He's been used and played with. He just doesn't get it. We're not
like I said, I think he's a bit slow. Slow. Not to take the piss out the person, but I just
no, he's sweet. He seems he's a nice guy, but maybe he's playing a better. Maybe he's playing a better game.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe you know I mean? He's a double agent or triple agent.
I do. That's what I felt. He's a double agent. Yeah, go on.
I know is how to clean toilet very nicely, right? Library toilets. I'm putting these educational lessons for people.
I'm putting these educational lessons for people. Wait, I thought you said you weren't teaching.
Yeah.
Bruh. You're contradicting yourself.
Who would like to make notes and find, research and find relevant to these things, so they can pick up and learn a bit of logic and reasoning. When they talk to the charlatans, they can catch them out. But for those people you mentioned, especially these three, Disney, D-Man, the idiot they call him, and that Damien, well,
Yeah,
you're
got
ill.
that.
You really are ill. I don't want, you see, the more you talk about these people, the more time wasted.
Yeah.
So I was just, trying to inform people, especially my YouTube supporters, loyal
It's so
supporters.
funny with the
You've known this,
speed.
over years.
Sorry?
It's so funny with the speed increase.
Yeah, I can actually follow him. Otherwise, I just get bored because he just takes so long to say something.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no. Look at what can we say? It's like you said. It's not about views. They don't get it.
No.
You know, and if they can't see. Oh, look, sorry. Here's the point. He had 263.
Mhm.
Right, 2.63.
Oh, so it's gone down.
Yes, right. So there will be people that will be coming in thinking, sorry, I just don't like this energy.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
And when you can only refer to people in negative terminology, like charlatans as calm and all of this kind of thing, and people who come into your channel who have a spiritual kind of leaning, and I'm not a religious person, but I think me and you have a very quite similar in our, even though we would kind of see things as different on
Yeah,
certain
but
things, but we come from a spiritual
Yeah.
understanding of about things. And when people like that come into his channel and are thinking, oh my God, this energy is negative, it's because we're very sensitive to that energy that we recognize it
Yeah.
as a very negative, toxic.
Yeah.
His channel, and he's very toxic. It's toxicity.
It's so
and
toxic. So
Yeah.
this is one of the things I said to Gospel the other day. She left comments on my other video about Chris, saying, "Oh, you're being mean to Big Nose and Chris," and blah 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 blah. I said, "You're lying. You go there and you sit there with these people while they are being evil, and you're sitting there laughing, and then you come to me and tell me I'm being no. I'm sorry. I don't need you to tell me what I'm like. I know what I'm like. I know what my intentions are. My intentions aren't to be an evil bastard. My intentions are to spread truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. But I will say what
Sorry,
I
have
see."
you seen the last comment, man? Have you seen the last comment in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Before you miss it.
They're sick over at Damien's channel, sitting there laughing at the Techno stream. I'm sorry, it's live content. If I am in the middle of a stream and you guys are talking about me and I've got nothing,
and if we can get value out of you,
why not? Yeah, they get so much
value.
value out of you, don't they, Damien? That might as well get some value out of them.
No, but yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's absolutely, they've dropped so many videos of me, and now they're complaining about us spending a couple of minutes talking about them after he's dropped video after video after video after video. Like he's like he has an obsession with me. You know
I think they're trying to get you. They're trying to poke you to try and get you to come back.
No, they banned me. I'm banned.
Oh, banned.
Yeah, no, banned. Yeah. Yeah, man, can you pause it just for a second while I just take my food out of the oven and
go
put
for
it on the plate,
Yeah,
and
go
then
for it.
I can eat while I'm
Go for it. I'm gonna read through the comments just in case I missed a few comments.
Yeah.
I think I did earlier. Armageddon, welcome back. Thank you so much for the support there, bro. I just saw your comments over at the Big Noses channel. Thank you. Let's have a look at the channel and the comments. Armageddon says, I read the Russian doll one. Madness says, Lieutenant on Noses now having a go about your clipped video of Chris. That was the last one I read, I think. Armageddon says, yes, all round, because the universe is smaller than God, so he must be surround the universe. Yes, exactly. You get the point there, Armageddon. Madness says, I have you on mute at the moment. No worries.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I know, I understood. It was at the time. Armageddon says, so the Son is in the universe with us, which is within the Father. Yes, exactly. And the Holy Spirit comes from outside of our universe, from the Father to the Son, and back up again. It's constantly moving. It's constantly traveling. It could travel anywhere. That's my perspective anyway. And that's why I say that it's not about saying God is three. No, God is one. But there's if you're looking at it from the aspect of how he operates with the universe, then it's three being one, because the Son would have the same will of the Father through the Holy Spirit. And it doesn't mean that the Son is then the Father. No, that does not mean that. It doesn't mean the Son is now God. No, it doesn't mean that. It just means he's one with the Spirit and the Father. But I'm sure you get that, Armageddon, because you're a smart cookie, aren't you? Madness says they're saying now that we spend hours on their stream making notes from. Yes, so hilarious.
It's funny. This is gold.
This is hilarious. I was planning on ending the stream at 9, but thank you, Big Nose. You just gave me a bit more fuel to keep on going for a little bit longer. Thank you.
But do you know what I mean? A lot of people now, he's creating the interest.
Yeah, I've got 5 viewers.
Yeah.
Big Nose, if you didn't do what you were doing, I would be stuck on my 2 viewers, and you could have taken the piss out of me all day long. Sorry, just give me a second, Damien. I'm just going to read these final few comments. And then I'll listen to what you got to say. I'm going to say, so modern day feud, you say. I'm going to say, yes, that is when we learn, when we admit we know nothing. Yes, exactly. If you know everything, you've got nothing left to learn.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to say, the real problem Muslims have is their lack of evidence. All the prophets are focused on the coming of the King Messiah and his kingdom, and none of them have any idea of this Arab cult and Arab prophet. Yeah, I think it's not just a lack of evidence, it's just a lack of thinking. With Damien, I've spoken about this before as well. We both agree that Muslims tend to follow the rules and don't actually think for themselves. And as long as these scholars who are making them dance the way they want to dance, those Muslims will, unless they cut those strings and then kind of start thinking for themselves, like follow the religion, follow the Quran, not the Sunnah, not the Hadith, but follow the Quran itself and use your own brain, you'll probably be a better Muslim than being a Muslim that just follows exactly what all these scholars say.
There is a lot in the system for them. I do see in the system of Islam of how they live their lives. There is see a lot of positives. It would be wrong not to say that.
Yes, exactly. Armageddon says, I see Islam as an attempt to overthrow Israel's history books, laws, city, and pinnacle of faith, which is the King Messiah, replacing all with fabricated Arabian alternatives. Potentially, yes. Okay, I see that.
Sorry, but the way I look at Israel's behavior, it's a bit contradictory. Do you know what I mean? You see Israel's, Israel's behavior is on a scale of anything that anybody can do to it.
The thing is,
when you see a 4-year-old,
trust me. Like I said, I was with you a few years ago. I was there on these before it became popular. I used to go to all the marches for Palestine and stuff like that. So I know where you're coming from, but I have to say that it is a bit more nuanced. It's not so clear cut.
100%. I think we're both on that.
Yeah.
There's no way I would be just coming. Thank God. And sometimes I used to think I'd just sit in the fence and I'd say, no, Danny, you can just, when you sit in the fence, you see both sides of the fence. When you're one side, you can only see one side.
Yes, exactly. And if you want to try and kind of make some kind of solution or kind of give some input into how they could possibly come together, you have to see everything. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but that won't go down. That won't go down well on the other side. Now, I could put a spanner in the works on their side, but I won't.
Oh,
I won't. I just say that, and all I'll say is that whoever one person who's listening knows what I mean, but I won't say any more than that.
Okay.
And I won't. I just won't, because I'm not going to go to that level. But I could really screw things up
for the nose. Okay, interesting. Yeah. You'll have to tell me about this off stream.
No. Yeah, I don't mean in a way. I'm just saying I could bring something to the table that would throw him. That's all. But I'm saying I won't. I'm not going to go there.
Awesome. So, good man.
I'll tell it to you in person.
Yeah. No stress. D, welcome back. Says the nose is mental bigot. I'm surprised you say that, Gossi, because you were telling me off the other day for being mean to him and Chris. Like, and
I don't know who you are, DD or Gossi or Gossman, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said to you in the chat that we were having on that video the other day, I understand you say that Jesus sat with the sinners, but Jesus wouldn't sit with the sinners engaging in the sin with the sinners. It was all about trying to bring them out of that sin and trying to take them away from that kind of living that they were doing. So that was what I was trying to say to you the other day. When I give my sword of truth out and I'm cutting away, it's not because I want to hate this person. It's not because I want to hurt this person. It's just because what they're saying is lies, or it's causing problems in the world rather than helping people come together. And at that point, you have to kind of exercise the demons. Racist, prejudice channel. It's horrible, toxic, nasty people, particularly that lieutenant illiterate woman.
Who's saying that?
Gossi.
Yeah, but hold on. This is the thing. She's saying it, but she's over there.
Yeah,
Kissing your eyes, you know?
Well, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt because Gossi is very like Jesus. Like for her, she's about trying to. She does post the scriptures and trying to.
She observes. She's not okay.
Yeah, I've seen her laugh at some Muslims getting kicked off or being shouted at, which I did not like, Gossi. I have to tell you the truth. Yeah. But I can appreciate the fact that you are there trying to give them scripture, and I think that's some positive at least. Armageddon says, not Israel the modern nation, Israel the faithful believers. Cool. Thank you, Armageddon, for clarification. Gossi says, Damien, don't even associate or speak to him. No, it's different Gossi. They have similar name. I think they call themselves D Gossi. Oh, you're Desi Gossi. Oh, sorry.
What's going on?
I think this is a new Gossi.
No, it can't be. Unless it's them under a different, somebody from there under, playing Silly Beggars.
I have no idea, but yep, no worries. It's all good. You're welcome to the channel, though.
Sorry, what is she saying? Go back, tell me.
Sorry.
What did you say? What did the person say under this other name?
Oh, she said, I think they call themselves D Gossi, and this one's called Desi Gossi.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. No, bro. Different person. Yeah, cool. No worries. I just got confused because of the similar name, but at least. That's weird. Okay, so.
How many viewers have you got them on?
Sorry?
How many viewers?
Wow, 8. 8 viewers. Damn.
Oh, I'm gonna choke on me, Joe Crazy.
I don't want this many viewers. The pressure's on now.
Fucking karma.
Oh, that's awesome. Let's watch a bit more of this video. Desi Gossi. Just so out of interest, what are you? Are you also Christian? Are you Desi? Are you Indian? What's the deal? Just so I know what's going on with you as well. But you're welcome to the channel. Let's have a quick look and listen to a little bit more of their stuff.
Tell Simon that it's your channel, the man, not mine, because he keeps referring to it as Damien's channel. And it's not.
Okay. I just think that they're illiterate. They don't know how to spell.
Can you type in? You can type into his channel. Go into Nose's channel. Type in the chat box, Simon, just to let you know it's Damon's channel, not Damien.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Oh,
there we go.
Who is Damien? Who? Oh, I don't know who that person is anyway.
He might have a few more views. Oh, he's got 11.
More than a year now.
Yeah.
The channel started maybe a bit later, but my patterns of discussion or challenge is going to be the same. No difference whatsoever. I've challenged those charlatans who made claim. That's it.
Low level.
And at the
Sorry?
Much more low level. More gutter level.
Oh, look, your lieutenant's in my stream. That's why my numbers are going up. Okay, lieutenant was one of those extra ones.
Can you see her there?
No, she just sent a link to say that fake Gossi, and then put the link for Desi Gossi into.
Okay.
So she's obviously in my channel in order to see that there's a Desi Gossi here.
Right.
Park or here in StreamYard, Rumble, or YouTube. That's all I'm doing. I'm not troubling anyone. I've never disrespected anyone, any religion, or any.
What? What? You've never disrespected. You just said I had mental issues 5 minutes ago. You've never disrespected anyone. Really?
It's just so hilarious.
The charlatan has never ever. Oh my god! This is why I say that people aren't consistent. When they're not consistent with what they say and what they do.
Yeah, you're totally right. He's in his own world now.
Yeah.
And I just don't think anything would ever kind of make him realize that. I think there's something going on there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, Catherine was one of those guys in my channel as well. I knew it.
Yeah.
All the people watching at the moment, my numbers going up is all the big nose guys coming over and giving me support. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know, you might as well hit the like button while you're here.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean about Catherine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fine. She's her own
No,
person.
it's helping. Well, we don't need help. We don't particularly want, but but it just shows you where her. And from day one, I noticed that the way she was commenting on things.
Mm-hmm. Good spot. I've not actually. Like I said, I don't spend a lot of time on his channel. It's usually like 30 seconds. I quickly go on. Sometimes maybe a couple of minutes, depending on if Chris is on or not. But otherwise, I'll get bored of that very quickly because I'll be like, I can't hear a conversation. I just hear Chris teaching, and I don't want to.
It's very repetitive, especially with the educational things.
Yes.
Say things we're sitting with our notepads taking notes. That goes on for so long. I was like, I switch off. I think, right, I pause it and I go and get a chocolate, eat clear, have a cigarette, maybe a bit of ice cream. They comment about me having me ice cream and me food, what I'm eating. I mean, it's hilarious. It's just absolutely hilarious. You know.
Well, Big Nose was drinking the other day. Apparently, he said he was having some whiskey or something.
I hear the glass de lush on his streams. I hear the clinking of the glasses, and I hear the cigarette lighter. He's obviously a smoker as well.
Oh, he's a smoker now. Okay.
Well, I can hear the cigarette light now. I've heard it enough times to know he's smoking it. Maybe he's smoking a cigar or something.
Maybe.
That's his thing, if he wants.
Yeah, maybe with a whiskey and a cigar. I think that's nice.
Yeah. He's probably an algae. I think he's sitting there in an algae. He's on the stream. He's a complete algae. And he's sitting there, you're have fun. Everybody's following me here. Where's my next drink? Where's my next cigar?
Drink! Drink!
Ah.
I love Father Ted. You ever watch Father Ted, yeah?
He's a bit like, the guy in the chair. He's a bit like
Drink!
that.
Drink!
When you hear him get angry when he loses, it's like I get worried. I think, oh, bloody hell, no, you are losing and you don't see it.
Yeah.
He get, when we had the issue with Chris the other night at the end where he was foaming at the night.
Mm-hmm.
Nose can get like that.
I'm sure, but we can't see it with that because of the mask.
No, we can't see it. Hold on. Because Simon's still saying that it's my channel and it's not.
He's taking the piss. He's just taking the piss. He's just saying, no, it's Damien's channel and I'm just the vehicle.
Yeah, I quite like Simon, actually, I have to be honest. From day one, he's always been, I kind of thought he's okay. I don't know what he looks like or who he is. I think he's not stage, I don't know. But I kind of thought Simon was quite reasonable. There was always a kind of a reason, there was something going on positively with him. So I kind of think there might be.
I honestly don't know the politics and the people in his chat.
I would say he's the one that is the most what I would class as a reasonable person.
Okay.
I'd say he'd be the number one that you would think, but I've never seen him on the stream.
Well, he's funny at least. I know he's funny at least because I like the comment when he's like, "No, it's Damien's channel. Damon is just the vehicle to spout off." That's a funny comment. It's.
He's a bit sassy like that.
Yeah, he's got a good sense of humor.
Humor.
Yeah.
Anything. All I'm challenging, if you make a claim called objective claim, that messenger did not know what objective and subjective claim was actually. Yeah. And that's why I have to show him that educational psychosis and all that delusional disorders to see which one he would see himself maybe. But these people sitting there analyzing our Al-Mahdi is far more educated than that idiot. The man in the bracket idiot, he calls himself. I have to respect that because he says he's an idiot, so we have to respect. I have a video, you will see it if I want to put them there. Otherwise,
they are just doing this to get Chris back because Chris was slanging them off on his channel the other day. He was saying that he's not going back to the Big Nose's channel because of this, that, and the other, and that they all just it's a bad place basically. He was just saying it's a horrible place to be, and then he only goes there to bitch about me, and then he gets dragged into talking to the messenger.
Right.
And now I think because he hasn't turned up again, they're just like, let's kind of give some support to Chris, and then he'll come over.
So man, the thing as well is you got to remember, this is the only channel where the three people that they're talking about are you, me, and
Business.
yourself, me, and Chris. Well, not business, but you, me, and Chris.
Mhm.
That we're all on the channel showing our faces, so you know who we
Yes.
are.
Yes. Yes.
The lieutenant and the nose talking about us besmirching his character. We don't even, and the lieutenant, we don't know who they are.
No clue who you are.
And you know what I mean? They're just shouting insults from the darkness.
Yes, exactly. From the shadows. From the
From the
shadows.
shadows. That's
Yeah.
basically it.
And that's where the demons hide. That's where the
Yeah,
demons
and
hide, in the shadows.
yeah, there's no value in anything they're saying. But they're in this trip, so they're not going to, they refuse to see it.
Yeah,
You know what I
it's the
mean?
delusion. They're stuck in the
It's
delusion.
just reason, yeah, and I kind of, as like I said, I did come to once with the lieutenant, but I started to notice, I seen him being very abusive to her a few times, and I could see her getting upset, and I thought, oh, now how is she going to do? Is she going to stand up to him? Sometimes she
No.
will,
Oh, does she?
in a
I've
very
ne-
controlled, in a very controlled. I'll hear the upset and I'll hear the anger,
Mhm.
but she's not really challenging on by that she's upset by something he
Yeah.
said.
Not like she
So
challenge anyone else.
or not like how somebody else would react.
Mhm.
Somebody else will say, "Excuse me, sorry, you're out of order. Don't speak to me like that." From what I see, knows she uses her,
Mhm.
and if she wasn't there, he'd be lost. Yeah,
I don't want to. She does help him a lot. I don't know if he'd be lost. He'd still do his own thing, but
I don't think he'd be there all the time on his own. I think it only works because he has the support of her. I don't think it would work.
yes. No, I agree there. Yeah, the streams wouldn't be as long, and it would just be him sitting there on his own for a little while, and then he'd probably get bored.
She does a huge amount to work on the stream.
Sorry?
She does most of the hard work.
Yes, yeah, she does the editing. She's doing all the stuff. Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to waste my time with these people. Anyway, Al Mahdi is far more educated, well spoken, well read, and well versed actually in so many things. Right? Only he gets upset when they don't listen. Why doesn't he get upset with me? To start with, yes, we had these ups and downs, but as soon as I learn his way, so I listen to him, he listens to me. You see, we exchange politely, and he comes back every time. He's most welcome here anytime, anyway. And you see, I never hesitate to bring him up immediately when he knocks the door, right? Because he's accepted the rules and the guidelines and all that. He never talks anything, rubbish, conspiracy, all that.
Sorry, wait,
Oh.
is he talking about Chris after he's blocked him?
I know, he's about somebody else. Yeah.
Okay, mate. Okay, I love the selective memory. The selective memory is always interesting.
Total selective memory here. Especially with Noah, it's very, 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 very selective.
Yes.
And just knowledge, anything where he's at fault, it's all selective memory.
Yeah.
And it's like, sorry, you could probably make a good film on selective memory, but it wouldn't be many people that would watch it. Because it wouldn't be replicating anything that's of any kind of truth.
Well, I'm sure he'll take the term selective memory and he'll Google or he'll search on YouTube where someone's done a video and then he'll play it on his next stream.
Yeah, and it's not next to logical and reasoning. So just tell you, it's another category letter one.
That nonsense.
Yeah.
Go to the point. He goes to the sources, evidence he provides. But let me just tell you this and finish this because it's rubbish. That guy, the man in the bracket, idiot, which he calls himself, ladies and gentlemen, we have to respect. He professed to teaching people, teaching right and good, or that kind of thing. The tablet of things says, love, compassion. Where did you see? Which part do you see in his activities? You see how he was swearing to Al Mahdi. He lost the control. He was swearing very bad things to him.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sorry, I was swearing at Ahmadi?
No. Well, you were trying to say, look, Chris, you need to take a breath.
Well, there was
take a breath.
I was kind of swearing at him when he said that bullying's okay, and I started bullying him. I started saying all this. You're an idiot. You're stupid. You don't know what you're talking.
Telling him what it was like when you leaned into the mic.
Yeah.
You said and when you were doing that as an example, showing you say, maybe this is what it's like when you behave the way you're behaving at the moment.
Exactly. Exactly.
They don't care, the man. They don't.
They're gonna take what they want and twist it to whatever narrative they want.
So if they're really, what they don't realize is they're portraying themselves as really stupid.
Unfortunately, there's still some people that think that he's super smart because.
Well, he's gone down by 100.
Yeah, well, true that. True that.
You should do a new video, demand. Listen, down from 263 to 262.
No. I don't want to rub the salt in. Like I said, for me, I just hope people learn. I hope people learn,
Man,
but I'd rather leave them to do their thing.
you know, I totally agree. The thing about it is, he talks about reason. The only reasonable conversation out of both streams you're going to see is here. There may not be X amount of views, maybe partly bought by bots. I don't know. I heard there's some reference to that. You know, paid bots. I don't know if that's true. Well, you're not going to. Yes, you'll hear sensationalism and demonization and othering people and all of that. If that's what you want to hear, then go there. If that's where your spiritual level of spiritual growth is, go there, my friend, and mercle and swim around in that dark, muddy water. You know what I mean? Your channel, look, I probably take up a lot of time on your channel, but at the end of the day, this place, your channel, as far as I'm concerned, and probably why I spend it's for people who can reason.
Yes.
You know?
And actually communicate.
And we don't need noses, don't, to teach us how to reason. You know what I mean? If you don't, I'd let noses viewers decide what they want for themselves.
That's it.
You have to put up the thing. They may find we're not kind of provocative enough for them to slag people off and do all that. They want the dirt. You know what I mean? There's an element of all of us wanting that. We want the juice from somebody who, you know what I mean, entertain. Like Chris is entertaining.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we definitely weren't in any way. And I'm sure if Lieutenant was honest with herself, she would agree with that. We weren't in any way abusive of him.
No.
We were having a very humane conversation. I was talking about India, trying to say, would you not go, trying to see, we were trying to get him onto a, and you can see where we were having a positive effect.
Well,
when we took an interest in him. No, but you could see he was kind of thinking, oh God, they're showing an interest in me on a personal level. Because, we can't always be on, he's on autopilot about scripture and about what he
That's it.
thinks,
It's just getting him off that autopilot mode that you get to see a bit more real Chris.
Yeah, like Chris, show us who you are. Look, we want to see you.
Yeah, stop with the preaching and just be you and relax and just enjoy the conversation.
Knows doesn't want the real Chris. Wants the Chris that's going to come on and be provocative and cause conflict and get
the views.
Get the viewers up. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
They don't care about Chris.
No.
And they don't care about ravioli.
No. And they don't care about Gossi either, because, like I said, they banned Gossi, and then they realized that she's the biggest earner. Yeah. She's the one who's paying for everyone's subscriptions. So they were like, "Oh shit, we need to get her back." Well, so, yeah, it's sly. It's sly, snakish.
I think. Well, I want one. I'll keep my hands full, as they say. But no, I think. What can you say, Jamal?
Nothing. No, it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. But at least we're enjoying it, and because I'm not taking it personally. I ain't taking any of this personally.
I would never take anything personal. No. Say. I mean, the first day he said he said, and a few people said this to him. He said, "Oh, but you come back here. This story, family, whatever." I said, "No, because you're entertaining." It's entertainment. Do you know what I mean? Who needs Netflix?
No,
they have no, But that's really the bottom line. The one thing that I never felt with anything with Noel, like I said, whenever he's done these educational lessons, that's his arrogance that he's teaching people. I just switch off. I go and do something else and come back to that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think most people.
But like you said, the views drop. I've seen it as well. They will drop as soon as the video starts playing.
But I don't think I do like Noise. I've always said this to you as well. I do like Noise. I want Noise, but I don't feel he can actually say things in a clear way, and because of his own issues around fear about, like, he thinks we're kind of attacking him and we have an agenda, we're out to get him, which is completely the opposite of the truth. You know what I mean? So that he thinks this just shows you where he's headed somewhere else, and there's nothing really.
He's not in reality with us. He's not in reality. No. That's what I keep saying. He's deluding himself at the moment, and I'm hoping that he reflects and is able to catch himself.
Really quickly. Let me tell you what he said.
Very quickly.
very quickly. Somebody came onto the stream one time in the chat, right?
Mhm.
Now I can't remember who it was, right? And then all they said was, "Oh no, they were talking about you on this other channel." Now it wasn't your channel, yeah. So it
Mhm.
was some other channel. Somebody had obviously mentioned Nose, and there was no there was no information about what had been said. You know, so it could have been a positive thing. It
Mhm.
was just like, oh, somebody was commenting on, and Nose went straight into one, right, and saying, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to blah blah blah. You know, the whole user thing. I thought, Nose, what happened to reasoning? Where's the option for the fact that it could have been something positive or a nice thing? You've
Yeah.
gone straight in. So
So
your own lessons of logic and reasoning has just gone out the
and his
window.
claim that apparently he has more EQ than anyone is like, wait, no, where's your EQ? Where's your EQ, buddy? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
bro. I'm just gonna read some of these comments and then I'm gonna play the
Yeah.
video quickly.
Yeah.
We got Simon K in the chat. Woo!
Mm. Is
Uh,
he in your chat? Or is
yeah,
he,
yeah, my chat. I'm gonna get to his
all right.
comments in a second. There's been a few comments here.
Yeah.
All right, so, bu- 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 all right, so yeah, Desi Gossi says, and that Simon is a shit eater. Oh, shit stirrer, not shit eater. Sorry,
That's a different arena.
that may have been a Freudian slip. I'm joking.
That's a different arena. No, it's not, but it's a different arena. Do you know what I mean?
Armageddon says, by the way, the sun is also the same as the Shekinah glory. I guess that means. I've heard that word before. By the way, the sun is also the same as the Shekinah in Judaism. The Shekinah is the glory fire of God, which appeared in the burning bush, which was called an angel, but said, I am God, in Exodus 3:2. Interesting. Thank you very much, Armageddon. Always dropping the nuggets there. Desi says, they are slagging you off, Damien, saying you are a snake. You should remove Nose from country with his... Probably hides his face because he has no passport. Probably, you never know.
No, I don't
That's
know.
why.
I don't.
That's why he's cozying up to them. He's cozying up
No,
with all these British people because he's like, oh, maybe
no,
they'll give me a passport at the end.
I don't agree with that. I think Nose is quite. I think
It's a
there's a lot
joke.
about
It's a
Nose
joke.
that we.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
I
he's
think
being serious.
yeah, I think there's a lot about Nose that we don't know. He probably would never share. You know, with personal stuff.
Well,
I think he probably is quite a high level. You know, I do think. I'm not. I don't really care. I care about behavior.
yes,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
And
But business
oh,
said that he was he's found out Big Nose's real name and that he used to work for the BBC and Iranian
that
TV.
would that wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me.
But yeah, I don't believe any of. Guys do what you do, we'll do what we do. Exactly. That's what we do. We do what we do. Desi says, get lost, Simon. Simon tells Desi, are you busy? Come join us at the Big Nose for London of chat. Yeah, they're so desperate to grab people for conversation after they kicked them off. It's like you could have had a conversation with Damien, with business before they even came to my channel. Like, you know, you could have just kept them there, kept the family together, treated them with respect. Can you not hear me? Let me just fix this StreamYard situation. Oh, interesting. Sound is still okay. All right, cool. Oh, I don't know why. Let me just remove myself. Can you hear me now? No sound. Leave and come back. Let me attempt to leave and come back. Or maybe I'll do this first. Can you hear me now? Nope. Okay. Alright, so while he's doing the leaving and coming back, I'll just finish reading these. Bessie says, why don't you ever speak? Stop telling people, always go up. Why don't you move your arse and go up, idiot? Okay, yeah, Simon, why don't you come up to my stream? Why don't you come up on my stream? The link's there at the top of the chat. You're more than welcome to come up and defend Big Nose and tell me why I'm wrong for whatever I've done. Armageddon says, the fire Shekinah was also the light in Genesis 1:3. The word or sun produced this fire light from himself. Rabbinic text says God hid this light away in his temple. Menorah is the symbol of it. Interesting. Desi says, stop shit stirring. Armageddon says, the rabbis also say this hidden light in the temple with God will only be revealed by the Messiah, because that original light is the Messiah Shekinah. Okay. So that's what we've been waiting for. We're waiting for this Messiah to reveal the light. The light! D. Gossi says, no, you had a good dialogue with Chris. Big Nose disrespected you. Yes, he always does, but it's fine. It is what it is. Simon K says, and who are you really, Desi? You seem to know everyone very well. Simon K, why are you so concerned about Desi? Like you said, we do us and you do you. Job done, you know? Everyone's happy. Alright, can you hear me now? No, Damien still can't hear me. Let me try pulling out my mic again. Can you hear me now? Oh. You're muted at the moment, Damien. I think he's saying I can hear you. Yes, okay. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Sorry, somebody just really quickly. Somebody was saying that they thought. Yeah. Somebody was saying that they think Desi Gossi is business on the.
Yeah. I think that's what Simon K was saying as well. He was like, "Are you business?" But I'm just like, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You do you. We do me. Who's who doesn't matter. We don't know who Big Nose is. We don't know who Lieutenant is. We don't know who half these people in this chat are.
Do you know what I mean?
It doesn't matter. Genesis has 3 days of morning and evening, yet the sun and stars are only made on day 4. This shows there is another source of actual light, which is the Shekinah fire, who was hidden away. Interesting theory. I never thought about that. That's interesting. Desi Gossi's retracted some messages. Simon K says, it's okay, you're amongst friends. Her. You are busy? Like, he's really desperate to figure out if it's busy or not. Simon K says, you're a nasty person, busy, toxic, you need to change. If you're talking to people about changing, you should probably talk to your Lord and Saviour, the big baby of London. The original charlatan. Because he needs to change. He needs to grow. Simon. Bessie says, I respect every religion. I don't respect that clown. The big nose of London can help you, Desi. No, he can't. Apparently, he just said he's not here to teach. He doesn't claim to be a teacher, so how can he help him? Simon K says, damn it, you ever meet Samir? Samir came on once. Twice. He dropped a comment about me only having 2 viewers, and then he left. But he didn't leave straight away. He dropped the comment, and then I said to him, it's sad that you think that my worth comes from how many people that watch me. Because for you thought it'd be an insult to say that, oh, you only have 2 viewers. Sad. I was like, what's sad is that you're sitting here begging for Big Nose to come on and going and watching other people on stream rather than living your life. And then he disappeared. and he never came back. So yeah, you could keep Samir over there. He doesn't seem like a nice person. If he's looking to grow, he could come back, but otherwise, yeah, I ain't here to baby him. Armageddon says, and the light rests with him. This is the messianic king. Besharat Rabbi 1:6. So Armageddon, are you kind of like? Oh, I'm guessing you're using the Torah and stuff because it kind of lines up with Christianity. Because I thought you may be Christian because you were dropping the Jesus stuff earlier or yesterday. Simon K is laughing at something. The comment was retracted, so I can't see what. Catherine Ramsey decided to turn up. She says, "Why are you using other people's?" Sorry.
Listen to what she's got to say. Oh. You see, yeah.
Why are you using other people's content? Don't you have your own? Damien's got some great documentaries, haven't you, Damien? Endless amounts of knowledge in them. Why not play them?
She's acting the idiot. She's been an idiot.
She's just being childish. It's fine. Catherine, I am reacting to something that's happening while I'm on stream. Someone else is streaming. They're talking about me at that time. I've been told that, hey, they're saying this about you. And I went, okay, we've got 5 minutes. We could go and entertain ourselves and see what they're saying.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The video's been on pause for the last 10 minutes while we've been talking. Okay, I am not feeding off his content.
We haven't made any very little, tiny little bits. I was showing you stuff, but definitely not.
Exactly. And to be honest, Catherine, if you have that critique, once again, using logic and reasoning, you charlatan, you would realize that the big nose, when he has got his stream going on and he then goes onto some other YouTuber's video and plays you this other person's YouTube video that person has spent time and effort making, that's him working off other people's content. But you don't tell him that, do you? You're not going to say that to the big nose of London. You're going to come to me and complain about me reacting. This is how childish you guys are. You don't use logic or reasoning. It's absolute joke.
Yeah, totally.
Simon K says, love Desi. Desi, you're the best.
I think that's supposed to be business. I'm assuming that, I don't know, but they seem to think it's business.
Yeah, they do. Oh, Catherine decided to retract one of her comments. I can't see what that one was. It was probably abuse, maybe, to Desi. But Marsh is back, says, aho! Aho! Simon K. I haven't seen Bud Marsh in ages. Welcome back. Simon K says, nice to meet you, man. Good to see you, Damien. Good to see you're okay.
Simon, sorry, Damon. Simon, can you tell Nose I got my money? I'm just waiting for my holiday. And I can show it on the stream if in the whole one of notes if he wants to see
the £50 notes. He likes the £50 notes.
Yeah, only 50 then. Yeah.
Simon K, you could. Why is all my messages being retracted? Is everyone? Oh, don't tell me there's someone who's like a mod who's doing that. I hope there's no mod retracting the message. No, I think only the person who's made the message can retract it, right?
No, if they're banned from their side. Sorry, are you talking about leaving the messages in Nose's channel or your channel?
In my channel, people are leaving messages and then it says message retracted. I think that's them removing it, because I think if it was someone else with the admin removing it, it will say message removed. So okay, yeah. So
but you don't have any. It's just you on yours, so it wouldn't be them.
Yeah, hopefully.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll have to double check that after the stream's over. Yeah, Simon K, you're more than welcome to stick around. Listen, I am just here having a chat. Most of my conversations, you can watch back past streams, it's just me sitting here having a chat, normally by myself with my 1 or 2 viewers. I am not trying to steal viewers. I really don't give a shit about what Big Nose does with his life. I just hope, for his sake, that he grows and he learns to self-reflect. That is all I want him to do, to self-reflect and grow for his sake. It doesn't benefit me. I'm not getting any of his viewers. Well, right, today I am apparently, but I'm not trying to steal any viewers from him.
No, come on and say hello to us.
Yeah, you could tell the Nose to come up here and have a conversation. I'm not going to kick him off like he kicked me off. I will actually have a conversation as long as he follows the rules. No lying, no talking over anyone, and
set out the rules, man.
And he has to allow me to call him a charlatan.
we can get away with not having to call him scum.
Yeah, we don't have to call him scum. We'll call him a charlatan.
Yeah, charlatan. Yeah, on speed it up.
But Marsh says bilkul. Simon K says got to run. Take it, guys. Take care, Simon K. Pleasure having you here.
Yeah, see you, Simon.
Desi says bye bye, Simon. Okay, I'm like the fact that everyone's getting nice of you, getting nice in the chat. Because before it was like, oh, you're a piece of shit, you're this, you're that. And now it's like, okay, bye guys, bye. Very kind. Thanks for the invite, Demand. Very kind of you. No, it's just a stand. Everyone's open to come up onto my channel. The link is always there. Anyone who wants to come up and have a conversation, you're more than welcome to. Chris has come up, and he has overtalked people. He has abused people, and I still kept him on, hoping that we could return it back to a normal conversation. So I will always try and give you as much leeway as I can. However, there is always a line.
Don't take the piss.
Yes. Armageddon says, I am Christian, but Jesus and his followers were Jews, so I have no problem with the rabbinic knowledge. Good man. It's good to be open-minded like that. Armageddon says, charlatan is like that. Shaitan. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's very similar, isn't it? Charlatan is the shaitan. And I wouldn't even say the good shaitan. He's like the worst kind of shaitan. He's like the knockoff shaitan that you get from China or something. All right, let's play a little bit more of the...
just get my eclairs out of the fridge, Lieutenant. It'd be good for a lieutenant to know that I'm eating.
Oh, by the way, Simon K said in Big Nose's chat, the Big Nose of London, Damien sends his regards. He's doing okay, and his membership fees ready for when you become monetized again.
Did he mention me getting my money?
Or he just said that the membership fees are ready for you for Big Nose when he becomes monetized. That's how he mentioned you getting the money. He didn't actually say you're getting the money. But it is what it is.
Right. And that idiot also, his friend, that scum I call him anyway, y'all. What's his name? Damien. Bastard. Honestly. You see, they sit in the channel.
Bastard. Ooh. Someone's got low EQ today.
Hilarious.
Found a place to sit there and yap for hours.
Yep.
No one's sitting there listening to nonsense anyway. But I was just trying to point out this. If you're honest what you're doing, then you should.
Funnily enough, Big Nose, I think your viewers are listening to my nonsense because most of these guys I think are here today are mainly your viewers. But it's fine. It is what it is. I don't do my talking for any kind of particular viewers or anything. Like I said before a million times, I do it for me to share and to feel like I've done something. If anyone takes anything away from it, great. If they don't, great. It's up to them. The choice is theirs in life, what they want to do and whether they learn anything or not, whether they think that I've got anything interesting to say or not. That's a you thing. I think I've got something interesting to say, so I'm going to say it. My channel, my way of talking, my way of having conversations. That's all it is. If you don't like it, you don't have to come here, which you don't, which is perfect. Happy days. So shouldn't be an issue for you, pal.
Should act exactly like the Jesus said. You know a person by their deeds. There's, I think, different way of fruit or something, isn't it? You know a person.
I love it when he starts bringing up Jesus and all these. It's like, bro, you don't believe in this. What are you talking about? By the fruits. Let's talk about your fruits.
Yeah.
Charlatan.
Your language, yeah.
The illiterate charlatan of London.
He just doesn't get it.
Sorry?
He just doesn't get it.
No. He's he's stuck in delusion.
He's stuck in delusion, and
yeah.
I just think, we can listen to it and have a giggle at, we giggle at his expense, but we're just having a giggle at his own comments. he's feeding his own thing against himself.
Yes.
And while you and I really don't give a toss.
No, I actually thought he was actually really smart because he didn't respond to any of my videos. I thought, do you know what, this is good. Even if he didn't learn anything from my videos, and except to kind of introduce some of the topics into his videos, if he didn't learn anything about self-reflecting, at least he's not trying to poke the bear.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that in the manner. I don't think anything can be done there, to be very honest. Do you know what I mean?
No, because anything I said was pure facts based on the video that was there. It wasn't me making shit up. It wasn't me calling him a charlatan for the sake of calling him charlatan. Well, I was calling him charlatan, big nose, big baby, but that was just to have fun and kind of treat him the same way. Okay?
But in your videos, it was just a mirror of what he was saying and doing.
Exactly.
That's all it was. You haven't actually added anything. You haven't besmirched his character like he's saying.
No.
You haven't done anything. You're saying, look, here's the guy now. Look at what he's saying. Look how he's behaving, and look at the fact that we don't know who he is or his name or what he looks like. Nothing.
Yeah.
That's all you're doing.
That's it.
What I mean?
And if when I was calling him a charlatan or an illiterate or the big baby of London, that was just me showing him that this is this is the way language he uses when he talks to people, and he finds this acceptable. So I worked with his paradigm, and I went, okay, if you find that language acceptable, then I will entertain you with the same language. At least.
Sorry, that is funny. What you just said there, that is hilarious.
But it's true, because I wouldn't typically call people charlatans or anything like that. I don't care enough about them individually as a bad person. Yeah, exactly. But I was just
funny though. That is funny though. You're using his paradigm, his language back to him to show.
Yeah.
That's all you're doing. You're not inventing new words.
Nope, I'm not. Like I said, I wasn't sitting here swearing at him, calling him a cunt or like he just called you a bastard. I wasn't using any of these foul language words. I was just using the same stuff he uses, the charlatan.
Be careful with the language. Your stream might end.
It's fine. I don't care. I'm not monetized. I'm a rebel anyway. I do what I want. But let's keep playing this.
Meaning the deed, the behavior deed. No matter how bad that I am, right? So if you really believe in what you're practicing, you should do it. I've come across to peaceful, genuine Christians. I've tried to upset them in different ways, and they've dealt with me so nicely that I got embarrassed at the end. Not only for
Okay, so how many months did you badger these Christians for? Did you badger these Christians for 8 months and then?
Yeah, he doesn't go to Christians.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's chatting shit. He's chatting shit.
No,
he refuses to. He's chatting shit. I know he is, but I'm just playing with his story. So if his story is true, how much time did you spend with these Christians? I have given you a lot of time of my own. I have tried many times to have conversations with you. And for the last year now, not even 8 months, a year ago, I had a conversation with the big nose, and where he started psychoanalyzing me and telling me, I think you're the youngest child. Oh, no, I think you're the oldest child.
I know,
and you have been constantly doing this for the past year, and you'd expect me to just go, okay, thank you, big nose. Okay. No, fuck you, mate. I am not a doormat, okay? I will respect people. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I will try my best, my absolute best, to have faith in you and hope that you will change. Yeah. But if history is anything to learn from, I have to go, you're not learning. At this point, I don't give a damn.
I don't think there's that. Some people would probably, if they had the ability to be honest with themselves and see things very critically, what they're listening to, could probably think, actually, God, what they're saying is correct. You know what I mean? Most people will be so indoctrinated by him that they won't be able to go against the grain. Because it's like swimming up tide. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. He's just not ready to learn. He's just ready to teach his logic and reasoning. And I was just going to say, and the hilarious thing is, he's saying that these Christians, they're so good. Like the real Christians, you can punch them in the face and they're still calm and nice. Wait, these same Christians that are saying, get rid of the Muslims. These same Christians that aren't being nice to the Muslims. Why aren't they just saying to the Muslims, oh no, keep coming. Why are they saying go away? If they're so nice and calm and welcoming, so it depends on how the other person behaves. There's a line that you can't cross. Is that what you're saying, Big Nose? Okay. Yeah. So it's not just a blanket rule that you treat everyone nicely regardless of how they behave or what they're doing. Do you reckon...
sorry, I'm going.
I was just going to say, do you reckon that Jesus' followers afterwards were like, oh, those Romans that were stabbing Jesus for fun while he's on the cross, we should be nicer to them? Or do you think they were saying that, listen, these guys were trying to torture Jesus while he's on the cross and kept stabbing him? We need to do something about these kind of people. What were you gonna say?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, I think any of his viewers who come on and listen to his comments here,
Hmm.
his you know, speed it up. I think some of them, like I think Simon, will find it hilarious. They will just think that it's so because it was so funny listening to it speed it up. You know? Yeah,
It almost makes sense. Yeah.
yeah. Well, it almost yeah. If we listen to it at accelerated speed, it might come in.
Deliberately, I've done that, right?
Yeah.
To see the differences. I'll tell you, I had friends, I think I mentioned this, knew philosophy in 3 languages, English friend, right? He died, right? And I tried to upset him in all aspects of the childishness you can imagine, just to see how he would respond, how he would react. Lieutenant, every now and then I burst in tears, and so because of he's not there.
So he understands his behavior isn't anything that produces good friendship. He's just constantly trying to piss people off. His best friend who died, he was trying to piss him off.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't be
No,
surprised if he killed himself. I hope it was not. That's not true. But if Big Nose is responsible for bullying this guy to death, that is serious.
What I noticed at Nose, and this is the thing that really disturbs me, he doesn't seem to have very much moral awareness.
No, none.
And I noticed quite earlier on when he started to kind of, get annoyed at me, that he would really come in with things, like when he put a video up of me and this guy called, his name is Abdullah, but he goes under the title of Let's Unite on the Hack, that's his channel.
Mhm.
And he's got 42,000 subscribers, so no should really make a note of that.
Mhm.
And basically, I seen him being picked on in the park. I could have misjudged what was going on, but from what I could see, he was trying to get away from this guy. And I said to him, Abdullah, if you need me to speak to what I witnessed to the police, just as a witness, as an observer, I'm happy to do it. And Nose was filming it, and then the video went off. So what does that say about Nose's moral compass? He was trying to get me targeted.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a potential safety issue in my physical safety, but he has no moral compass.
There was no need for it. You were just helping out another human who went through an issue.
But there's no moral compass that knows. He doesn't have that awareness, morale of what's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He's got just about fighting everything he's fighting now, but he doesn't have an awareness of what he does, and that's why I brought up the comments earlier on about something that I discussed with you previously. Do you know what I mean? Because I wouldn't be surprised to see that being dropped on a video.
Mm-hmm.
You see? You get me, man.
Yeah, no, I get you. I just think it's just sickening that he thinks that it's his responsibility to test people's faith. It's just like, seriously, you think you're testing people's faith by just bullying them? Really?
I mean, don't know who he is.
Hides behind a mask.
The
brave fat.
This is the whole. At least when Mehdi comes here, Christopher comes here, he knows who he's dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? He may get, emotional. I think we were very nice to Christopher. I don't think we were the slightest kind of, I was sad to see at the end where it went.
Mm-hmm.
But I have spoken to him, like I said, since on chat, his videos. So I don't think he's stupid. I think he's aware of where he's at and he recognizes that, and that's why he comes back and we'll have another interaction. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you call being growth. Being grown up about things is recognizing, yes, I know I have issues, and it's not the other person's fault. So just because I reacted badly, I don't have to blame or blanket the other person.
No,
that's what even within everything. I think that's quite a strength in Chris. You know what I mean?
No, I have to say, like, Chris has come back. He left there was a previous conversation me and Jay Fu were having, where he came up and he started rambling and talking over, and I took him down off the screen, but I left him in the back.
I left him many times as well, and banned him many times as well.
But I didn't ban him. I didn't ban him, and I didn't take him off completely. I just put him off stage just for a few minutes so he could calm down, and then I was going to bring him back. Yeah. But he left and went to Big Noses and complained about me.
Which
and
is fine.
Yeah, which he's allowed to do. But then when I went on his stream, I told him, I was like, hey, buddy, there's no hard feelings. I wasn't trying to kick you off. We were just having a conversation about A, and you were bringing a conversation about B, and it just wasn't what we were talking about. And when we tried to explain to you what we were talking about, you said that we were lying and agenda and all that stuff again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
So
but-
this
yeah, but
happened
I mean-
a couple of weeks ago, and then he came back yesterday or the day before, very nicely. He came in nicely. Oh, I didn't know it was you. I was wondering what was going on, and I was like, yeah, no worries. Blah blah blah. We can have a nice conversation. But
but for no reason, lieutenants come out like, oh, he's our lovely baby, like they've never done this to him. Do you understand what I mean?
yeah.
You know,
It's
so at
an
the
absolute
beginning,
joke.
and they're actually more disingenuous with him because they know that they're getting value out of him in the sense of views.
Yes.
So that's the reason they're doing that. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, and I think they're
So-
worried at the moment because their viewership has dropped. The subs have dropped, and the people actually watching live has dropped as well. So I'm guessing they're getting a bit worried now, and that's
Yeah,
why they
there's
feel
no-
like,
I think Chris is a one-off, you know, and he is great to watch and to listen to, you know, and so I don't think there would be another person like Chris, to be quite honest. So I think eventually
you never know. You never know.
there's-
Life is full of interesting characters. Life is full
Yeah.
of interesting characters. Or it could be that the next stream that Big Nose does is he finally reveals his face. Ooh.
or wouldn't that be the big reveal? I did think about that before.
Yeah. He could probably get a few new subscribers for that. I'm just gonna play the video a little bit more because I don't want to be dragging this out too much longer. Because
Yeah.
Anyway, he died, he passed away, right?
Yeah.
I've never come across the Muslim and the idiot in the bracket, the man. You just need to find a pressure point. That's all you need to do. Press there, that's it.
Yeah.
They've gone. And all this talk of nonsense. Jealousy is a bad thing, matey. Envy, jealousy. You need to go and study these things. That's what you are. That's what the man, Damien, is. That's what the business is suffering from. Jealousy, envy. It
Yeah.
kills.
jealousy and envy of the Big Nose.
Seriously, yeah, I know. I mean, he just like really, like seriously, man. Do you really not think we have lives? Do you know what I mean? It's just-
We really.
yeah, I mean,
I
yeah,
don't think
sorry.
anyone thinks about you as much as you think about yourself, Big Nose, and not in the good way. You don't self-reflect. You think about yourself in an egotistical way.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, it destroys.
They're all
He's
bitter and
not-
twisted. Bitter and twisted.
So once more, and that's it. Please, if you see these, any of these people are spreading, casting aspersion, or trying to write things, very bad things. What do you call what's that word? Forgot the it faces criminality and it's
Oh,
punishable.
is it defamation?
Defamation, yeah, saying things that are not true.
Things that can have a negative impact on your income, your lifestyle, and
Defamation, that's right. It's a serious crime, matey. Be careful. All you have to do,
Defamation on who?
Sorry.
Defamation on who?
And like I said, if we're going by definition of, so if we're going by defamation, and we're going to be throwing these things around, Big Nose, you started first. You're the one who said that I have mental issues because I like to go to nature. You're making a judgment
say
based. Yeah, that's why I started this whole thing. It was literally, it was because he was like, oh, this D man, he's got mental issues because he wants to go and go to nature and doesn't want to be around the people. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be around assholes, which is completely reasonable. That's not an unreasonable request. I'm sorry. If I prefer to be with good people. What's
Yeah,
up?
I did hear that actually, and I did pick up on it, and I just thought, what a stupid thing to say.
And he was saying this to his chat. He wasn't talking to me. He was talking to his chat, and he was just trying to. What's the word he just used?
Besmirch.
No. It wasn't besmirch. It was
Defame.
defamation. Defamation of character. So that's what he's doing when he did his videos originally, where he was standing in the park videoing me and trying to psychoanalyze me and tell me why I've got issues. That's defamation of character. He then posts that online for what? If it's a conversation about my mental health and he's interested in my mental health and helping me, why does he need to post it online? That's defamation of character. He was trying to poison the well. He loves this term. He was trying to poison my well so that people turn to his well and don't realize it's also, well, I was going to say also poisoned, but I'm not poisoned. Oh, I am a little bit. I am the devil.
No, you're the man. You're not.
I am the devil.
You seriously don't even. These people are not fit to kiss your feet, mate. Seriously, and I say that from a very genuine place of life experience.
I appreciate it, Damon. I'm not self-deprecating because I hate myself. I am doing it to remind myself to stay humble. I have to constantly remind myself that I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. I am nothing special. Only God is special. It just keeps me in a good frame of mind where I don't start talking shit to people.
Man, listen to this. I just wanted to show you something.
Yeah, go for it.
Just for a second. Now, this is a comment just to show you the level of Catherine. Okay,
Mhm.
so this is a comment she's made. I've never interacted with her. I just noticed the comments I knew to pull away. So this comment she's just made knows this channel. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you work it out. Somebody is saying something about a film or something, and she goes, "Oh, that's a good name title for a film, Simon. I know 3 funerals and the unlucky recipients who wouldn't be missed. That's for sure." You get me?
Well, that's a threat, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't take it serious, but
No, I
she's
wouldn't either. But
yeah, but she's thought that she's obviously meaning me, you, and I in business.
business,
But
yeah,
but you see the kind of, that level of commentary.
yeah,
You see what do you see what I mean?
yeah,
This
yeah.
is where
No, but
people
that's
you
why I
very
have to keep
remote.
myself humble, because if I
Yeah,
start thinking myself of a way that these people aren't even worthy of kissing my feet, like you said,
yeah,
which is
yeah. But
hilarious.
I do mean that, the man. Come on.
No, but you know what I
Yeah.
mean. But if I get into this mindset of, oh, I'm better than them, then that's the kind of comments I will end up leaving. And I know I'm not better than anyone. I know that everyone has the ability to be as awesome as they can be. It's just that life happened to these people and they're very upset and angry, and unfortunately,
That
rather than dealing with
is
it,
it.
they're
Yeah,
just
that is what
wallowing
it
in
is.
it.
Yeah, Simon's kind of giving you quite a few positive comments on those channel. Simon's quite reasoned. He's quite a chill guy. Um, I think that is what it is. I feel there's an ambitiousness on his job, especially knows, and then you know to say it'll work its way down from the top. You know,
Mm,
so there's an ambitiousness there, and and that just spreads the whole way down. You look at your channel and his channel. It's basically light and darkness. You know, there's no
oh,
other
I wouldn't
way.
even say like that. I would say it's
Well,
more apples and oranges.
well, no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. And I'm sorry. I really, really wouldn't. I'm sorry. I mean, I know you're not out there putting out loads amount of content and all that kind of stuff, but you know, I've said to you before, even just how you just put your videos together, etc. You know,
Mm,
it's just it's a different thing. And like you
mm,
said yourself, and you know, I recognize when someone's being honest. You know,
mm.
we kind of make a joke or make a little bit of a comment when there's an increase in the views while we're doing live. But like you said, you're not there for you. You don't really give it a care, not on a deep level. Though. You know, I've got not a good content on my thing. I've got 59 subscribers, but it's there for them. The content, I want them to
Yeah,
enjoy it.
yeah.
I'm not there to try and push myself in
No,
any way. You know, and I don't think, like you said, that neither are you.
no,
You understand what I
no.
mean? But they don't get it because they're stuck up their arses basically, and they're stuck up their arses in this narrative. And you know the thing is, like you said, there's no growth, so the narrative will probably never change.
No,
That's, you know.
I hope. The only thing I have is hope, and
Mm.
yeah, sometimes it does look bleak, but all I can have is hope, because otherwise, it is literally they will never change, and I don't think that's good for them. Like as their personal journey in
But
life, I don't think
yeah,
it
but
will lead to
you
anywhere
know,
good.
yeah, but you know, there was a point one time. It was so funny. He said, "Oh God, very quiet. Where is everybody?" Now I'm not sure if I was banned at the time. I think I might have just been banned, and I wanted to go in and say, "Now, no, listen to me, and listen to why I'm saying this. I'm saying it for you, not in a disrespectful way or anything like that. The reason there's nobody there or nobody in the chat or coming on, because he kept it, come up and explain this to me, and then I said, because you banned everybody." You know what I mean? So there was a point he had banned so many people all in one go, you know.
Mm.
And he made a joke about it, saying that they were in the holding cells, you know,
Yes,
in
I
jail.
keep hearing that
You
joke constantly,
you know
like,
what I mean?
oh, Damien's in prison or whatever.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? And then so there was this whole thing. So nobody could kind of, so he just done a blanket ban. He was like bloody Donald Trump with the immigration, you know.
Yeah.
He banned so much people. And I said, I'm not surprised, you know. And then now there was going back to the earlier days, maybe 6 months ago. A lot of people have just got bored and just and got moved on, or he's banned them.
Mm.
So you know, and that's where he's at now. You know, there's just the I think there's a sensationalism there, but it's very repetitive.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not bringing anything new to the table. You know what I mean?
I don't think so either.
So
Like I said, that's why I got bored having conversations with him. It was just literally like, you have a conversation about something. It's like, define this, define that. What does this
yeah,
mean? What does that mean?
yeah,
And it's like, bro, are we going to actually progress the conversation further? Are we going to
mm,
actually have a bigger conversation about anything? Or are we just going to talk about the definitions of words?
Yeah, totally. There's not really anything. Um, he said to me once, "You come here to learn." I thought, there's nothing to learn. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think, but I think, well, it is what it is. They're very stuck in this very, very negative. I think I said this to them one time on the channel when I was there. I said, you're very much the glass is half empty,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm a glass half full.
Mm.
And they won't. I would point out positive things. It's quite funny. I was saying something to you earlier on, and it's just come up on the news on the headline. And now it has. This first time I've seen it on the news, basically saying 16,500 people have been deported since the Keir Starmer came into power. Yeah, so it's just come up as a headline. That's the first time I've ever seen the public. I only saw that when I went looking for it.
Mm.
Now I brought these. I would come on and I'd say, look, there hasn't been any boat crossings for a few days, or there hasn't been. There's only. So I would try to show them some positives, but because I wasn't there, full of hatred and just I pulled the lieutenant up a few times because I didn't like. I don't see the need for using words like Abduls and Mohammedans and all that.
Yeah.
I don't see that. I just don't get that. Do you know what I mean? So there was an issue there, and he said, "Why can't I can say what language I'm like?" I say, "Yes, you can, but the issue is if you're not being aware of that, you're just going out of your way to be provocative, to be offensive and insulting. Then you're not recognized. You're only going to get a certain type of viewer and a certain type of guest. Do you know what I mean? So that was the issue.
No, I get it. But, sorry,
yeah,
I'm just writing a quick comment because I just saw a message from D. Gossi. She went on the channel, and she basically, someone was it Catherine said that Simon he was removing. Oh no, not that one.
Well, yeah, there was one about you removed the comments. Catherine was saying about the comments being removed.
Yeah, and D. Gossi basically says that is bad sense of humor, evil people should block him. And I'm just going to say to her what she said to me. Go sit with the sinners.
Sorry, block who?
Come over
sorry,
to the man.
Is she saying this in your channel? Or
No. In Big Noses, they're talking, because I've got it up ready to press play. And
right.
you... Or are you with the devil?
All this flicking between pages,
Yeah, no, I've just put it there. So basically, she's like I said the other day. She sent me a message personally on my video saying, "Oh, you're taking the piss out of Big Nose and Chris," and I said, "No,
okay.
I'm telling them the truth." And sometimes you have to tell people the truth, and sometimes it might hurt their feelings, but you're doing it for their own good. And she then told me, "No, but Jesus, he sat with the sinners. He sat with the." So what I've just told her is, if you think I'm evil or you're evil or the other Gossi is evil, come sit with us. Come sit with us. Come be like Jesus. leave these angels alone and come sit with the demons. Because that's what Jesus would have done. And
you're right. I mean, I see the humor there, but Darren, even the fact that you have to go into that kind of thing with her, do you see the issue?
Well, I just find it funny. For me, I'm only responding. I'm not expecting her to actually respond anything intelligent because any time she just sends scripture back.
No, that's exactly. It is funny. So she's kind of, she's stuck in scriptural stuff, and she almost like I'd be thinking, oh my God, what's going on with this person? You understand?
Same. Yeah, it's a bit.
Especially if she spammed. I mean, it's quite funny on Moses Jack because she just spams beyond. I mean, and probably just not as obvious on yours because you know what I mean. Because it might be only 2 or 3 of us there chatting away, so we can kind of we allow for wouldn't be such an issue. But in Moses channel, it just does. She just spammed the whole thing with verse after verse after verse. You know what I mean?
She used to do that here, and I said to her, look, I'm gonna start because I don't typically like to read the comments out, and I was like, listen, Gossi, I'm gonna have to just skip your comments now. Anytime I see your name, I'm just gonna ignore it because it's just gonna be spam.
Yeah, there's not really. You don't even know who they are. It's just you're just having a book, the Bible just thrown down your throat.
And the thing is, it's always trying to trip you over. It's never something to say, oh, you're doing well, or this is a good conversation, or this, that. It's just purely like, oh, I said something bad. Oh, Jesus never did it. I was like,
Yeah. It's a different mindset. I can't imagine it being a very tantalizing conversation over a coffee or a meal.
and the thing is, I'm sorry, it's like if Jesus is the greatest Messiah ever, he's the best thing since sliced freaking bread. Why are you comparing this idiot to Jesus and expecting me to live up to his standards?
We never said you were Jesus.
No, and she's like, oh, but Jesus wouldn't do this, and Jesus said this, and I'm like, bro, I'm not Jesus.
Do you know what I mean? But this is what I mean. That man, you might be talking to a brick wall.
Yes, yeah, because she's not going to hear it.
Well, it's not that she's not going to hear it, but she just responds with another verse.
No, that's what I mean. She's not going to hear it. That's what she did in the comment section on on that conversation we were having. I kept bringing up points, and I said, you're lying about this, you're not doing this, or you're doing this, and you're doing that. And her response was, Isaiah 4:36. And I was just like, so there is no conversation with you. Why are you even messaging me in the first place? It's like, just do your thing on Big Nose's channel. I ain't got no problem you being there and you supporting them, but don't come to me and cry about me treating Big Nose or Chris a certain way.
But you know, you can imagine it would be like one of the very born again Christians in Speaker's Corner.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Almost Islamic.
Well, almost. Yes, basically, yeah. Let's keep referring back to the script, even if it is not the Dallas script, but it might as well be. Yeah, totally. You're not talking about people who really know themselves.
No, and they don't want to know themselves. They don't want to know themselves.
Maybe it's just safer to hide behind this kind of textual stuff. So what I find sometimes is people who have had life experiences, like stuff I just discussed with you, which I was a bit worried about, but people who have gone through very difficult stuff, they're the people who generally kind of come out the other side with lessons and wisdom.
Yes.
And it's just a different seeing the world through a much more healthier lens.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so I don't know. I who this Scotty is. I've seen her everywhere around, and I don't think she would be probably a bad person, but she does.
I honestly, I'm starting to think that she's a fake account. She's one of these accounts that goes around posting Bible verses, but is never to actually help people. She's just
could be a bot.
Yeah, almost bot-like. I think she's a paid bot or something, because she spends a lot of time online going to different people's channels. And I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I tried to think that she was a nice person at first, but the more I'm seeing the real her come out, the more I'm realizing that, I'm kind of glad she doesn't come on my channel anymore, because she did not bring a good vibe when she was here. It was always like making you try and second guess yourself. It's like, why do I need to second guess myself? I know who I am. Thank you.
I think when I've seen how scripturally she was and how repetitive she was with the scripture, I kind of switched off from it being a person. Sadly, today.
And
you know what I mean?
Stuck her in a bot. Yeah,
I just thought there's how could we ever get any kind of idea who this person is?
She wants to go play with the Daleks.
Yeah, even if it's a woman, we don't even know if it's a woman or a man.
No clue.
So there's no value in interacting, because they don't seem to have any value to interact with you on an anonymous level about who they are.
No.
The same way as the avatars on those.
Yes.
I just think it's really funny about Insane, where he's smirching him and defaming him, and we're going to be.
We don't know who you are.
You don't know who you are. Who can you imagine? Right, you can imagine the court case. Your Honor, what's in front of me today? We think it's a man. He's got a deep voice. We can't really tell anything else about him, that he is male, or because we don't know his name. We don't know what he looks like. We just heard a deep voice, and he calls people charlatans. And then we have this woman who's kind of got a peach from the north of England,
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire, and we also don't know what she looks like. So apparently they're making claims for defamation of character.
Yeah, it's like nobody knows who they are.
Nobody knows who you are. So, I mean, it was just it's just hilarious. I mean, you can't make it. I mean, I don't think no one realizes, and I think, but sadly, lieutenants kind of got caught up in it as well. He doesn't realize his comical contribution. What he's given to people comically.
Yeah, no,
I
for
don't.
sure.
I don't know if he refuses to just acknowledge it or. But it's just
Yeah,
comical.
like I'm
It's
not
just
scared of him.
comical.
I'm not learning from him. I just laugh at
No,
him.
yeah,
It's
but
just
yeah,
a,
but you
he's
can't.
just a clown.
Yeah, but basically, and I think he's been called that a few times.
Yeah, yeah,
It's quite funny when he, some of the people, I've heard it now with Zishan and a few other people in Speaker's Corner when they do, and they respectfully say to him, I don't want to. He says, I want to debate you. Don't. What about this? Blah blah blah. And they said, no, sorry. Why not? Do you think I'm because I'm so advanced?
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm like that. You heard him saying that. I
So
find
many
that
times,
hilarious.
so
So
many
many
times.
times. He said, are you worried because I'm so more advanced than you and you can't win? And they said, no, it's because you're wearing a mask and you're a clown. And it just goes right over his head. So, I don't think you can teach somebody who can't be taught that, man. It's
Mm.
really, really as simple as that.
Especially when, like we said, he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't want to know who he is. He doesn't want to self-reflect. He's stuck in this delusion, and he's
No,
happy in this
absolutely,
delusion. And he's now
yeah,
dragging other people into this delusion, including Lieutenant
yeah,
and his followers. But it's their choice if they want to go down that road. I ain't got a problem
yeah,
with you guys going down that road, just as long as you know the what's the word I'm looking for? The consequences
mm,
of
yeah.
going down such a negative spiral where you end up
Yeah, I
losing
don't
touch
think
with
that.
reality.
Yeah, I think they got upset with me one time or quite a few times because I said I'm sorry, but your channel is right wing. It's a
Mm,
right
mm.
wing channel. It's not a channel about discussion or about debating something or debating points. It's a right wing. It doesn't. There isn't very much. I got ostracized because I went on the Palestinian marches because why didn't I stand? And then this is the lieutenant saying this. Why didn't I stand up for my own white working class? I don't remember
Yeah.
if that's exactly the phraseology she used, but why did I get up? Why I didn't go on the Tommy Robinson marches?
Mm.
Because I'm a gay man. Why would I go on a march full of people that if there wasn't all these issues going on and they saw me in a pub, would quite happily probably come up and put a bloody glass in my face just for my sexuality?
I'm not gonna lie, that's would probably happen with the Muslims as well if you were hanging around the Muslims.
No, man, I really don't get that vibe. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's not people who are Muslim I've come across that may have that vibe, but for the most part, that's not what I get.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And the thing
You
is, you
know,
weren't doing it for your own identity. You were looking at these people who you
I,
thought needed to be some kind of representation or some kind of support, and you felt like you could do that, and that was it. It wasn't
I,
about you.
I explain. Yeah, exactly. And I really take issue with these people going in the march, going queers for Palestine and all that. I mean, that really
Yeah,
gets my back.
it just confuses me as well.
You know what I mean? So, no, but what I was trying to say today was just to say, look, for me, like, it kind of goes back to what I said to you earlier. It's a numbers game. You know what I
Mm,
mean? Yes, a lot of people died on October the 7th, and that was a shocking event. But 47 times that has died since
mm,
in a much smaller population. Do you know what I mean? Not
yeah.
much smaller, but and I just thought I can't. I have a conscience, and when I just see, a country with the biggest military in the world, or one of them, attacking a condensed space of people that doesn't have any air power, yeah,
Mm,
and just all these people dying innocently, how can I not use that? How can I not have? I will thank God for allowing me to have that human, conscientious response to that horror
mm, mm,
and if
mm.
and I feel sorry for the likes of the people, Noes and lieutenants who can't see that.
They can't
Now,
see the
I'm not
human. They could only see the color or the religion. That
well,
is it.
everything,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm not saying, I'm not painting, Hamas here. I'm not no supporter of Hamas. Most people on the march. I'm not saying there wouldn't be elements there, but most people are not there for that. You know what I mean? There will be an element. There will be, of course, an element there. Kind of that do that. But you find that in any kind of protest. You know what I mean?
No, for sure.
So, so the thing about it is, I'm there within my own right, recognizing something that's wrong. and I'm there showing my support to say this shouldn't be happening. Um, and that's it, you know.
Yeah.
But I look at the crowd that are on Tommy Robinson. Would I hang out with most of those people on that march?
Probably not.
Probably not. You know what I mean? When I went on the Muslim march or the Palestinian march, I never felt, you know, my issue. You know, I'm sure a lot of people probably, or some people recognize it was probably gay, and I never felt there was an issue. Well, when I go into when I go into a white British working class group of people, I do see the disapproval. I don't see it. This is why I will go. That's this going back
Interesting.
to the point I made about where I feel Muslims are
You
more
should try
hardcore.
filming. You should try filming these interactions. I think that would be interesting to look at. Like if you next time you're in one of these kind of situations where you're like, oh, do you know what? Just pull out your camera and just start filming it. I want to kind of see the two opposites, like where you'd expect the Muslims to be like, oh, gay, kill him, and then the Christians the kind, gentle Christians, as Big Nose would say.
Yeah, I'm not saying sorry, man. Don't get me wrong.
I know, you're not saying the Christians. I know.
No,
It's
no,
just
no. I'm not saying there wouldn't be elements of the Muslim community in certain parts of the world that would do certain things against gay people. I'm not in complete denial. Do you know what I mean? But what I'm saying to you, you know, I go up and I have my custom fish at my local place on a Saturday. I do it quite routinely now. You know, the guy Jamal is from Morocco, and he's like, Damien, you know, you remember him saying to me, and the previous owner, if you ever don't have money on you, don't let that stop you coming. Do you know what I mean? There is much more of a heart connection with Muslims. I feel right. I'm not in the business. I don't have loads of Muslim friends or anything like that. So my experiences, for the most part, it's not. I don't find they judge me on my sexuality. You know, I never. I'm not sitting there talking about my sexuality. For God's sake, I'm smiling at them, going, "Hi, Jamal, how are you? Oh, can I have a cup of your lovely jasmine and mint tea? And thanks for giving me a discount as usual." And off you go. You know what I mean? You're
yeah,
just
it's more
like you
chill.
said. Yeah, but no, it's like you said earlier. You're just working on a human level.
Yeah,
You know, and we can't think that all people are of one particular thing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
You
No,
know,
it's very limited worldview, and it doesn't actually lead to any growth or life or
it
anything.
doesn't. No, it's a completely limited
Sorry, Damien.
worldview.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
quickly say hello to Geisha. Welcome back. I'm just gonna read some of the comments and then we'll get to you guys in a second. Desi Gossi says pound shop charlatan. He say,
Who's he talking about?
sorry,
Who's he talking about? Pound shop.
who do you think? He's talking about Big Nose.
Oh, okay.
Desi says they spend 6-7 hours talking about Muslims. I don't know where they all find the time to sit there day in, day out talking about the same stuff every day. It's odd. Yes, very
You know
odd.
what I mean? Yeah, it's completely.
Geisha, can
random.
you mute yourself, please? I'm hearing feedback. Thank you. Well, not feedback, but I'm hearing an echo. Desi Gossi says Speakers Corner regulars think Big Nose is a joke. Nobody wants to speak to him, and now he doesn't go there.
Yeah, yes. I was going to say to you, man, do you want to go there on Sunday?
I was actually thinking of going this Sunday, actually. Funnily enough, before this all happened, I was actually thinking of turning up this Sunday, but shh.
No rain forecast and 7 degrees. I think that's
Okay.
cool.
Nice. Armageddon says, yes, yeah, he wants to be anonymous, but the nose thing is not working. Nope. Desi Gossi says he goes around antagonizing people. It's not nice. Yes, he does go antagonizing people. He's not looking for conversations. He's not looking to grow.
No.
He's just looking to piss people off and then catch them on camera, and then he can label them as charlatans or low EQ. Literally, that's his game. That's his shtick.
That's his agenda.
Yes, agenda. Yes.
He has an agenda.
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
Armageddon says maybe he should go change into a clown face, the clown of London. Much better. The thing is, I kind of like clowns. As much as I call him a clown, I think he's more of a clown in the sense that he's trying to be funny, he's trying to be clever, but he just always misses the mark, and I just find that funny.
You think he's trying to be funny?
Yeah. I think he's always trying to be funny. Sometimes he's a little bit funny, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I think he tries way too hard sometimes. I just think, just be yourself, bro. Just be yourself. Bessie Gossi says, baby clown of London. Yes. D Gossi is here. Well, she was here. D Gossi, we don't like your kind over here. Joking. You can come here, but you can't do any BS stuff if you do come back.
But hold on, D Gossi, that's not Gossi.
That's the real Gossi. Well, the real fake Gossi. I call her the fake Gossi because the real Gossi, who would believe in Jesus Christ and God.
Yeah, that's not that one.
No, it is. This one is.
You know, Desi Gossi is not the one.
No. So there's comments. There's Desi Gossi. He's got the brown D, and then you got D Gossi with the turquoise D.
Has she been on here tonight?
Yeah, she left a couple of messages recently. That's what I'm reading now.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
She said, "Hey Desi, what you on about?" And then she says to me, "Got a Desi here, lol."
John 3:16. Okay.
Yeah, Desi Gossi says, "I'm the original Desi." Yeah, and you're the original Gossi as well. You're the good Gossi. You're the better Gossi. Geisha says, "Hello, welcome back," and he's in the chat with us. Oh damn, D Gossi got really crazy with the scripture, didn't she?
I have to go back up and see where you are.
D Gossi says, "Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before His presence with singing." Oh, D Gossi, you're so smart. You're so kind. You're so loving. You come to everyone with song, except the Muslims. You try and the Muslims don't get your love. You know, I understand. You know, they're Muslims, but that's not very consistent, is it? I'm sure Jesus would say, love thy Muslim brother. D Gossi says, "For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, so that
the problem, I think."
1 second, sorry,
I don't want to butt in.
1 second.
I don't want to butt in. I think the problem is when people have this tribalistic view within religion.
Yes.
You say everyone is great. Like Christianity has historically been very peaceful, and except the barbarians, not peaceful with the barbaric heathens.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we're nice, except with them. That people there, those are the ones we don't like, but everyone else we're nice. Yeah. Fake people. Simon K came back and he said, "Amen." D Gossi says, "Welcome back, Simon." Desi Gossi says, "I was in a bad mood earlier. Big no slagging off Damien and co." Simon K says, "No problem. These two guys are really nice." Simon K says, "Yes, Damien loves a chat. He's found a platform to express himself. Happy for him." Yes,
and it's okay, Simon. It's okay.
I think it's important for everyone to have a platform where they can express themselves, where they're not being shot down just because they express an opinion. I think it's important to listen to people. I tell Damien that he's wrong all the time, or I'd say I disagree with him.
Do you know something actually, the man? I won't kind of interrupt too much, but how you and I interact with each other and how we, pick up cues from each other. Kind of, I'll say something, but I just let him know I'm going to stop and give him, the chance to. I'm only going to say this and let him continue what what you want to say. How we acknowledge each other in that kind of queuing way.
Yes.
It could be that's where people could learn in the sense of it going on to. Look, do you understand? They say, look, said,
no, it makes perfect.
He's listening for a few minutes, and now he said, "I'm just going to say this, and you go straight back to that." There's that kind of thing going on. That would be the interesting thing for people. I think if they wanted to really learn something, they could come on here.
That would be the best thing to learn: how to have a conversation, how to take a breath.
Totally respectful, and we can still we're able to kind of both get in, but we're not shouting over each other, and we're kind of aware of, all right, now I said what I needed to say. Now stop and let the other person get on. So I think they could really learn. I know I've got the gift of the gab.
I was going to say, sometimes I do have to reel you in a little bit, but
and you do.
But
I don't mind
you're very respectful of that. You're like, sorry, demand. Yeah. And you're not like, he told me off. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not off of the whole thing. Demand of, it's about me.
No.
I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy the backward and forward.
That's it. I'm just gonna read a couple more of these. I've only got a couple more left.
Many views have we got? Let's get excited about our viewers.
Just 4. Oh, 5 gone up. 1. Simon K says, "See, I was thinking today. The Bible verse, we fight not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities, etc. Then we should love Muslims as Christians." Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So on this channel where you're constantly attacking Muslims and trying to destroy their belief, you should just be happy that they believe in God. You know? Maybe it's not
And
the
you know,
same way you believe in God, or maybe the same things you do in your daily practices, but they believe in God. What are you going to say?
and going back to something you said a few minutes back, if talking about Jesus, if Jesus saw the Muslims praying outside Speaker's Corner, because there's a woman that comes out with the speaker, the black woman,
Yeah.
late in the evening when they're there and starts howling speeches on the microphone, trying to disturb them praying.
Yeah.
Irrespective if you believe what you believe about the religion of the not speak, whatever you believe, that doesn't mean they don't have a right to be respected.
Yes.
And so I think if Jesus went and seen people, being totally disrespectful, behaving just because they're praying, all he would see was these people are praying, and he would completely he'd do his thing like he did in the temple with the tax collectors and the money exchangers.
That's
He'd
it.
have that same. Yeah, I think he'd have that same reaction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But once again, like Geisha said, and like we've said, it's one rule for these people, but then a different rule for everyone else when it suits them, rather than just being consistent.
Yeah.
Desi Gossi say, Simon, do you know Naz from Speakers? Mathematician, blah, 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 blah. Yes, Nose banned him. Very nice person, seemingly, Desi. Nice guy. Yes, he got banned. Naz, some kind of mathematician. But I also saw a couple of comments on Big Nose's stream, which were got my attention.
Oh, what?
It was funny. It was Catherine, actually. She said, there's a live stream. Sorry, their whole live stream is reading our chat. Is that legal? These guys are grasping for straws. They're grasping for straws at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a little bit of the video, and then
is there more?
I don't know, because we've had it on pause for so long where we end up talking.
We're getting so much out of the comments.
I know. We are, aren't we? The comments are better than the actual video.
Yeah.
And when he left at Disney, wasn't I calling upon him? Major is my witness, all of you here. How many months I was calling upon my detective Disney? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I even sent a troop to find him. Because I never knew he was online, actually. He had blocked me, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I can't see his messages. People seeing and reporting to me. I can't see his messages because I'm blocked. He's blocked me, right? But despite all, I was calling upon him. Every troop, Major, anybody who knows Disney, where is he? You won't, no punishment for your return. Come back. Come back to your post.
No punishment. No punishment.
For my detective business. And Disney blocked. That's funny. Disney blocked him.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's funny. I find that
that's
really
nice.
funny.
That's a good little tidbit. Yeah.
How did that feel, Nose? Yeah. You know what I mean?
When the shoe's on the other foot.
When the shoe's on the other foot.
And so on forth. Joking way, and as we do. No reply, nothing. Suddenly somebody told me, and that somebody, I don't know if it was, he said I was defending, I didn't see that person for a few days, and he said he was honoring my, he was defending my honor. I don't know if it was Six Kings, Roman. Was it him?
Yeah, it was all Roman.
So he was at that time, and I said, no way, are you sure? To be honest, I was doubting him. And because I couldn't see the messages, and I got the confirmation from another source, and I thought to myself, my God, why? Because you've been demoderated. That's childish. I didn't give any guarantee to anyone anywhere you're going to stay there. I can, Lieutenant also I can get rid of her also.
Okay. Just get rid of Lieutenant as well.
What's the post, Lieutenant? What's the post?
She only spends her entire evenings up until 2-3 o'clock sitting there with you, and sometimes even carrying the stream when you fall asleep. She edits your videos, and she defends you even though you're obviously deluded.
Indefensible.
It's completely indefensible. Defends you even when you're indefensible. Beautiful. Love that.
Yeah.
And just get rid of her like that.
Yeah. Eventually, that relationship eventually, it might take a bit of time, but I can that's why they call me the snake in the grass. But I can see eventually she's gonna wreck. She's gonna.
I wouldn't say that's snake in the grass. That's just you seeing the cracks forming.
I can see the cracks. Yeah. I think eventually she'll realize it's not on.
Yeah.
I think she will get upset or anything. She has certain skills, and none of you know maybe the channel is for Lieutenant anyway. I work for her. So just to let you know, it's not based on what skills you have. You didn't have the skills, Mikey, to stay here, right? And the others, I didn't want, so I tested everyone. Everybody's good. But all I needed, I was told to choose myself, by that person, and that person has chosen me. And that's if I'm actually under them. So for your information, you are going to be reported because you need to be example for the others. They cannot go and, cast aspersion around, and you need to be dealt with by authorities. That's not correct. There's some illness there. I think you have a child and a wife or a partner or someone. How you sit there and eat food together and look at your partner's eyes and have wrote some bad thing about someone? How can you do that? Where is your
wow?
After all the stuff he does and says, he's completely
He's suddenly got on the moral horse, and he's like, look how high I am. Oh, look at you peasants, so immoral. How can you eat and sit with your families after you say the things you say? Hi. Oh, we lost Damien.
Uh-oh.
It's the jinns. The jinns are attacking him. Big Nose is sending the jinns.
Oh no, it's not just the jinns. I think it's the pissed off Thelemites.
The Thelemites, yes. And someone told me recently that Big Nose, and I even heard Big Nose say this himself, I think Big Nose said that he believes in oracles and he prays to the oracles.
Oh my God. He's secretly a Thelemite, because a lot of modern day Thelemites, they believe in oracles, they believe in hams, they believe in Gnostic mass, all that. And they also said that if you go against my will, I'm going to destroy you, even though it goes against their own scripture.
The man, two tidbits.
Yep.
Firstly, he was praying to the oracle that I wouldn't get my money.
Yes, that was one. Yep.
Now, just to tell you that you and him are on the same amount of viewers.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
You've just dropped off. You've just dropped down. You were on 11, and now he's on 11.
Oh wow! Oh, they're coming and going. Guys, while you're here, hit the like button, okay? Hit the like button.
Yes.
Oh, I was
give Damien all the likes, thumbs up, so we can get big and tackle these charlatans. I'm kidding.
Scum.
We will expose the charlatans.
Oh, I don't think this has to be the best evening ever, man. I tell you, who needs alcohol?
No, exactly.
Oh, it's absolutely hilarious.
I just feel the thing is, as much fun as I'm having, it's not the kind of content I want to push out. It's not
I
too.
know, I get it.
But yeah, but every once in a while, it's nice to have a bit of fun where we could just actually just.
Yeah, but they're creating this. If he hadn't started running off with the mouth when he on the stream, when I come off your stream to have me dinner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said to you, the man, I'm going to take a break now.
Yeah.
And I went on just really quickly, just see what was going on, and within seconds, they were running off about me and you, and business seems to be the main was initially the main thing, and I thought so that's where it's all kind of grown, and then they've just gone off into this hole. So they're creating. Maybe what you should do is slag us off more often. It's really helping your.
It really is, apparently. Come on, guys! I need more haters. I need more haters.
Yeah. But more haters. That really is what it is. Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'd rather have people that are here to learn and to grow.
Love and light. I like your tag. Under your title today, damn man. And I think really they looked at that they could learn something. What is it? The reflection. What's the say? Reflection?
God, reflection, and growth, and God's will.
Yeah. Reflection and growth.
Yeah.
I think they're two very part.
I'll put this on a few of my streams, and it's usually in the in the information, down below the thingy. So I usually have righteous path, God's will, God, growth, and reflective thinking as hashtags as well, because that is essentially what I want this channel to be about. I don't want this channel to be about slagging off some guy in a mask who thinks he's some kind of genius.
The man, it's not negative. It's not a negative channel here, mate.
No,
and they just won't get that, and they won't get the fact that some people are conflicted. That's why they're coming here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? There's that they have that conflict. So.
I'm just gonna read a last few comments here that we got. Armageddon says, yes, respecting each other as people goes a long way, even if we don't agree. Yes, 100%. I think that's why I want to get more people like this who can actually have contradicting points, but can still actually have a conversation and be nice to each other, where you can actually still learn and grow, and maybe even somehow one day come to some kind of level where we all agree. But
and we did that earlier, man. We were quite contradictory. You know, I said to you quite a few times earlier on in the evening. I would disagree with the position you were saying about something. But but it wasn't an issue.
No, never an
But
issue.
it would be on Moses' channel.
Yeah, it'd be like define issue.
Define issue. Yeah,
My objection.
Objection.
Who said define issue? Was that Keisha?
No, that was me. Geisha said objection.
Oh, yeah, he uses the terminology from the court quite a lot, which I find hilarious.
The courts, the military, the spies.
Yeah, when he goes, nay, and all this stuff, was hilarious.
Nay.
Let's have a quick look at the last few comments. Oh, D Gossi decided to come back as well. D Gossi, you decided to sit with the sinners. Yeah, come over here. Forget those angels. You know, Big Nose is an angel. You know, you don't need to give him any kind of love or anything because he's already on the path to Christ. None of us are on the path to Christ.
Big Nose is Saint Michael.
Yeah, Big Nose is Saint Michael. Exactly. Come here to us and come sit with the demons and the devils and the sinners and kind of do what you expect Jesus to do. Simon K says, I better get back there, Desi. I might get banned. That was Simon K thinking he might get banned for sticking around too long. Take care, Simon. Appreciate you being here, buddy. And then he gave a torch to see through the cracks. Armageddon says, truth itself, however, is absolute. So someone is right and someone is wrong. Someone worships God and someone worships the devil or Baal, who is claiming to be God. Yes, there is like the objective truth, but we as humans can't really truly fathom the true objective truth unless we get to a level of understanding where we can see the bigger picture. When we're always stuck in like rabbit hole mode, we're just going to see what's going on there. Geisha agrees. Gossi says 5 hours. Wow, love one another, and then gave a quote from the Bible. Obviously, she wasn't going to give a quote from the Quran, was she? Not today. Gossi asks, "Is Biz the Desi? Why does it matter to you, Gossi? Why does it matter to you whether Biz is Desi or not Desi, or maybe I don't know? Like, what's that got to do with anything?"
They're slagging off their own people now who are coming over to your channel, flipping in and out.
No.
Yeah.
I told you, this is what I mean. I am always a problem. I am not trying to be a problem. I'm just trying to do my thing. I say things how I see them. But sometimes I just cause issues for other people without realizing it.
Well, you're a mirror, man. That's really what you are.
Yeah. Well,
that's usually all we are, is a mirror.
That's
if people choose to look.
Yes, and reflect and to grow, or they could choose to get offended and try and break the mirror.
Yeah. I don't want to say that. Yes, exactly.
Sorry?
I don't want to say that. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you have to face your fears.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just by noses in the mouth.
Honestly, and you're supposed to be Christian. You're professing. I think you were Christian, and now you turn against the other Christian in here. Unbelievable. So please, again,
I'm just going to say, he says turn against the other Christian. Actually, that's what Christians should be doing. Christians should be turning against each other. When it says iron sharpens iron, it's meant to be with your brother in Christ. That's how you become better in your worship with Christ, is that you question each other. You say to each other, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Because then if you two are holding each other accountable, the church that you're from becomes closer to God, because you're strengthening that resolve and that you're questioning yourself and questioning each other. The iron sharpens iron isn't about go and fight the Muslims and argue with them in the park for 5 hours. That's not what iron sharpens iron is about. It's about your own self-development through your brothers. Sorry, were you going to say something there, Geisha?
Yeah. I found the humor and wisdom in what you you mentioned about. Your recommendation for Christians to actually train and debate civilly amongst themselves before going out to just like, oh, you're the problem. You're this. We're true. We're saved by Jesus or saved by the Holy Spirit of Christ. Yada yada yada. What's important is keeping your church. Yeah. Didn't Jesus say a divided house cannot stand?
Yes, I think he did. I've heard that phrase before. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have to work on themselves first. They have to work on the church first, not on the Muslims.
Yeah. The Muslims have a different issue altogether. That is then.
Yeah, but we've already discussed parts of that, like how they're very stuck in this is how it's got to be, and this is how we do it, and there's no way
they compartmentalize themselves.
Yes, and they don't use their own
the
brains.
Muslims of the Hadith books, they like to compartmentalize themselves in. I don't want to sound offensive. Just to make it clear, it's not aimed to be offensive. That's what I mean. But the thing is, keeping yourself in a stagnant state of learning does not entice you to seek further than what you do. You just become comfortable with what you already know, and when situation or scenario of the world changes, you don't change with it. You end up becoming a reactionary, and you end up fueling the so-called enemies of your faith, and you don't understand why is it that you're praying to your Lord, and your enemy is gaining more strength and gaining more land. So that's where the apostasy, in my opinion, comes from, naturally, because when people are compartmentalized and then they realize they are stuck, they don't know where to talk to, where to people to seek, because their imams or village chief says you cannot go there because that's sinful, that's cardinal sin, or that's kufr or something. That becomes, I don't know, like it becomes a conundrum and a paradox that individuals
I call it the loop system. It's like a
loop system.
Yeah, it's like a what's it called? Like a, you get feedback loops or a time loop. Like in time movies, you get a loop. It's just you're stuck in replay. You're stuck in.
Oh yes, have Damien? Damien and Damon? Have you watched Groundhog Day?
Yes, love Groundhog Day. I watched it recently again.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit. So Murray, the actor. Well, technically, he's almost like a personification of the spiritual or the religious person who's trying to seek out his life, his true well, and then he ends up stuck on the same day, and he ended up losing almost his mind over it. Basically.
Yeah, I think he ended up spending like years and years and years living the same day again and again and again, and he. Yeah, it was good. It's a great movie, though. I love Groundhog Day, and it's a great happy ending as well, because it's a love story, and I love love stories. I'm going to read a few of these comments. We got Armageddon saying, truth itself can... Oh, no, we read that one. Did we read that one? No, we didn't. Armageddon says, truth itself can be no other than a simple entity, because truth is an absolute. It's singular. If Jesus is the truth, as he claims, then Baal cannot also be truth. Truth resides as a single being. Yes, but the thing is, if Baal claims to be the truth and Jesus claims to be the truth, at that point, you don't know. Only God knows. You could find out through God, but yeah, you're not going to find out just by listening to the person because they said so, because otherwise, like the Muslims do. Why do you believe in the Quran? Oh, because the Quran says to believe in the Quran. You end up in this circular logic, this feedback loop where you're just going around in circles. Groundhog Day. Simon says...
Yeah, sorry, man, go on.
Simon K says controversial. Aussie love. D Gossi says sense of humor. Simon K says amen, Damon. Wow. Okay, so he agrees with the iron sharpens iron one, I think. D Gossi says iron sharpens diamond. Desi says diamond cuts diamond. Yes, it does. Sorry, there's quite a few. All of Big Nose's guys coming over has just made my chat go a bit crazy.
I was going to say, and your viewers, I was going to say that if he runs a lesson now, that'll be it. You'll bypass.
Oh, that was yeah. If he puts up a video of that, that's it. Yeah. Game over. Simon K says, brother, sisterly love. Yes, all love here. Gospel dropped a couple of thingies.
Do you actually demand? You know, what would be a good video? Just out of just more for humor than anything else. To put up a video, if you do go past his, I keep an eye on the numbers. If you do go past his, you could do a video saying the man surpassed Nose's views. That's nice. the other way,
just for the jokes, yeah, rather than.
Yeah.
Desi Gossi says we have 2 critical thinkers here, 3 now. Oh, unless he's just talking about you two. Simon K. Oh no, he's talking about Simon K. and Gossi coming over. Cool. Gossi dropped that. Okay, Armageddon says, so then we need many witnesses. That is what the prophets are for, to break the tie. Interesting. Okay, I like that. Gossi dropped some hearts and some water emojis, and then some more lyrics, gangster lyrics from her gangster rap songs. I'm just gonna
exciting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play another minute of this, just to see, because every time I press play, it's hilarious.
If you must, come on, yeah.
If you see these people are doing that, please report them, because they need to stop. Otherwise, they will destroy somebody out there's life.
Yeah.
You know, possibly not me or possibly me, right? But definitely somebody, a person, especially a man. You know, if they think he's a man or woman, doesn't matter.
Going off some of the things that people say, there's always someone in the world who, if they thought that someone was doing that sort of thing, they would take it upon themselves to implement justice sort of thing, to carry out some kind of attack, basically, you know, vigilante style, and therefore this could be putting you in danger.
Oh, now they're making us violent because we're laughing at them.
Yeah, but the man, and they don't see the fact of them putting that video up of me with Let's Realign the hack. They're accusing us of doing what they did.
Well, yeah. Well, we haven't even done anything yet. All we've done is just criticized the content and had a few jokes about them and the way they behave.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but what they're doing, they're saying, what they're making accusations of is what they did themselves by putting that video up of me and
saying, "Oh, this guy's doing this with Muslims,"
with a big arrow on my head to say this guy is, you know, look for him, cause problems for him. So they put my safety, and I didn't think it would come to anything come of it, but they were putting my safety at, not particularly Lieutenant, I don't know if it had to do with that, but they're making the accusations saying that we're doing nothing wrong here. We're just taking the bait.
Yeah, we're just having a bit of a laugh.
We're having a laugh, but they're making accusations that we're doing something that they are actually doing. That is, you know, if they can't see that, if they can't see that
at the moment, it's just poisoning the well and trying to basically play the victim so that the audience is like, "Oh no, poor Big Nose," rather than just dealing with it.
That's his. Hold on, poisoning the well, ad hominem.
Yep.
What other words? We leave the scum and charlatans.
Being a charlatan.
We've used them.
Being illiterate, being low EQ. That's all him. And like I said, I've got a video of him actually coming up and shoving me when I was at Speaker's Corner. And he has literally been physical against me in the past. And when I brought it up to him, he denied it. He was like, "Oh, I don't remember this." He knows what I'm talking about.
He denies everything.
He lies constantly. He lies constantly. In that video thing I did of him, the breakdown, the 4-part breakdown, I say to him, "Oh, you brought a science book last week." He's like, "Yes, I did." I was like, "Okay, so what is science? If you brought a science book, you shouldn't be able to tell me why you believe in science." He's like, "Oh no, I found the book before I came." You just said it was yours, and then you said, because you're not honest, you're not truthful, you're not.
No, he's not. He's just not. But he doesn't. I don't think he can actually recognize in himself. That's the bottom line.
That's delusional, and that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Like I said, I wouldn't have him around any kids. Not even.
He is dangerous, and I think that I don't think the people, on his stream. I mean, I'd be, there's definitely, he will throw people under the bus. Once he's had enough, and I've seen it play out with a lot of the people who already said, when he's had enough of them, or whatever, they're not singing to the tune, and he'll throw them on, and then he will go out of his way, like he has done tonight, to make a mockery of them, to defame them, all the things he's making.
Accuse them of all these things, defamation of character that he's doing. It's like
he's doing all that,
Yeah. Seriously,
I think there's a great there's a great content now in the video stream tonight to make very funny videos.
Yeah, no, there's tons of content here. Well, I think It's just us taking the piss out of him. Actually, there's not a lot of good content.
I think, well, yeah, but I think with the speeded up voice, I think you know what you're doing with
Yeah.
edits. But I think you could do a 5 or 10 minute clip of something, you know what I mean, to make us, maybe with our reactions to it.
Yeah, maybe I'll have a I could do like because I do like playing around with the shorts because they're quick little videos.
Yeah.
So it could be
Yeah.
literally one of the things he says, and we just sit there laughing our head off, and then
I think that would be very.
and then I'll
funny.
play an actual video that he's done of where he's
Yeah.
doing exactly what he's claiming that we're doing. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
could do
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. I might have a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
play with it.
Yeah.
knows.
Yes.
Anyone in the world is looking at this, right? And so there's a whole host of different personalities out there, and we hear about people who take the law into their own hands, and whether they've done due diligence and investigated someone properly and found them to be actually guilty or not. And so a lot of times, innocent people suffer at the hands of someone who's been stirred up by someone as malicious as what we're seeing in these characters who we're talking about. It's very dangerous.
Oh, malicious.
Yes, vendetta, as our major called it, or rage. Or
Where's the evidence? Not hearsay. I just am going to ask her, where's the evidence? Present the evidence.
No,
Not-
there
not
is no
just,
evidence.
like,
There is no evidence. All of this is just conjecture and it's projection. It's just basically.
The only evidence is on their side of them doing what they're making accusations of.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Nose has the videos on his channel. If you go and look at Nose's videos, and if you look at the one, I'm not sure if it's in the shorts of him with me trying to accuse me of defending somebody, but he was trying to endanger my safety, Gisha. Yeah. So that video is there. If he really wants to go literal, I could easily, with any person looking in with an explanation from me explaining to them, I say, look, this is what's happened, and here you have this. Here's the video on his channel of him trying to cause me, endanger me.
Endanger your safety.
Yeah.
He's even. It's even in the wording on the text on the thumbnail of the
Wow.
video.
Yeah.
I think the word was. I think the phrase was charlatans. you be the judge. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. And all Damien did was try and help someone who needed to go talk to the police, and he was like, "Listen, I'll be a witness." So someone's going to the police. They're not going to some bodyguard or some kind of Muslim group, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll back you up." He was going to the police to report something, and Damien's like, "Yes, I saw what happened. I'll back you."
And very quickly on that, basically, the police in the end, within a few minutes of that happening, the guy that I would have been speaking again, the police had him over in the corner, and it's on video on YouTube.
And you kept the park safer.
Well, but I didn't have to go to speak. I didn't end up speaking to the police. Is the point?
I'm saying in the regards to that was your intent. Your intent was to help this person, not for helping a Muslim. It was because someone's done something that they shouldn't have done, and they shouldn't be here and behaving in that way, and they need to be removed.
Yes, there should be. The place needs to be safe, like you said.
And Big Nose pulled out his camera to film you to make it look like you were backing the Muslims and to kind of paint you in a what's the word he used?
That kind of
defamation of
misdirection.
character.
Defamation. Yes, you can sue him for defamation. I'm not a lawyer, but hearing from this, trying to use footage, deliberate manipulation of footage or cherry picking footage to build a case against you is actually violating a lot of Britain's courts.
Yeah, but Geisha, what it was, the way he's done the video, what it was, and the wording on it was incitement.
Incitement to violence, right?
Incitement to violence. It's very clear. It's nothing that could be manipulated in any other way. Do you know what I mean?
I agree with you, but when it comes to the court, they will look look around all this. They will go through everything to see, but they will definitely consider that this is incitement to violence, and this could also lead to a graphic violence against you potentially.
Oh, absolutely, that's the issue. It's all the things that Lieutenant is saying here about people potentially could be taken. And I'm saying that's exactly what you've done in this video. You've put it up. You've put a headline and tagger on it. With the very idea that could not be misunderstood except to incite violence against me. Because and the interesting thing is,
Pure projection.
nose is all no pure projection, and nose is the person all the time going around shouting police, police. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? When he's done something and somebody's got a reaction, police, police.
Someone looks at
Even,
him the wrong way. Police, police.
even if they can't see his face, you know what I mean? So they don't. They seem to be quite stupid and naive. They do seem to be very, very naive. You know. So
Mm,
everything they're going on about here is what they're doing themselves, and it's in all of their content. So it wouldn't be that much of a push to say, look at, here's the evidence,
mm.
etc. And here they are with their own tags, their own videos. They're putting these taglines on the top, and they're obviously the way they've done it is to at this man, and it's the insight to try and get him attacked. It would be clear. Any judge would see it. It's not subtle. That's the point
No,
I'm
it's not
making.
definitely not subtle, and especially because it's
No.
not just once. It's 90% of his content, 95% of his content is like this. And even when you have the live chats going, and you see these people saying like the shit that we saw about,
Mm.
oh no, what was it that Catherine said about the funerals, and I know who would.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, so
Exactly.
it's like these people are the ones who are violent and potentially dangerous. We are just here having a conversation, and they get
I'm having a
upset by that.
giggle. Yeah, and it's also if you go into his community,
Mm,
you see all these pictures of different people from the park that he's portraying in a way again to make them look like put a project in a negative thing about them as if they're
defamation of
somehow
character.
they're the enemy. I don't think he realizes what he's kind of setting himself up. If he's building a case all of his own back for the police and the courts, if ever that it came
Yeah.
to that.
Mm. I'm just going to play a little bit more. And actually, before I press play, ladies and gents, we have 9 people watching. We've hit a record for this week.
Break open the non-alcoholic champagne.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button if you want us to continue. Otherwise, we're going to take a little music break. So hit that like button, or we don't.
We need 6 more to kind of beat the other guy, the boss.
Oh damn, we got 12 likes. Sorry. Wow. Okay, you guys are killing it with the likes. I didn't even need to say what I said. Wow, you guys are smashing it. All right, let's just press play then. Wow.
Oh my gosh! I saw it's 14 likes now.
40. Oh damn. Thank you guys.
No,
Appreciate it.
Thank you all for your wonderful human souls, the human minds, etc.
You're so sweet.
The human minds.
About Garage Vendetta. There's something else I can't remember. It's like trying to take revenge. What? Being demotivated. What a pathetic man, honestly. Childish. I called him childish.
One thing I noticed, and I've said it not long after Chris started coming in here and interacting with us. I said it to you privately, Knows. It confirmed it to me when I watched that live stream back from before we came in here on Sunday, and he was in with Daman and Damien. I noticed that he wasn't getting worked up or raising his voice or anything until he detected that they were taking the piss out of him. So when he suspects someone's taking the piss out of him, he quickly becomes.
No, he was getting worked up very quickly.
We're not responsible for Chris's behavior. They don't get it.
No, but we were taking the piss a little bit because we were kind of like confused by what he was saying, and he was just rambling on and ranting and changing subjects. So we were just laughing at the fact that we can't get a straight answer out of him. But we weren't laughing at him. We were kind of laughing at the fact that we're confused. What you're talking about? And if we were laughing at him, we would have just kicked him off.
We wouldn't have spent an hour with him, and he spent an hour with us.
Yeah.
Basically, Damon, it's like I said at Chris near the end. He's very easily triggered.
That's it.
For 1 minute, he can be just appear very coherent and everything is going around fine, and then next minute he's foaming at the mouth.
Literally.
It's like he said himself. There's something issues going on with him. Maybe at some time, he might feel he's comfortable enough, trustworthy enough to share some stuff, these personal stuff. You know what I mean? So I think the good thing in relation to your arena, in relation to Chris, is it is a safe place.
Yes.
Yeah. Things can go off, but he doesn't realize he's been used by Noel. You know what I mean?
No. Well, I think he's starting to now, but he still runs over it just because he hasn't got a click. Because like I said, the funny thing is he was going on about clicks and saying how they're bad and people get into these tribal mentalities. But then that's why he keeps going back over to the nose, because he knows that they'll sit there and listen to him.
Yeah, he wasn't there tonight. But I think we had a very healthy interaction with him. I think he's acknowledged too, is somewhat that there was some point in the stream he said that I've got issues going on. I thought, oh God. When somebody is truthful, it blows me away. Do you know what I mean? And then but there was obviously something, like I said to you, when his eyes go and he starts squinting his eyes, and there's something's
something else going on, and it's not us.
And I don't think you or I or anybody on your stream would judge him.
No.
Do you know what I mean? He'd be more judged on they're acting all Chris, and we're out looking after Chris and all that. But that's BS, because the minute Chris has his got your thing for them, he's gone. And he was banned, and there was Lieutenant at the very beginning really wasn't happy with Chris at all, and she
I remember. I remember that. Yeah.
It was one of the times she was getting really fed up at nose, because Chris was. There was a point where Chris was really spoke down to Lieutenant. There was a point where he really was like, "Oh God, I think that's a bit right across the line," and Nose didn't challenge him, and he was more interested in speaking to him. And the lieutenant was upset that Nose didn't say, "Sorry, you can't speak to the lieutenant like that." He kept calling the woman. I don't want to speak to the woman, or something. There was something like that, and you could hear Lieutenant was kind of So I did recognize I thought, oh, there's a cracks to break in here, because Nose is, he's allowing anything just for entertainment or just for views, and he's not really protecting the people who are his strongest support, i.e. the lieutenant. You know what I mean?
Well, I think in that regards as well, like I've seen Chris actually come on, and then Lieutenant jump off. She was like, "Oh, I'm not going to stick around for this."
I think she's a bit. Yeah, there was a time where she did want to be. Yeah, that definitely is true. I think she's a little bit more kind of probably. Maybe she's just a bit more.
Because once again, like I said, I look at people's behaviors and I try and understand the reasoning behind it. So, like I said before, they banned gospel, and then all of a sudden, the next day, they're running around going, "Gossie, where are you?" Lieutenant came into my stream, never comes into my stream, comes in and says, "Hey, if you see Gossie, tell her to come over, tell her I'm sorry."
Are you serious?
Yeah, and I'm like, "Oh, cool, I'll let her know." But I understood that the only reason that you were doing this is because Nose probably told you, "Hey, she's the one who pays for all the subscribers. We need her back." So you ended up apologizing to Gossie and trying to get her back for this particular reason. Why do you want to apologize to Chris and get him back? Obvious. He's entertainment. He comes on and the views go up. And that is literally why you want him back. You don't like him as a person. You don't agree with what he's saying. You just want entertainment.
No, he's just been used. No, he's been used. He's just been totally used.
Yeah, which is sad. And that's, like I said, that's why I kind of wanted him on this stream the other day, where we could actually have a conversation. I was like, "Look, I know you go on Nose's stream, and I know that this, that, and the other." And he thought we were trying to butter him up or something. And I was like, "No, I'm not trying to butter you up. I'm just trying to tell you that, listen, we're here having a conversation. There is no winner, loser, or anything. It's just we come away from this, hopefully learning. We just come away from this, hopefully learning different perspectives. We don't have to agree. But now I know how Damien thinks in this particular subject. I know how Geisha thinks about this particular subject. I know how Chris thinks about this particular subject. And now I can navigate these conversations a bit better. And I can understand anything I want in regards to it, and I could agree or decline it. There is no obligation for you to agree with everyone here. Sorry, Damien, go for it.
Look at your channel is not toxic. That's just bottom line.
Tries not to be,
but it's not. It's just not. And the Nose channel is very toxic, Now, and I think probably, I think Chris he likes to. He's a floater. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
He floats around and he's trying to hook into all these different things and prove his points and whatever. But I think he comes in here because he knows that you're not toxic, and it's probably a breath of fresh air for him to be in a non-toxic environment.
Yeah, because I probably give him a bit more free reign than other people do. Like where,
and he probably kind of thinks, "Oh, I'm getting a healthy kind of energy coming here." Do you know what I mean?
More balanced.
I'm sure he can see through Nose.
Yeah, I just like I said, I think so too. But I just think he's a bit lonely, and he just feels like they're the only people who he could vent to.
Yeah, basically. when he used some of the terminology to me, do you remember? Would anybody else have sat and listened to that and still continue the conversation with him? I don't think so.
I think it's good that you did though, because at the end of the day, it is just a word, and it only
That's why I made a joke of it. Sorry,
yeah, like I say, it's only if like you accept the bullshit that they're giving you. If
Yeah,
you take the negative energy that they're giving you, that's
Yeah.
when it affects you. But yeah, I was really impressed with that, and I was actually kind of glad, because I want this to be a bit more of a free speech platform, not where
Yeah.
you're literally abusing people, but where you
Absolutely.
can be
Yeah.
a bit more flavorful with your language without having everyone go, "Did
Yeah,
he just
absolutely.
say this word?"
Oh my god, the fuck answer, man.
That was clutching the pearls, by the way. That was clutching the pearls.
That was camp. That was very camp.
Yes, I'm a theatre guy. I've been in theatre. I've done drama. I love drama, and this is, like I said, I am a bit. I'm the balance. I'm the balance between the masculine and the feminine. I am not gay, but
No, that's cool.
I can have a bit of fun, but I can be serious too. Sorry, carry on.
No, what I was going to say was that's why I went into the conversation saying, "Oh, by the way, Chris, in our country, faggots mean meat and gravy." Remember, just to let you know, you were saying something the other night about film, and you were alluding to filmmakers. You were talking something about filmmaking. I
Yeah.
can't remember what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I meant to ask at the time, but it went out of my head. If you had any kind of an interest in filmmaking.
Yeah, loads of interest. I've got an interest in everything. Anything
All
you
right.
could think of, I've got an interest in programming, in building electronics, in design, like using CAD, building a house, farming. Literally,
Okay.
I love everything about life. This is why I say, as much of a tough life as I've had, and as much as it's not been sunshine and roses all the way, I still love it and appreciate it, because I know how amazing life is, how many different variations of things you could do or discover or learn. It's just
The reason I asked you that, sorry to interrupt you there. The reason I asked that was a very specific reason. Because there's a website called shootingpeople.org.
Shooting people or shushing?
Yeah, no, shooting.
Shooting.
As in film shooting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're not sending me to the ISIS recruitment stream, are you?
No. It's to be quite honest. When I went through my acting, when I did my acting, when I came out of film extra work and I went into acting, all my filming, my original initial filming stuff was through this site.
Ah, sick.
And paid. I'd done an advert for Britannia Building Society. I got £1,000 for a week. But that was all through. But usually people is for filmmakers. Now, when I joined the years ago, it was a free thing. Now I think it's £45 a year now.
Okay.
So it's basically just for actors. It's filmmakers, directors, writers, all the production people you would need on the thing. And it's for people starting out, people who have an interest in camera, photography, the DOP kind of stuff. So it's that. If you have an interest, I'm just letting you know it's there.
No, I do have an interest in it, but it's one of those things that I've put on the back burner to pursue, because I was like, I need to focus on my spiritual journey. I need to focus on discovering myself. As much as I love all these different things, and I love playing with it. Like, I've got this thing here, like I've shown on previous streams. This is the representation of magnetism in the toroid field, in like a little thing. Like, I like magnets, I like science, I like all these different things, but I've had to kind of put them on a back burner so I could focus on the spiritual journey. And then when I thought, okay, my spiritual journey comes to an end, I will then focus on one particular subject. I can't at the moment, because right now I'm trying to focus on this of trying to make sure I spread truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. And
have you heard Nose when he's full flow, when he really kind of starts to lose it, when he really lets his thing down, not realizing what he's saying, where he goes, "My mission is to destroy."
Yeah.
Have you heard him say that?
So many times.
I will destroy it. Now, before he banned me, I pulled him up from that. I said, "Do you realize what you're saying?
Yeah.
You're saying you will destroy it."
Yeah. And this is what Chris was saying the other day as well. Chris was saying, I will destroy your foundations. And that's why I was saying to him, I was like, look, you've been on Big Nose's channel too much. You need to calm down. We're not here to destroy anything. We're not here to destroy your beliefs. You're not here to destroy our beliefs. Just...
Absolutely. Do you know what I mean? So I kind of, I didn't, thank God that knows. I was very clued in
Mm.
to words that were used. Do you know what
Mm.
I mean? Which
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
language is important. Language is so
language is
important.
important. And I was able to kind of come back to them and say, excuse me, but these are the words you're using. Show me where there's anything beneficial, or of, what's the word, value within those words, except negative, negative connotation.
I could give you some, but he probably couldn't. I could
Right,
answer that very easily, but he probably couldn't.
right.
I'm
What's
not going to
any?
answer it just in case he takes it, because I'm sure Lieutenant's going to sit down and watch this entire stream instead of getting some sleep.
Sorry, you do know that's what's going to happen, don't you? Because she's already said she listened.
Yeah.
So I listened to yesterday's stream or the day before, and she said I've just listened. Oh, do her northern accent. It's better. I can't do
I
accent.
can't. I'm bad at
I'm not from Yorkshire. I've done
Yorkshire.
listening. You know, I
Yorkshire cup
listened
of
to
tea.
all of last night's stream, and the bottle. I was like, seriously. Now I tell you one thing. I do not go on to know the stream, but I show you don't as well. I just listen, indulgently to his whole stream. I might go on and I click on. Actually, what I do, I ignore all the lessons. I bypass that,
Yep.
and I won't listen to Nose and Lieutenant's
Reading.
conversation.
Oh, okay.
Whatever they're saying. If they're on the screen on their own, I won't bother listening. But if I see somebody who I think is a bit, I won't net shame people out of respect. There are some people who I just think I have no interest in listening to them.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the regular people that I recognize by their symbols or whatever, I won't listen to. But if there's certain people there, if I see Chris there, I'll go on and see. And if I see him, usually if I see him that somebody else on, I think, oh, that's going to be Chris arguing the toss with someone, and that will be entertaining. But other than that, I won't.
And like I said as well, for me, I go on there and then I'm off in a couple of minutes. I'm not there for too long. It's just literally like, okay, that's the topic. See you later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lieutenant, if you are listening to this, please get some sleep. Like, this conversation isn't that important. Not to ruin your own health. I know you listen, as much as I criticize you on your anger and your stubbornness and your inability to see the big nose's charlatan behavior as anything other than delusional, I actually think you're a really hard worker, and I really want you to get some rest and kind of like take some time away. Listen, I'm not saying leave Big Nose and never talk to him again, but just take some time away for yourself, kind of get to center yourself. Yes. Reflection, center yourself, and then come back and then do the Big Nose thing if you still want to. Like, that's your choice. You're more than welcome to do that, but just don't let this take over your life. Don't let this take over your life, especially all this negativity stuff that you guys are talking about right now, in the sense of, oh, they're going to come and attack us. No, nobody's coming to attack you. If we're going to attack you, it's going to be with the sword of truth, and that is with words alone. Unless you're actually attacking us, and then I will self-defend. Pow! Knuckle sandwich with extra cheese. Anyway, I'm going to press play one more time, and then I'm going to skip it to the present moment just to see, because there's been like hours since we actually started this.
Upset, and that's when he starts raising his voice. And I think it's because he's experienced that time after time after time in various social media settings, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, wherever. I think he's experienced that a lot. And when you take that into consideration, when you've experienced that a lot, intensively and frequently for a long period of time, looking at his behavior, I think he actually copes quite well. A lot of people wouldn't be able to deal with that, So they've really, honestly, it was disgusting.
He acknowledges. That's the good point.
They were deliberately pushing him.
No.
He acknowledges.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, Al Mahdi versus that idiot Diman or Damien or Bizni or any of that is, pathetic people, he will have them, under 2 minutes in discussion, whatever topic. He
could have answered the simple question: is God outside time and space or inside time and space? He started rambling about the Father is inside the Son, which I don't think anyone agrees with. I definitely don't agree with, and it made no sense to him because 5 seconds before he said, yes, God knows everything, past, present, future, all outcomes, but he doesn't know what's happening in the future. So, bro, he contradicted himself. So you can make this outlandish claim with all the confidence you want, Big Nose, but just like everything else you say, it's tosh. It's absolute tosh. I had to add a bit of a posh word there. All right, so I'm done listening to the rantings of this guy. I probably
okay. They've just put something up. Oh, is this your channel, Demand? They've put up a channel of yours.
sorry.
Is it, have you got a channel praising frequencies?
Yes, that's my music channel. That's my music channel.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
That's
well,
where I put just the music, praising
right.
frequencies, and then this one has some music and everything else that I
All
do.
right. So they've decided they've just put the link to the channel in YouTube in their stream. Hold on.
Really?
Yeah. Lieutenant YouTube and is Damon's other account, and he came in to attack Gussie.
Oh yeah. No, I saw that. That was when I went over and I said that I told Gossi to come. I read the comment out to you. I said, "Oh, come sit with us. We're the demons. We're the sinners. Do what Jesus would do." So I did that with my praising thingy. So if you see in this top corner here.
Right, where are we? Hold on, I'm not looking at you at the moment. Hold
on. No. Yeah, it's on the screen at the moment. You know where you got the big nose thing in the top corner here. This is the channel praising frequencies, and that's
okay. Yeah.
That's the account that was logged in when I opened up this thing. So I just carried on using it. It didn't really bother me. But yeah, thank you for the free promotion there, Lieutenant. Hopefully I get some of you guys listening to the music. It's really, really good music. Honestly, I love the music. I was listening to it today while I was cleaning up and running around and doing shit. I really enjoy the music. It's really good.
It looks like a good channel. It looks like colorful. It's very attractive.
Thank you.
It draws you in, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
They're doing all the right stuff for you.
Well, they've killed it. They've done a massive favor for me today, which I wasn't expecting, which I appreciate. Thank you very much, Big Nose. I didn't expect to get 12 likes on a freaking video.
I think LTG probably has a sweet spot for you.
I think she used to, but I don't know. I think at the same time she's probably upset that I might be criticizing her too much. But at the same time, like I say, I have to tell the truth. If I
don't think you aren't. I mean, I think you're just saying it as it is. I don't think either of us are being unfair, kind of disrespectful, or we're not sitting here insulting and calling people bloody names.
No. Well, we call them charlatans, but like I said, that's the language and the paradigm that they have decided to use.
We're taking the piss out of the stuff that they say. We're not actually. How many people have you got in the
currently 8.
Right, with their 9.
Ooh.
Right, let's call out for 2 more viewers.
Come on, guys. We need to steal a few more views. No, I don't want to steal. I don't want to steal.
But you know the funny thing is about they would definitely know. They would think we're serious.
Yeah.
That's the laughable aspect to this.
Yeah.
All right. I think they might have gone to. Just give me a second.
Right. Sorry, guys. I know you guys have been busy in the chat, and I haven't read it in a while. But I'm trying my best to read it behind the scenes as it goes by. But I'm not going to be able to read it all out because I don't want you here all night. Because it takes me a while to read through these.
I was trying to see if they'd finished them, and I wasn't sure if they'd actually ended.
No, I think they're still going on. I think it was Ravioli talking to them. I kind of hovered over the...
Oh, God, Ravioli. I'd rather watch paint dry. I mean, and that's been kind. You know what I mean? I'd rather watch paint dry. I really, really would. There's him and another person who I won't name. It's just like, oh, I've lost. You know where the saying comes from? I've lost the will to live.
When he was born.
Say that again?
I said it was created when he was born.
Well, I don't look. I'm
just joking. It's a joke. Yeah. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy, but it's just like, oh my God, like it's a droll. I mean, they probably accuse me of that, but that's my impression of listening to Ravioli. It's just very droll, very droll.
Well, it's like everyone else has said as well. It's very repetitive content. It's nothing ever anything new. No new point of views. No new ways of looking at anything. It's just literally, you don't know why you believe this. You're a charlatan. That's it.
And you know what it is. And they don't, especially in Ravioli's case. It's very controlling. It's if we're not allowed to control you and it's more about nose than lieutenant. But if we can't control you with our whips and say behave, stay there, come out now, and now you can bark. If we can't control you like that, we don't want you here.
Yes.
But he tried. It was a funny thing. I'll tell you this. It was a funny thing, and this is only in the last month. There was a point Nose was on his own, and I think Lieutenant was coming in later in the evening. I think she was probably thinking, "Oh, I'm getting a bit tired of this, man."
Mhm.
And basically, he'd have new people come in, so new names would pop up. A lot of them were probably people he'd banned coming in under new names.
New accounts, yeah.
And he and you would he'd give them an option. He'd speak to them, and then he'd go, "Right, are you going to come up?" He'd say, "Come up now. I need to identify you. I need to see who you are." So he was basically blackmailing people, and he was saying, "Right, five. I'm going to give you five up to five, and if you don't come up, you're gone." And then you go 1, 2, 5, or five backwards, whatever. Then you go right 1, and then you go you're banned. So just because this person
doesn't come
might
up
be in the chat and didn't come up, it might be a new person. They might have maybe made a single comment. They might not have even made a comment, and they were instantly banned because they didn't jump to the top.
He's doing it to himself. Then he's doing it to himself. He's stopping his growth because at that point,
basically he's banning, and then he's like, "Oh, why is nobody coming up tonight? Because there's nobody here. There's nobody here. You ban them all." You know what I mean?
Well, to be honest, you don't need to have every single person in your, like, sometimes there'll be you and me just sitting here having a chat, and there'll be no one in the chat.
Absolutely.
If there was 30 people in the chat, like today we've had people in the chat, it's nice to have you guys here in the chat, and you guys are having conversations. I can see you guys have been talking to each other about Bible and stuff, which is great. That's what this channel's here for, people to have conversations. But it's not like, oh, no, you guys can't have a chat in there unless you come up first. No. Do your thing. Do what you want. Stay, don't stay, come up, don't come up. It doesn't matter. It's not...
But you know, if I went, if I went on Hamza's Den, sometimes I'll flick into Hamza's Den. It can be fun. He do a lot from the shop, stuff like that. And he's doing a lot more now. He's doing a Wednesday chill, a Monday chill, a Friday chill. Once there used to be just a chill, and you'd have the arena warm up, But he gets a good. Actually, one of his moderators who's on quite a lot of the Islamic streams. I show you. I did someone called Iram, and
oh yes, yeah. I think she banned me.
Did she? Okay, right. Yeah. So when she sees me come up, she say hi, Damien, how are you? And I've seen her across a few streams. You know what I mean? But Hamza would never, get into saying to people, if you don't do this, that, or the other. And then Hamza has subscriptions.
Oh, he has subscriptions as well.
Yeah, he's got a pretty. I think he's got a big, healthy sub base, about 300,000, maybe more. And he's got subscriptions, like a 3-tier subscription service, and so he must do quite well out of that. But he doesn't. But the point is, he's not going to. Knows the bully. Sorry, there's no other way to put it. He's a bully, and so, but Hamza wouldn't ban people for not responding in the chat or not taking out a membership. I mean, the whole thing with Nose initially with me was, why wasn't? Oh yeah, because I wouldn't sub his channel.
Yes.
And I said, Nose, look at your channel could be perceived to be very right wing. You know what I mean? And if there was something, potentially something, you don't know what the future is going to bring. And if I had subbed your channel and paid as a membership, and there was something where that involved me in some way with the courts or something like that, and they say this man is paying a membership to this right wing channel. So I have to think of things like that, man. I think it's common sense.
To be honest, I don't think you need to justify to him why
and
you.
Exactly, I said that as well. I said I don't see why I should have to explain what's
No, but I'm gonna give you a funny story actually, because you reminded me of it. I think. Do you know why Aaron blocked me on Hamza's Den stream?
No.
Because she was telling me that I was wrong or something, and I was like, "Listen, you don't know anything. Go back to the kitchen." Because that's their paradigm. Like I said, I play people by their paradigm. If you're saying that a woman hasn't got a place to talk to a man, then and you believe in Islam and this is what you believe, then obviously don't tell me what to think or what to say. go back to the kitchen, you know. But yeah, they didn't like that. So she was like, "Oh, he's mean against women. He doesn't like women." I'm like, "No, I love women. I just don't like bullshit."
Yeah, no, I know you wouldn't be coming from that place. She is quite sweet, though. I
Is she?
will say that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I got kicked off his stream, and when I was in the chat, she kicked me off the chat, and I was like, "Cool," because she actually came on my stream once.
What, here?
Yeah, like back ages ago when I first went on Hamza's Den, she came over doing research, and then she went back to his stream and was like,
"How did you know she was on there?"
I think she may have. I think she said something in the chat. She was like, "Oh, you're the one who said this thing about women, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me. I stand by what I said.
Yeah.
If you want to act like women shouldn't speak to men and should behave themselves and do all these things, then stick with what you believe. Go back to the kitchen. Don't talk to me about."
Did you say it again?
Yeah. Oh, if I've said it once, I'll say it again, because I'm not saying anything to. If there was someone who's, because I'm a firm believer in the family dynamic roles. So if you're talking family dynamics and you're going mother, father, the father earns, the mother takes care of the family. It's not a bad role. It's not a denigrated role. It's a very fucking important role. It's the most important role.
Yeah.
Because not only do they take care of the kids, they provide food for them. They make sure that they're clean and they raised well. There's so much to being a good mother. And I'm like, listen, why are you here telling me about religion or telling me about what I believe when you should be in the kitchen? Like, get to it.
But you're obviously being
a little bit. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a laugh at the same time.
There is a person, Damon. That reminds me. I want us maybe future to invite. She's called Lady Idzeha. She's a quite interesting lady. She has a very left-wing approach, so-called left-wing approach in terms of Islam, and probably a heretic by mainstream standards.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to cut off the flow of your conversation.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, but Lady Idzeha. I can't pronounce her name. Well, she's from originally from Uzbekistan. You can type it in. She's a bit of how to say, fangirl for Stalin.
A fangirl for what?
For Stalinists. So, but she has flaws. She fangirls for Stalin, like Stalin's policy.
Okay.
I don't know much about his policies. Do they kind of line up with mine?
Sorry?
Do Stalin's policies line up with mine?
Well, Stalin's policy before he became the dictator of Soviet Union, he kind of had better policies. If you looked into it, like he was a Georgian, right? But the problem with him is that he renounced all his spiritual path. He wanted to be ordained in the Orthodox Church, but he left that position in pursuit of revolution, etc. But I mean, Yusuf Stalin. She's a fangirl for Yusuf Stalin. That's a very terrible man, you know.
Do you know Candid with Lubna, Geisha? Have you ever seen her channel?
Lumna.
Candid with Lubna.
There's a channel called Candid, like meaning direct, open, candid. I mean very candid with you.
Candid Lumna.
Yeah. Okay. Candid with Lubna. Lubna.
Oh, Candid with Lumna. I haven't heard of actually.
Lubna. She has a YouTube channel. She's got about 50,000 subscribers. I mean, have you not seen her?
Yeah. Okay, I see. Candid with Lumna.
No, Lubna. Lubna.
Lubna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this lady, right? That apprentice, right? Broken Britain immigration. This girl, right?
She was on The Apprentice. Actually, that just came on my radar recently. She was an apprentice candidate. So some of the comments attacking her are saying, "Oh, she's a failed apprentice." Yeah.
I see.
She goes against, she's, anybody, irrespective of what they're saying, who puts their head above the parapet, even if they're not of what I'm thinking and my views, I have respect for them. You know, because it takes a lot to stand up and say, you know, a bit like Shalini. I don't agree with what Shalini does in Speaker's Corner. You know, Shalini Geisha.
Shalini.
Yeah,
she's from Speaker's Corner. She's the one who walks around with the sign saying Muhammad is a PDF.
Muhammad also Allah is a woman, right? Allah is a she. She said that, right? I remember.
She said that as well. Okay, so you know who we're talking about. That's Shalini.
What does she do? Allah's what?
Allah's a she. Allah's a woman.
Oh, all right. She does the one Tesco Club card points.
Tesco Club.
Yeah, referring.
Oh gosh.
People getting
I think some of these Christian preachers should do Modern Family but Christian edition. I would love to see all of these preachers together in a TV series called Modern Family. I mean, knockoff Modern Family. I mean, not the the one. Yeah.
I think there's some very good people out there. I'm struggling. I'll tell you what, Muslim Lantern. I'm really starting to see the cracks. You know, now I went on him a couple of times. Do you know Muslim Lantern, Geisha?
Muslim Lantern, Muhammad Ali, right?
Yeah. He's a nice guy. I've done a couple of streams with him.
Yeah, I've seen his videos. He's a quite nice guy. He is a very devotee, dedicated, right? But but the problem is, I see a flow with him. He agrees. He seems to agree with the extreme interpretations, and not just that. He likes to takfir individuals, not by himself. When he consults other Muslims, then he agree to takfir, and I don't like that. Takfir means call someone a heretic and you should be killed. That kind of mentality.
Okay.
I do not like that because this is something that I think is what's troubling about. It's basically putting politics into religious practices or religious spirituality. And I don't like religion with politics. Religion should be separate from the political, secular politics and stuff.
Which is interesting because Turkey is secular.
Turkey is secular, yes.
Such a major dominant player in the Muslim world is secular. So I hold on to hope with that. But no, but he does actually he does push. I've seen him push what you're saying. He does push the point on the takfir of where he give you all the reasons why nothing will happen to you as an apostate, but he basically says as long as you don't preach it to somebody else, and if you're gonna say your views why you left Islam, don't do it in an Islamic country. Then leave. So all these rules that you must do in order to save your life, not to be killed, and that's where I think he doesn't realize.
Gosh, that reminds me. I saw a video where he talked about destroying the hadith rejectors. I think video. He said that if you reject the sunnah or just question any sahih hadith, like authentic the hadith, or ask for mutawatir, most sahih, most authentic, if you just question it, you are literally on the route. He sees you're literally on the route to rejecting the sunnah, so he already predicts that you become a apostate. This is a terrible mentality. This is the mentality that give the Roman Catholic Vaticans the ability through some of the secret nunnery or something like the Bene Gesserit from what's that called? Yeah, Dun, for example, Bene Gesserit to preach force or preach violence or secretive antagonism or I don't know, or just rumors, hearsays, and then convince other people to go attack. You know, this is not good. I think spreading rumors about people is one of the biggest ill society individuals push against people because they feel offended by someone, and that this is just so immature and childish. if you are so, I just say to some of the people who are hardliners, this is a message for hardliners. If you're so secure in your faith or secure in your so-called reasonings, then you shouldn't be deterred by other people's choice. You should be saying, okay, that's your choice. Okay, I'll stick with my choice. Okay. And not be deterred by them.
I think that's one of the major flaws, that if your faith is so strong and you believe so much in the truth of your faith, you shouldn't hear what anybody else says, because it means your faith is solid. But because you're so scared that people should be killed if they go out saying something contradictory, it shows that there is something else to say that somebody else might hear. So that's the cult mentality. It's very Scientology. That's why I was mentioning Scientology.
Scientology, my God.
No, it's about the free speech. It's like if free speech is important, it wouldn't just be important when they are praising you. It'd also be important when they criticize you as well. You know, you need to have that healthy balance. Listen, guys, this has been a great stream, but it's gone on a lot longer than I was planning. But so I'm gonna leave it to you to have a little chat for 5 minutes.
I'm going to shoot off.
You're going to shoot as well, yeah?
If it's okay. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's just I just didn't want to interrupt you guys from flowing because you guys were doing well.
No worries. Yeah, I have to go soon.
I just looked at the link, Geisha, that you put there for a lady. Is it a? So I'll have a look at that. She seems quite fun. So I'll have a look at her channel. But anyway, it was definitely nothing of expectation tonight, was it?
But this is the chaos of life, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. You got to embrace it.
Chaos of life.
You got to embrace it. Just go with it.
I just don't think that really that they get the fact that they're just really they're creating their own fuel.
Yeah.
They're just doing it, you know, and I don't know what.
Thank you, Damien, for mentioning it, because otherwise I would have known. I would have done my stream, finished, gone, chilled out, and I would have not even realized. But you told me about it, so I was like, oh, let's have a look.
And there was a part of me that I thought, oh, maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe the man won't really want to hear this. But I just thought
it's fun. Sometimes it's funny to hear, because I don't mind getting roasted. I don't mind people taking the piss out of me if they were going to say anything like what Simon K was saying, a few jokes and stuff earlier. Like, I don't mind people taking the piss or whatever. It's great, but it's nice to just hear the opinions of what they really believe and what they really think. You know, because you don't really hear much of what the big nose really thinks or what he really believes.
Yeah, I do know what he really thinks in this respect, but I just kind of think, you know, sorry, do you just not realize what you're saying? Do you know what I mean? It's more about that. Do you not realize that you're really you're kind of creating your own noose?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I don't think for the most part people are stupid, and I think eventually some of the people coming in listening to this that are his stuff are going to think, oh, sorry, actually, especially if they come and listen to both streams.
Yeah, if they've watched it balancedly, yeah.
They're going to think, oh, sorry, these guys just seem really chilled out, and they're just having a chit chat and, you know, throwing a few kind of bits and pieces in, you know, of the day to discuss. But, you know, they're not on this kind of whinge fest like the other guys.
No.
You know what I mean? You know, and that is, it is a whinge fest, but I don't know.
It's not a whinge fest, and it's not what's the word that they keep using? The agenda. There's no agenda to destroy the big nose.
Nothing at all. It's all
we're just chilling, having fun, and sometimes reacting to the big nose and talking stories about the big nose that we have experienced.
Well, I think the way you speeded up his voice for that, I just think it was hilarious. And I have to be, I'll be honest. I think there's something more. If you do something the right way, and you know, if you edit and put something together, I think it'll be more. I think it's more damning in a way, if that makes it without being harsh. I think it's more damning than the 4 videos you've done, because I think it's just with us sitting here laughing at that. You could do it.
It just makes more sense. But the reason I'm glad he talks slow, because he says so much BS.
Yeah.
It's important that he slows it down for people to catch it. Because I think sometimes when people talk too fast, their brain can't process what's being said and what they agree with and what they disagree with, and before they know it, the conversation or whatever the person's saying is over, and they're like, oh, okay, I must agree with it, or it doesn't matter, I won't mention anything, or I won't think about what he's just said in positive or negative terms, I'll just move on. So yeah, I'll figure something out. I'll hopefully try and make it a bit interesting. But Damien, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Geisha, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Hopefully you guys will be back for the next stream. Hopefully it'll be just as interesting and have as many viewers. Jesus.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I look at the figures, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Is your subs going up a little bit?
They did go up a little bit there, but I got 13 likes. 1 dislike, but 13 likes. And I think the dislike was from Lieutenant, obviously.
No, it might be. Yeah, I wouldn't even think who it is. It could be anybody.
No, I think it'd be Lieutenant, because she wants to defend.
I don't think it would be. No, I think it'd be.
Sorry, you were saying, Damien.
Sorry, what was that, Geisha?
Yeah, I wanted to add in, but I overtalked.
It's okay.
Damien.
It's okay.
Damien was saying.
It's okay. Damien, who did you think it was? Sorry.
My first thought would be Catherine.
Catherine. Oh, cool. Possibly.
Yeah, that's the energy I feel would be the energy that I would feel would do something like that. I don't think particularly Lieutenant. Lieutenant will talk the talk. While she's around now, but I don't think she's
gonna be disliking.
Yeah, I don't.
It is what it is. The dislikes don't bother me anyway. It's still engagement. YouTube still like whether you dislike or like it. They're like, oh, people have clicked it. They just like the clicks.
Yeah, Damon. Would you think it's good still for people to petition once more to get the dislike ratio back? Because YouTube has made it compulsory for the video author to tell its viewers about the dislike instead of the likes.
What, make it compulsory for the content creators to tell the truth and say what their dislikes are?
No, I mean to make that's too logistic. That would be a logistic nightmare. I propose the YouTube management team be honest because they've been pushing. Unfortunately, it seems to be the YouTube management team. I don't care if they want to flap people, but this is the truth, is that they have encouraged this kind of behavior. They have made YouTube a safe haven for individuals who have really fringe and really extreme ideas that can jeopardize good people and other hardworking people's lives. The accusations, the rumors I have seen for the past 2 years. This is not just a Christian Muslim. This is not an interface problem of Syrian takfir, Syrian heresy, Syrian death, and causing nightmares to people's life of Syrian insult to each other. This has been going on for quite some while. It's been.
I understand what you're saying. But the other downside to this would be a channel like mine, which doesn't agree with Muslims, doesn't agree with Christians, doesn't agree with a lot of the religious views, because I don't subscribe to a religion. I don't push any religion. I kind of pick holes at all of them. My videos would just get nothing but dislikes from all these different religious groups. And
exactly.
I could get penalized if it was showing the negative views, the negative dislikes.
That's true. I
understand what you're saying as well, though.
That's what I argue. Verified YouTube. My solution is verified YouTube channels who have millions of followers. They should be the default should be the dislikes are open upon request. Request.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, and they must not. They should never. They can never. They need to be held to account, because you have individuals like Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and Sneeko. Sneeko is relative better person, morally speaking, but
he's not on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, he's not on YouTube. Yeah, sorry, wrong guy. But individuals like Logan Paul, individuals like Mr. Beast, outside the religious sphere, they have been in a way unaccountable for the actions. They have caused a lot of ill to, like showing a lot of fast ill to smaller creators like Dog Park 404, or showing creators like I'm not sure you heard of Catherine Pansilo.
Nope.
There's another lady who spoke out against Mr. Beast for his really ill prepared. Yes.
Misha, are you talking? Did you? Is that not Catherine Happen Singh?
Not Catherine Happen Singh. It's. I believe it's no. I think her surname is Pacino. She does like desserts reviews and stuff, and
sounds tasty.
Yeah, very tasty in a way. The problem is, I think YouTube can resolve this problem where people harass other channels, because in the past, my YouTube channel were also flagged and harassed, especially by right-wing dimwits like Sargon Vakat's fanboys, and and also EDL people. I'm not joking. They claim that I'm a Afrocentrist or nationalist, socialist, nationalist, or some sense. Also reporting my videos for having extremist content, even though I told YouTube, look at my videos. Are they even high product edits? Goodness me. All that. And it's just like you're protecting the smaller creators and putting accountability of bigger creators. What I think of is apologia, like David Wood's apologia, where David Wood doesn't even answer the question, dodges the question in his stream. I like Apostate Prophet for his braveness, brassiness, etc., and humor, but he is also unaccountable on raw politics stuff. If he's not a shrewd person, then don't do politics. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
But
no worries.
Did you? Sorry, Damon, I'll let you go on. You want to go? Did you see the video of God Logic with AP and David Wood, where they had a Muslim caller, young guy actually, who was showing his face, and David Wood ripped up the Quran while he was speaking to him? Did you see that?
I haven't seen.
Yeah, so I'm not. I think I don't. I like God Logic, but David Wood. I don't like things like the terror. I don't think you need to be disrespectful to.
I see.
Do you know what I mean? So when he had the Quran and he didn't agree what this Muslim boy was saying, and the Muslim boy was quite reasonable, but he just picked up a Quran. Now, it may not be in the Quran. It may have just been an Arabic.
No, I think he does do it on the Quran. I've seen him do something like that previously.
The thing is, he's a hypocrite in a way, David Wood. If he's going to tear up the Quran, why doesn't he tear up the Sunnah? Why doesn't he tear up the Hadith books? Because he is now holding this accountable. What he also need to do, because he speaks to a lot of pious Jewish preachers, right, rabbinical preachers, he should tear up the Talmud. He wouldn't dare to tear up the Talmud. I can assure you, he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare tear up the Talmud.
He's coming from the position of we're right and they're wrong. That's why he feels like it's okay to do it to the thing. He's not coming from an atheistic, because like you got Apostate Prophet who's claims to be atheist, but he once again does the same thing. He rips one but not the other. And then David Wood, I think, is a Christian apologist, so therefore he would always take the side of Christianity and maybe even Judaism, because that's part of the Old Testament. But anyways, I appreciate you guys again so much. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate you guys enjoying the laughs and
One quick question: were you or Geisha in Speaker's Corner at the time David Wood and God Logic were there together?
I was.
That's it. Were you? I was there. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed one of the weeks, but then the other week I was there.
Oh, were they there more than 1 week?
Yeah, they were there for about 2 weeks. They were there for some kind of conference. They said some Christian conference, and yeah, I didn't speak to them, but yeah, I saw them there.
All right, Jaman, listen, I'll probably catch you tomorrow, no doubt.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah.
Good night.
Take care, Geisha.
You should take care. Nice to speak to you.
Have a good night, lads.
I'm here. You.
Thank you, Damien. Take care.
Okay.
Take care, lads. Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye, Damon.
Alrighty. Ooh, that was a long stream. I did not expect it to go that long. I was actually planning on ending it at 9 o'clock until Big Nose started talking about me, and then I was like, okay, let's listen in. Let's see what he's saying. And it was just a bunch of nonsense, as usual. As usual. But it was funny nonsense, at least. It was funny. We enjoyed it. Yeah, that's pretty much it for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Apparently you did. 13 damn likes. I've never seen that many likes on one of my videos, so I appreciate the thumbs up. I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. Stay warm. It seems quite cold at the moment. I'm going to go turn the heater on. I hope you have had something nice to eat. And tomorrow's Thursday. Halfway point is gone. We're already towards the end of the week. There's only Thursday and Friday left. So look forward. There's always hope. Truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope. Always looking forward. Keep moving forward. Keep growing. Even if you're sitting around laughing at stupid situations, you're enjoying life, you know. Keep moving forward. Appreciate you all, lovers, haters, ninjas, all of you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good night and good bye. Sorry, I'm just trying to look for a song to put on. Let's put on this song. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, I've been through the shadows, walked in the night, seen the world get heavy, try to crush my light. The hope keeps burning deep in my soul, the flame that won't fade, yeah, it keeps me whole. When life gets rough and the clouds roll in, hope is the anchor that pulls me again. In the darkest of times, when all seems lost, hope breaks through no matter the cost. Hope never dies, it shines through the pain, through every storm, every drop of rain. When the world goes dim and I'm down to my knees, hope lifts me up, sets my spirit free. They say light can't shine without a little dark. Hope's that spark, yeah, it ignites the heart. When the path ain't clear and the road feels long, hope gives me strength, makes me strong. I've seen despair try to steal my fight, but hope keeps pushing like day through night. There's a voice in my head saying keep going strong, tells me I'm right where I belong. Hope never dies, it shines through the pain, through every storm, every drop of rain. When the world goes dim and I'm down to my knees, hope lifts me up, sets my spirit free. Hope's like the sun after endless rain. It's a light that heals, it's a balm for pain. It don't fade, don't break, don't bend. It's the beat of my heart, my forever friend. So when I'm lost, I look to the sky. Hope's in the stars, it's the reason why. Why I stand, why I rise, why I keep on fighting. Hope's my armor when the world starts biting. It whispers, hold on, don't give up yet. Through every tear, through every regret, hope's the fire that never goes out. Through every struggle, every doubt, hope never dies, it shines through the pain, through every storm, every drop of rain. When the world goes dim and I'm down to my knees, hope lifts me up, sets my spirit free. Hope's like the sun after endless rain. It's a light that heals, it's a balm for pain. It don't fade, don't break, don't bend. It's the beat of my heart, my forever friend. So when I'm lost, I look to the sky. Hope's in the stars, it's the reason why. Why I stand, why I rise, why I keep on fighting. Hope's my armor when the world starts biting. It whispers, hold on, don't give up yet.